The dentist recoils in horror, his instruments clattering to the ground as the patient's thrashing legs kick at the table, sending equipment flying. He's screaming, screeching in agony as the things in his mouth keep pushing out. They're not teeth, they're too thin, slim, and pointed like needles, but pulsing and wriggling like living things. Another stray kick connects with the dentist, pushing him back on the wheels of his stool, which then slides out from under him and sends him down onto the floor too. He scrambles back, hiding under a nearby desk as he watches, trembling with the icy shudder of fear, eyes locked on the patient and the things crawling out of his mouth. There's dozens of them, maybe hundreds of needle-like protrusions seemingly trying to claw their way out, like the man's face is determined to tear itself into pieces through some relentless force of spite, so powerful that it's called forth these inhuman spines to do the job. One pushes at the soft tissue of the patient's cheek, rupturing through from underneath, punctuated by a rush of red and another screech of agonizing pain. In his desperation, the patient is fumbling with his open wound with one hand, staining his palm while trying to work the tiny rinsing sink next to the dental chair. The tiny jet of water does little to soothe the injury, only washes away the copper taste for a second before yet another spike splits open the man's lip. On the floor, hunched under the desk, the dentist can't move, can't do anything, save for keeping his surgical mask firmly against his face with trembling fingers. The patient lurches over, screaming louder, tears streaming down his face that's quickly becoming less and less recognizable as human below the nose. For the first time in his entire career, the dentist is scared for his life. A routine procedure, that was all it was meant to be. Some nasty pain in his jaw, the patient had said. Now, that same man looks more like a monster as the living spikes continue to poke their way out from his gums, hooking through his cheeks and lips as if trying to climb out of his face like the legs of an angry spider. Then comes the sound of bone cracking, splitting in two, followed by a hollow sob of pain from the patient. The noise makes the dentist's stomach lurch, as if he's going to be sick any second. And as the patient crawls towards him, it only gets worse. The man's face is covered in tears and sweat. Blood and drool pour from his mouth. The sounds of his jaw cracking and breaking get louder, each time making him writhe and cry at the agony. The patient crawls to the cowering dentist, the lower half of his face a mess of broken bone and spine stabbing through his skin. He makes a sound, a garbled, half-wailed noise distorted by the pain and his breaking jaw. It almost sounds like help. Then the next crunch happens, forcing the jaw open. The patient's cheeks split like wet paper, torn apart by the pointed ends of the growing spikes. He drops lifelessly to the floor, all of a sudden still and silent, where only seconds ago he was screaming in pain and fear. The dentist crawls apprehensively out from under the desk and stares in disbelief at the sickening sight of the man's body before him. They're still moving. They're still wriggling out of the bloodied, broken half of the face that the patient has left. Whatever these growths were, these spines, they're alive. A few are literally climbing out of the dead man's cheeks, like insects, crawling erratically over his glassy, open but empty eyes. The dentist hears the muffled noise of commotion from outside his office door, of police arriving at the scene, no doubt after his assistant overheard the agonized screams and called the emergency services. But part of the dentist doesn't register the sounds as real. He ignores it, too fixated on the things now climbing their way out of the dead patient on the floor. They look like toothpicks, slender and pointed at each side, but their movement is quick, definitely insect-like, but also familiar. Then one lifts off the patient's lifeless face into the air, hovering around the office, tapping against the window. Flies. They're like flies. A sudden, piercing cold shard of fear strikes the dentist. The door. He can't let anyone in because the flies might get out. Then his mind wanders to the others in the waiting room, the patient's friends, the other tourists all complaining of pain in their jaws. They were carrying more of these things. They'd contracted parasites. In the blur that follows, the dentist remembers his first port of call had been to contact the CDC, warn them there was a potentially dangerous parasitic infestation in the area. Then, the other group shows up not long after. Some secretive specialized division. They never give names, never flash badges, or even say who they represent, but they talk like experts. And within hours, not even days, they've made it all disappear. None of the tourists meet the same fate as the patient who died. Nobody from the area comes into the dentist's practice with the same symptoms, or living spines protruding from their gums. But he still can't sleep. The dentist still can't get the image of the patient's face out of his head, especially in his nightmares. Weeks pass, turn into months that snowball into years. Early retirement and closing down the practice do little to make the bad dreams stop, and nothing provides answers to the lingering questions. What were those spiny parasites? Where had they come from? And who were those shady types who'd made it all go away? The dentist sits at a table alone, eating freshly cooked fish in the corner of an old restaurant he started coming to as a way to try and forget. Enjoy a new lease on life. That's what everyone told him he should do now that he didn't have to stare down plaque-riddled mouths and pull-rotting cavities anymore. Then, something pokes at his inner lip. The dentist freezes, heart twinging in his chest. The feeling instantly conjures up the familiar, frightening face of the patient. Is this how it starts? His tongue probes at the small, sharp object in his mouth. It's a tiny fish bone lodged between his bottom teeth. The dentist breathes a sigh of relief, chuckling softly to himself, feeling his quickened pulse calming back down. He wiggles the fish bone, trying to dislodge it, but it's wedged in tight. So he reaches a hand out to a small pot on the table and picks up a toothpick. Of all the anomalies kept securely contained by the SCP Foundation, few are as vile and unpleasant as SCP-611. For reasons that will quickly become apparent, the personnel at the Foundation have taken to referring to the creatures designated under SCP-611 as the Parasitic toothpicks. This is a subspecies of Dermatobia hominis, otherwise known as the human botfly. Normal, non-anomalous botflies belong to a family of insects called Ostridae that tend to lay eggs internally within mammals. Some Ostridae larvae will grow within the flesh of their host, others will develop within their gut. Dermatobia hominis is the only species within this family known to routinely parasitize human beings, or rather, that was until the discovery of SCP-611. While other botflies are very recognizably insects, where SCP-611 differs is primarily in its use of a unique, highly specific form of camouflage to implant its eggs into human hosts. As their colloquial moniker implies, instances of SCP-611 will appear to the untrained eye to be ordinary wooden toothpicks. It is unclear at what point in their life cycle SCP-611 takes on this appearance. However, once it does, it will fly around in search of a supply of toothpicks. Upon finding some, it will land near or actually in amongst other toothpicks, at which point the SCP-611 instance will shed its wings, allowing its camouflaged appearance to become even more effective. After this has happened, the fly will enter a passive state, resting in a dormant condition for a maximum of 40 days. If the presence of an SCP-611 instance remains undetected for the duration of this amount of time, then all its life signs will cease and the fly will perish. However, should someone pick up and attempt to use what they think is a toothpick but is actually an instance of SCP-611, then the next part of the parasite's life cycle will commence. The SCP-611 species survives by laying their eggs inside the gums of unsuspecting human hosts. Someone who has come into contact with an SCP-611 instance will initially notice no signs of invasion, nor will they experience any adverse side effects, at least not until after several days. Anywhere between 4 days and a full week after contact, the SCP-611 eggs that have been deposited into a person's mouth will hatch. The newly hatched larvae will then burrow into the host's jaw, causing severe discomfort to whoever has been unlucky enough to be implanted with the eggs. The pain caused by the burrowing SCP-611 larvae is sharp, intense, and continuous. Although given the oral location that they hatch in, this sensation can be wrongly attributed to toothache, a cavity, or some other form of pain caused by a dental issue. As the larvae burrow deeper into a person's jaw, they leave behind open internal wounds. These oral injuries can be prone to serious infections given the sheer number of germs in the human mouth. When experiencing the pain of newborn SCP-611 instances burrowing into the jaw, what is actually being felt by the human host is the larvae feeding. Once they have consumed a sufficient amount, the larvae will then exhibit another significant difference from other species of botfly. They enter a pupa stage, between the immature and mature points of their life cycle, similar to the pupa seen when some caterpillars mature into butterflies. However, in the case of SCP-611, the parasitic toothpick does not require a protective outer shell, a chrysalis, during its pupa stage. It is protected by the body of its human host. As a larva matures into a fully grown SCP-611 fly, its body will grow longer and its outer exoskeleton will harden. This continues until the now adult anomalous botfly's body is long and thin and sharp enough to punch through the skin of the human being it has grown inside. This is, by all accounts, excruciatingly painful for those unfortunate to be used as hosts for developing SCP-611 instances. The pointed, toothpick-like parasites will extrude from beneath the outer surface of the jaw until they have pierced the skin of the host's face, allowing the newly matured SCP-611 fly to now exit its host. Upon reaching maturity, adult SCP-611 still possess their wings, only losing them once having found a suitable supply of toothpicks to hide amongst. Once they have exited their host, the parasitic toothpicks will hover freely through the air, seeking out other members of its species to mate with. There are no discernible differences between any two instances of SCP-611, suggesting that each individual of these botflies is neither male nor female. SCP Foundation researchers have consulted experts in entomology and even those within the Foundation's own ranks who specialize in anomalous parasitology, and all evidence correlates. This is widely considered to be highly unusual for members of an insect population. Given that the SCP-611 species doesn't appear to exhibit any indicators of any biological sexes, this has led to speculation among research personnel that these parasites may not be a naturally occurring phenomenon. Further investigation proposals are still pending review and approval from the Ethics Committee and the O5 Council, with some Foundation staff seeking permission to look further into the origins of SCP-611. There has been growing concern that some person, group of interest, or other entity could be responsible for genetically engineering the parasitic toothpicks, or creating this botfly subspecies through some other anomalous means. It seems implausible that these parasites were able to adapt and evolve to perfectly imitate toothpicks, especially since humans have only used these in the previous few centuries. Many at the Foundation consider it to be highly suspect that an entire subspecies could develop in that short amount of time, unless there was some direct involvement by another party guiding the evolution of SCP-611. Further testing with SCP-611 is still required in order to determine whether their evolution occurred naturally or as the result of deliberate tampering or engineering. However, in the interim, this has done little to belay speculation among Foundation staff. The theories range wildly among different personnel. One states that SCP-611 could be the result of intentional, experimental crossbreeding between botflies performed by members of the Deer College, given their subdimensional locale and teaching of anomalous sciences. Others have posited that the parasitic toothpicks were developed by Prometheus Labs Incorporated, who have a long history of creating anomalies without the Foundation's knowledge or oversight. Regardless of who exactly created them, the mature instances of SCP-611 need to be successful in finding a partner in order for the species to survive. It only has a short time in which to achieve this, though, as the primary adult phase of their life cycle only lasts for a maximum of 72 hours in total, during which time they need to seek out another of their kind, then carry eggs to a suitable place to camouflage themselves. Anomalous entomology researchers at the Foundation have suggested that their rapid life cycle after leaving their human hosts might mean that there are a larger population of SCP-611 instances than initially thought. However, the location where their presence is thought to be more concentrated has been redacted from the SCP Foundation's files. The SCP Foundation first encountered the parasitic toothpicks at an undisclosed time post the year 2000. The exact location of the initial encounter with the anomalous botflies still remains classified, although it has been confirmed to have occurred somewhere in New Mexico. Whether this is the point of origin for SCP-611 is still widely debated, however. There are known to be other species of botflies documented in New Mexico, in particular, those that lay eggs in rabbits, but the presence of other botfly species that use human hosts for their larvae is unconfirmed. Before the Foundation arrived at the scene, a local dentist had been contacted by a group of tourists. They had only recently arrived in New Mexico, and all complained of suffering from severe tooth pain and intense stabbing sensations in their jaws. It is still unknown where these tourists had been prior to their arrival in New Mexico. However, given that they were all infected when they contacted the dentist, it stands to reason they were infected either on arrival to the state or just prior to traveling there. Discovering that each of the tourists was carrying parasite larvae, the horrified dentist quickly contacted the Centers for Disease Control. They were quick to ascertain that this infestation was far beyond even their expertise, prompting SCP agents embedded within the CDC to contact the Foundation. Stepping in to take control of the developing situation, the SCP Foundation was able to isolate the tourist group and offer them treatment. The SCP-611 larvae were removed before they could cause any permanent damage or fatal infections in the hosts. Through interviews with the tourists, Foundation agents were able to trace the outbreak of parasitic toothpicks to a local restaurant, which had been unwittingly playing host to SCP-611 instances for approximately a month. Every employee at the restaurant was rounded up and given Class A amnestics before each of their patrons also received a visit from the Foundation. Those who had also been made into hosts for SCP-611 eggs or larvae were similarly treated and then given amnestics to forget their contact with the parasites. While the vast majority of larvae were removed before they were able to fully mature and leave their hosts, some had already caused extensive damage. Multiple deaths were recorded in the area, attributed to a subsequent SCP-611 infestation that had occurred. Ever since their discovery, SCP-611 instances have been kept securely contained by the SCP Foundation. In accordance with special containment procedures, any instances of SCP-611 are to be sealed within their enclosure at all times. In order to keep the parasites alive, the specimens are provided a single piece of rotting meat per week, as per their dietary requirements. Based on the findings of Foundation researchers, the parasitic toothpicks get the most sufficient nutrition from beef tongue that has been aged at room temperature for around 2 weeks. The enclosure is overseen and maintained by a single SCP Foundation technician that specializes in insect care. When performing any and all duties within the enclosure, technicians are required to wear a full biohazard suit at all times in order to prevent a potential SCP-611 infestation. The temperature of the enclosure is to be lowered to 10 degrees Celsius during routine maintenance, so as to lower the activity level of SCP-611 instances inside. Then, afterwards, when the technician has concluded their maintenance, their biohazard suits are to be thoroughly sterilized, and with good reason. One recorded failure to follow the SCP-611 containment procedures took place on an undisclosed date referred to as Incident 611-1. According to the Foundation Incident Report, this occurred when a technician's biohazard suit wasn't correctly sterilized following maintenance on the SCP-611 enclosure. Thanks to the lack of proper sterilization, 3 instances of SCP-611 were able to escape containment. Fortunately, 2 were found quickly afterwards, seemingly attempting to get back to the other specimens, as the 2 escaped SCP-611 instances were found tapping against the glass of the observation room that looks into the enclosure. Unfortunately, though, one of the parasitic toothpicks was able to make it to on-site Brick Room 13. There, it was able to find a supply of toothpicks to camouflage itself amongst, and was then picked up and used by an unsuspecting member of personnel shortly afterwards. This led to several eggs being implanted in the staff member's mouth, resulting in larvae burrowing into their jaw and eventually bursting out from beneath their skin. The new population of SCP-611 instances created by this infestation resulted in a redacted number of deaths and an even higher rate of severe mandible trauma. Several staff required urgent medical treatment for extreme facial fractures caused by the sudden exit of multiple matured SCP-611 flies. Those who survived their injuries would return to work at the Foundation, some still with the use of their jaws. Following Incident 611-1, the Foundation saw it prevalent to move the SCP-611 enclosure to a lower level of the facility the specimens were kept at. This placed them further away from any mess halls and break rooms, where they could potentially hide among toothpicks, ready to start another new infestation. As an additional measure to avoid any future accidental SCP-611 exposure to staff, no food products are permitted on the same level as the new location of the enclosure. Any personnel who suspect a possible containment breach, or they might have contracted any SCP-611 larvae, are to report to a Foundation-assigned dental examiner for an oral hygiene check and anti-parasitic treatment when needed. There's a blood-curdling scream rattling inside the ice cream truck, blood on the metal. The child is terrified, and his terror only increases when the hatch opens and a long, fleshy appendage reaches out. For a child, there's nothing quite like the thrill of summer vacation. The long, sun-soaked days of doing cannonballs into the pool, running through sprinklers, riding bikes until the sun sets and the fireflies fill the air with twinkling lights. Coming home with hair stringy from swimming pool chlorine, faces smeared with sunscreen, hands sticky from too many popsicles. Their parents call it a mess. They call it freedom. And if the freedom of summer vacation had one sound, a theme song perhaps, it would be the music of the ice cream truck. That cheerful melody, the siren song summoning every kid with a pocket full of change and a taste for frozen treats. All over the country, children pool their allowance money and spoil their appetites for dinner whenever that special truck rolls into the neighborhood. And this neighborhood is no exception. All of the kids cried and mourned the previous summer when the ice cream truck driver who had served the area for 30 years tragically hung up his hat and retired. They worried that there would be no ice cream truck at all this summer. But wishes do come true, and the first evening of the summer, a music box rendition of Pop Goes the Weasel serenades the neighborhood, signaling the return of the beloved truck. As they gather around, fistfuls of cash in hand, the crowd of kids can't help but notice that this truck is a bit different. There are no colorful pictures of the truck's various offerings emblazoned on the side, no prices either. Most notably, there's no driver, at least not one that they can see. But when the first brave child, a little girl, steps up to the side of the van and asks for a chocolate-dipped cone, a slot opens, and out comes her order. She pays the same price she paid for her ice cream the previous summer, and that's the entirety of the transaction. With the seal broken and the van proven to be a genuine ice cream truck, the other kids line up to place orders of their own. As they do, one small group of boys stands off to the side, speaking in hushed whispers. There's something funny about this new ice cream truck, something they don't quite trust. Why isn't there a driver? Why does it look so unusual? One boy suggests that the truck is haunted, driven by the ghost of a former ice cream man. Another argues that it must be some kind of robot, a self-driving truck with an automated ice cream dispensing system. The third boy insists that there is a driver. He's just hiding, for some reason. There's only one way to know for sure. They'll have to wait until everyone else is gone and try to get a look inside. While the rest of the neighborhood's children are ordering and enjoying their ice cream, the three boys run home to collect supplies for their special investigation. They reconvene in one boy's garage, across the street from where the ice cream truck is, still idling and serving its line of customers. One boy found a firecracker swiped from his older brother. The other grabbed a disposable camera for capturing proof of whatever they discover. The third has procured the most important tool of the mission, a crowbar taken from the toolbox in his father's shed. Now, with all of their equipment assembled, the three boys are ready to uncover the secret of the ice cream truck. They watch from a distance until the only remaining customer has walked away from the truck. The engine revs, and just before the truck can pull away, the boy with the camera runs up to the side. He'll serve as the distraction. He holds up several dollar bills and asks for a deluxe hot fudge sundae. While whatever is inside of the truck is preparing the ice cream, the other two boys sneak around to the side of the van. They take the crowbar and place it in the crack between the doors. They apply as much pressure as possible, but it won't budge. But they're not about to give up now. They take a deep breath, summoning all of their strength, and try again. With a soft pop, the door comes open. The two boys glance at each other, eyes wide with excitement. They did it. Now, time to go inside. Quietly, carefully, they sneak into the shadowy back of the van. Meanwhile, on the other side of the truck, the boy with the camera receives his order and places the cash into the delivery slot. As he waits for his change, he suddenly hears a strange sound, a deep, rumbling growl emanating from within the van. The van begins to shake, and the boy can hear two voices screaming in terror. He recognizes the voices immediately as those of his friends. They must be in trouble. He runs around to the other side just in time to see the horrified face of one of his friends. The boy reaches out for him, trying to escape from whatever is inside of the ice cream truck. But just as their hands almost touch, an unseen force yanks the boy back inside. The door slams closed, and the screams go silent. Where there were previously 3 boys, now there is just one, standing alone, holding an ice cream sundae. The engine rumbles, and the truck drives away, leaving the remaining boy in its dust. His friends are both gone without a trace. But wait, what's that? On the ground, where the truck just was, is a small slip of receipt paper. The boy picks it up and reads the message scrawled on it in messy handwriting. It says, "Please come again, but make sure to follow the rules." On the back, there's a crude drawing of 2 young boys, eyes wide, mouths open in an endless scream. What was meant as an innocent expression of childish curiosity has ended in disaster after these boys unknowingly provoked SCP-1386. SCP-1386 is a white ice cream truck that appears to belong to the Good Humor brand. The truck's physical condition is poor, and unlike other trucks of its kind, it does not feature any images or descriptions of the products that it sells. The van drives itself without a person behind the wheel, and none of its doors or windows open via conventional means. This detail has led the Foundation to conclude that the van is sapient. Like most ice cream trucks, the van plays music, alternating between Pop Goes the Weasel and Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. These songs will play 24 hours a day and alternate every 4 hours. On a few occasions, it has been observed playing a version of Green Sleeves, but as soon as a customer is detected, it will switch to one of the other 2 songs. SCP-1386 has a thin slot in the middle of its driver's side door, which can only be seen when it dispenses an ice cream product after making a sale. After the ice cream has been dispensed, a small slip of receipt paper will slide out with the price written in very sloppy but legible handwriting. Payment is given to the van through the same slot it uses to deliver ice cream. Once it has been paid, the van will simply drive away. The prices and flavors of the ice cream products offered by the van change daily. The van appears to never run out of stock on a given day, no matter how many orders it receives. In order to explore the nature of SCP-1386's products and, let's face it, to indulge in an all-too-rare sweet treat, the SCP Foundation conducted a series of tests. After thoroughly reviewing the official test log, I have assembled some of the most notable entries. On March 30th, 2012, 2 Foundation doctors, referred to in the file by the initials R and D respectively, placed their orders with the ice cream truck. They each requested 1 cookies and cream smoothie, and they received their orders without incident. The receipt was for $4.89, and the bill was swiftly paid. The smoothies were described as pretty good, though one doctor insisted he had had better. On April 1st, 2012, Dr. D placed an order for 1 Neapolitan ice cream sandwich. A few seconds later, the van dispensed an item. However, it did not resemble any ice cream sandwich that he had ever seen. It appeared, instead, to be a meat and cheese sandwich with a slice of tomato. Curious, D took a bite and found that the sandwich was in fact made out of chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry ice cream. It was a sandwich made from Neapolitan ice cream. Shortly after Dr. D tasted the sandwich, the van spat out a receipt. There was no price listed, only a simple message: April Fools. As Dr. D read the message, the van sped away, leaving him bemused, novelty ice cream in hand. The next notable test occurred on April 17, 2012. Dr. F ordered a single peach push pop and promptly received it, along with the receipt that demanded $16.27 for the treat. Dr. F scoffed at what he deemed an absurd price for only 1 push pop, and rather than pay the full cost, he inserted $3.75 worth of quarters into the van. Then he attempted to walk away. Well, the van was having none of it. A slot opened in the door of SCP-1386, approximately 6 feet in height. Then, a large rusted steel trap emerged, grabbing hold of Dr. F and dragging him inside. The slot slammed shut, and the usual ice cream delivery slot began to spew a sludgy pink substance for 5 minutes before driving away. A sample of the substance was taken for analysis, and it was found to be made up of blood, skin tissue, and bone fragments, all of which were a DNA match for Dr. F. After this incident, only D-Class personnel were permitted to interact with SCP-1386. On April 27, 2012, a D-Class ordered a cherry popsicle from the van, adding one request: with nuts. The van waited several seconds, then produced one cherry popsicle, unwrapped, studded with crushed peanuts. The receipt read, $2.20, your nuts. The D-Class chuckled to himself, then paid the van before it sped away without further incident. On April 30, 2012, the D-Class chosen for testing was a bit more adventurous with his order. He requested a Caesar salad flavor popsicle. After a few moments, the van filled the unusual order, dispensing a popsicle that was off-green in color and was reported to taste like lightly dressed lettuce with a hint of croutons. The cost was $4.56, and there were no complications. On May 4, 2012, the selected D-Class ordered a dark chocolate fudge pop. The receipt produced read $1.38. The transaction would not be notable if it weren't for the fact that the test subject chose to pay with 2 single-dollar bills. This would make it the first transaction under Foundation observation that required change. After the 2 bills were inserted, SCP-1386 made a sound like a cash register, then produced a small, wrapped package. On the front of the package was a hand-drawn image of various American coins. Once the D-Class had the package in his hands, the van drove away. At Dr. J's instruction, the test subject opened the package. Inside, he found 62 cents in American currency. The coins were analyzed and found to be completely ordinary and completely safe. The D-Class asked if he could keep his change. The request was denied. As the experiments progressed, the test subjects became increasingly creative with their menu choices. On May 10, 2012, the D-Class test subject asked the van for an ice cream Kinder Egg, unsure of exactly what that would be. The treat cost $3.87, and the van promptly dispensed an item that looked very much like an ordinary Kinder Egg, but was made from a coffee ice cream coating and a French vanilla ice cream interior. There was no toy inside, but there was, however, a handwritten note reading, "I owe you one toy." On May 16, 2012, the D-Class requested the following items in order: 1 cherry ice lolly, 1 cherry ice pop, 1 cherry popsicle, and 1 cherry-flavored drink, frozen. After receiving the order, the van began to emit a distressing sound. The test subject described it as a real unnerving sound, like someone skinning a cat in reverse. The sound continued for several seconds before the slot opened and several unwrapped red sticks of ice shot out at a high velocity, landing on the pavement and shattering there. A few moments later, a large styrofoam cup was dispensed containing an unidentified frozen green liquid. The test subject asked the van, "What do I owe you?" But the van gave no response. Instead, it drove away. Pieces of the red ice shards were taken in for analysis and were found to consist of 2 parts water, 1 part red food dye, and 1 part arsenic. The contents of the cup could not be identified, but the substance was observed to have a melting point so high that it could not be thawed by any available means. The cup and the strange green substance therein have been held for further examination. Personally, I find it unlikely that any of its secrets will be uncovered. It is uncertain what might have driven the van to act up in this manner, but it is my theory that the combination of 3 different synonyms for popsicle in the same order caused the van to become confused, then distressed, and then angry. As for the unmeltable substance in the cup, well, I certainly wouldn't drink it. For the next experiment, the research team decided to test a new procedure when it came to placing ice cream orders. The selected D-Class was a mute, but able to write. Rather than speaking their desired purchase aloud, they ordered a vanilla cone in chocolate via a message written using a pencil and paper. Then, they raised the paper toward the van, holding it in the spot where the dispensing slot normally appeared. After 1 full minute had passed, a slot opened, 3 inches lower than the usual one. Next, something emerged from the slot, a thin, flesh-colored appendage which grabbed the paper and slid back into the van and out of sight, closing the slot behind it. A few moments later, the usual slot opened and the ice cream was dispensed. The receipt followed, asking for 97 cents in exchange for the treat. The price was paid without further incident, and the D-class test subject was interviewed. They responded in sign language, their hands trembling in fear as they recounted the experience. The transcription of their statement is as follows. It was a hand, not human, 2 fingers and a thumb. It was bony like a dead body, and it smelled. It smelled dead. They refused to eat the ice cream they had ordered, explaining that they had lost their appetite. Naturally, this development piqued the research team's curiosity, and they were eager to explore the nature of this hand further. On May 30th, 2012, personnel D5 was selected for testing and ordered to repeat the same steps when placing their order. It should be noted that D5 was not mute. I attribute any changes in the experimental result to this factor, but that's just my opinion. D5 wrote down his ice cream of choice and handed it to the van. Again, the lower slot opened and the flesh-colored appendage emerged. The ice cream cost 86 cents and the bill was paid without any trouble. As he ate his ice cream, D5 was questioned about the appendage he had seen. He was far more nonchalant about it than his predecessor had been, stating, "I don't see what they were getting all worked up about. It's just a hand, you know? There's probably just some guy in there handing out ice cream. Sure, it's weird, but what here isn't?" On June 4th, 2012, the same experiment was repeated again. Personnel D2, who was also not mute, wrote down his request for a banana sundae with hot fudge and handed it to the van. Again, the second slot opened and the fleshy hand emerged to take the order. D2 had nothing notable to say about the transaction, with one exception. He insisted that there had to be a person inside the van, explaining, "There's got to be somebody in there. I could swear I heard somebody cough like they had a cold or something." The researcher conducting the interview brought up the subject of the hand, and D2 shrugged. "Look," he said, "it's just not that big of a deal, just a hand. Got all 5 fingers, looked healthy, certainly not dead or whatever. B's just lost it. Never trusted that guy much anyway." B, in this case, referred to the mute D-class from the previous test. There is one more date in the test log, but rather than an experiment, it catalogs a development that I find deeply troubling. On June 6, 2012, personnel D7, the aforementioned mute test subject, was found dead in their holding block at 7:40. The time of death was determined to be approximately 4:30. They did not share a cell with anyone else, and there were no signs of forced entry. However, the cause of death was strangulation, complete with light bruising on the neck. This is speculation, but I am willing to bet you the cost of a deluxe banana split that, if examined closely, those bruises would match a hand with only 2 fingers and a thumb. SCP-1386 is kept in an evacuated 4-block neighborhood surrounded by a 10-meter-high reinforced concrete containment wall. This area is located 8 kilometers from the nearest inhabited neighborhood. In the aftermath of some unfortunate incidents, the containment procedures were updated to include constant surveillance. Additionally, the area may only be approached by D-class personnel. Any individual that does approach SCP-1386 within a 3-meter radius must put on the appearance of happiness. For example, smiling or laughing regardless of one's current emotional state has proven to be effective. If the subject is approached by someone that does not appear to be happy, it will growl, refusing to engage positively until the individual appears friendly. If a member of Foundation personnel is going to make contact with SCP-1386, they are strongly advised to have at least $20 USD on hand, and where the entity can see it. If SCP-1386 is approached by someone that does not have a currency available, a siren will begin to emit from its undercarriage for the next 24 hours, at a frequency that causes bleeding of the inner ear. So far, all attempts to silence this siren have been unsuccessful. Once the siren has started, SCP-1386 will refuse to move until the 24-hour period is up. Any attempts to interact with SCP-1386 while the siren is active will increase the intensity and volume of the sound. As with any anomaly that I research, I find myself inclined to speculate a bit on the nature of SCP-1386. A self-driving ice cream van that only wants to hand out frozen treats to anyone willing to pay for them sounds more like the subject of a children's book than a standard SCP Foundation anomaly. But of course, as we've seen, it is not quite as cheerful as it first appears.
whatever consciousness is inside of SCP-1386. It does not appreciate being mocked or toyed with. It has no tolerance for anyone behaving in a manner that it does not approve of, and will punish that behavior accordingly. And God forbid you order an ice cream and then refuse to eat it. Though it could be that the refusal to eat the ice cream is not what doomed that unfortunate D-Class. Perhaps it was that they simply saw too much, knew too much. Maybe getting a proper look at that arm is what sentenced them to death alone in their cell. Perhaps it's best that the identity of the thing inside the van remain a secret. After all, if we learn too much, I can almost guarantee that we would all scream for ice cream.
There's nothing like winding down for the evening with some lighthearted television. Just grab an ice-cold drink, kick up your feet, and get ready to relax and laugh. Wait, what's happening? Your eyes are starting to feel wrong, too large for your skull. They widen and bulge as your body warps and shifts. As it turns out, when you apply cartoon logic to the human body, it gets ugly. But what could have caused this? Just watching TV can't hurt you, right? After a long week at the office, all the businessman wants to do with his Friday night is sit back and indulge in a bit of good old-fashioned channel surfing. It's been his close-of-the-week ritual as long as he's lived in his current apartment building. The building isn't much to look at, and sure, the pipes leak from time to time, and he spots the occasional roach scuttling across the bathroom floor. But all of that is worth it for the love of his life. Cable television. This building has something no other building in the neighborhood does. Cable, included in the building's utilities. Most of his peers have turned their backs on cable in this era dominated by streaming services, but nothing beats the pure dopamine rush of switching from his slacks to his sweatpants, ordering a pizza, and clicking from channel to channel the old-fashioned way. But when he hauls his body up the stairs and reaches the door to his apartment, he spots a slip of paper taped to the door. What's this? He inspects the paper and finds a notice from the landlord. No, it can't be. The cable service to the building has been suspended, effective immediately. He rushes inside and turns on the TV, and his stomach drops. The channels. Where are his beloved channels? They're all gone, replaced with the same devastating static on each and every one. Why would they do this? And with no warning? No, surely there's something he can do. He'll approach this obstacle the same way he solves all of his problems, with a quick Google search. How to access TV channels without cable. He scrolls through the advertisements until he finds a forum post that might actually be useful. He can reconnect the wires in the cable box in a specific configuration, then carve a symbol into the side of the box with a knife, and it should allow him to access his channels again. It sounds silly, sure, but he's willing to do just about anything that doesn't involve spending any money. So he unplugs the box, opens it up, rearranges some wires, seals it back up, and carves in the arcane symbol. All in all, it takes about 20 minutes. He finishes up just as the pizza arrives. Perfect timing. But will it work? Probably not, but again, it's worth a shot, right? He picks up the remote and switches the television back on. Much to his surprise and immediate delight, it works. He has picture again. The channels look a bit different, but that's to be expected. He's just relieved he has anything to watch at all. With that fire sufficiently extinguished, he changes into his sweatpants, sets the pizza down on the coffee table, and gets ready for some premium relaxation. He clicks from channel to channel, watching the images flicker from show to show. Round and round the channels go. Where they stop, nobody knows. But where will he land? What will be tonight's entertainment? As if in direct answer to his unspoken question, he flips to a channel with a number he doesn't recognize. In fact, there isn't a number at all. In the top right corner of the screen, where the number would be, there's just the letter X. Unfamiliar channel aside, the image on screen is not just recognizable, but welcome. He managed to flip to channel X just in time to watch his favorite cartoon family pile onto the couch together. Perfect. It's an episode of The Simpsons. This is the most satisfying part of channel surfing, the moment where he stumbles on a favorite show at just the right moment. Now to enjoy the fruits of his channel flipping and find out which episode of his #1 favorite show this is. As the story begins to unfold, the man realizes that he doesn't recognize anything that's happening. It must be a new episode, even better. But as the episode continues, something begins to cause his hair to stand to attention. A shiver runs down his back. He can't quite explain it, but something about this episode feels wrong. But before we go any further, I have a question for you. Does something feel wrong with you? Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/DrBob. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with the therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost, without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/DrBob. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. But as I was saying about the strange episode of The Simpsons that's playing out on the television, the standard story beats are all there. Homer is failing to live up to his role as an employee, a father, a husband, with absurd ramifications. Lisa is a thoughtful prodigy and frustrated with her family's antics. Bart causes trouble and invites anyone who questions it to eat his shorts. Marge is trying her best to hold the family together. And of course, Maggie is a baby who displays much more cleverness than a baby ought to. Standard Simpsons fare. But every so often, the man can swear that he sees the character's eyes flick to the side, staring right down the barrel of the camera. Except, of course, there is no camera. This is a cartoon. It must be some sort of deliberate stylistic choice, a joke that's flying over his head. But he's not laughing. Something about the sudden panic in the character's eyes as their gaze momentarily locks with his makes his heart race with dread. As the episode continues, the man begins to recognize several of the storylines. Marge is working as a police officer, the kids are persuading Homer to buy a swimming pool for the house, but none of these storylines happened in the same episode. What's going on? It's as if someone cut a bunch of season 6 episodes of the show together and added this bizarre effect with the eyes. The man considers flipping to another channel, but he can't quite bring himself to look away. He watches, helplessly glued to the couch, as the remainder of the episode plays out before him. The pizza grows cold, untouched, as his eyes stay locked on the screen. Ned Flanders walks over to the Simpson home to deliver a standard,
"Hi diddly ho, neighborino,"
much to Homer's dismay. But he doesn't respond the usual Homer way. He grabs Ned by the collar of his sweater, hauling him into the pool. That's fine enough, but as Ned thrashes in the water, struggling to pull himself back out, Homer presses a hand down on top of his neighbor's head, forcing him back under. He holds the man under the surface, watching the bubbles of his neighbor's screams, with a dispassionate look in his cartoon eyes. Eventually, the bubbles stop, and Homer retrieves his hand. A body floats there in the water, face down. A pair of round glasses sink to the bottom of the pool. The camera pans to the rest of the Simpson family, who look on in abject horror. Maggie's jaw drops, and her pacifier falls to the ground. Marge, still in her policewoman garb, reaches for the weapon in her holster. Homer's serious face breaks, and he begins to laugh. His eyes roll wildly, his mouth stretches until it warps his entire face, and the blood vessels in his eyes begin to burst. Then he laughs some more. Flashing red and blue lights illuminate his face, and then the episode cuts to black. No credits. The man realizes for the first time since the episode began that there hasn't been one single commercial break. Now the episode is over, leaving the man alone with nothing but a dark screen and troubled thoughts. Ordinarily, he'd stay awake and keep watching television until his eyes begin to hurt. But not tonight. He's had enough TV for tonight. Maybe for a lifetime. He puts the uneaten pizza in the fridge, switches off the television, and heads to bed. The man doesn't sleep, though. At least he doesn't sleep well. He tosses and turns, soaking the sheets with cold, anxious sweat as his mind replays the bizarre episode over and over again. He can't get it out of his head. When morning comes and his alarm goes off, he feels as though he hasn't gotten a moment's rest. Thankfully, it's the weekend, so he can hit the snooze and get some more sleep. Wait a second. As he reaches for the snooze button, something catches his eye. His hand looks quite a bit more yellow than it did the night before. A trick of the light? He sits up and switches on his bedside lamp. No, his skin has definitely taken on a yellow tint. Could he be sick? He feels perfectly fine, aside from the exhaustion of a somewhat sleepless night. No fever, no nausea. In fact, he feels hungry, starving even. He remembers the pizza in the fridge, waiting for him. Sounds like the breakfast of champions to him. He grabs the box and plants himself in front of the television again. Wait, if he turns it on, what horrors will be waiting for him? He decides to try his luck and switch it on. Thankfully, the Simpsons episode playing this morning seems to be a perfectly normal one. He polishes off the pizza and enjoys the show. By the time the weekend is over, the man feels quite different. He's always been a diligent worker during business hours, but now he can't bring himself to care about his job. He calls in sick on Monday morning, faking a cough so he can stay in and watch more TV. Thankfully, there's no wife or kids to bother him and try to get him off the couch. He spends the week like that, snacks and television and calling out of work. 1 week turns into 2, and as the days pass, the man's transformation continues. He's not just changing on the inside, the outside is shifting to match. His hair begins to come out in pieces, covering his pillowcase in the morning, clogging the drain of his shower. Before long, he is completely bald. The yellowish tinge of his skin intensifies too, until he is the same shade of yellow as the cartoon family on the TV screen. He doesn't notice the similarities, however, just as a fish doesn't notice the water it swims in. He can't observe the effects from the inside, at least not yet. As 2 weeks become 3, the changes become uncomfortable, even painful. His job calls to let him know that he's been fired for his unexcused absences, but that is the least of the man's problems. Suddenly, he can't sleep. Well, he could sleep if he could just get his eyes to close, but he can't. For some reason, his eyelids won't cover them the way they used to. For the first time in weeks, he stumbles to his bathroom mirror to take a look. When he sees his reflection, he cries out in shock. His eyes would go wide, but they can't go any wider. The eyeballs have grown so large that they jut out, protruding from his face dramatically. He can't close them because they've extended out too far for the lids to close anymore. Something is terribly wrong, clearly. He's been putting it off, ignoring the problem, but he can't deny it any longer. He needs to go to the doctor and find out what mysterious illness is doing this to him. But first, he should stop for some donuts on the way. He's got the strongest craving for a donut with pink frosting and sprinkles. Or how about a dozen donuts? Maybe with a beer to wash it all down. Then he'll go to the doctor after. As he descends the stairs of the apartment building, the man becomes suddenly aware of how heavy and cumbersome his legs feel beneath him. He never struggled with walking before, but now it feels like a nearly impossible task. His body feels as if it won't listen to his commands. His muscles feel sluggish, and his bones softer somehow. Then he makes one wrong step, and his ankle gives out, rolling to the side with a snap. He loses his balance, pain shooting fireworks across his field of vision. His enlarged eyes roll in their sockets, wide with terror at the sudden realization that he is falling. And he keeps falling, tumbling down one stair after another in a horrific pratfall that carries him down 2 flights of stairs until he lands at the bottom with a sickening crack. His dying words, just before his head collides with the pavement, are few and simple. He cries out in pain, in fear, in resignation, one word. "Don't!" When the police find the body, they aren't sure what to make of it. None of them, even the most seasoned officers, have ever seen something quite so bizarre. It would almost be funny if it weren't so terrible. But it is terrible, and they can't let anyone else see it, so they carry the poor yellow son of a gun out of sight and call their contacts at an organization that specializes in this sort of thing. When the SCP Foundation comes to examine the body, they have no idea what to make of it either. They take the body back to a Foundation morgue, where it will sit on ice for decades until the Foundation eventually discovers some context, until an obscure Foundation initiative uncovers the secrets of SCP-7066. The SCP Foundation's Department of Metaphysics developed an initiative tasked with containing dangerous anomalies in parallel realities without SCP Foundations. Whether these parallel Foundations became defunct or simply never existed in the first place, the lack of Foundation presence in these other realities presented a problem that this initiative hoped to correct. And so, on August 7, 2047, Parallel Universe ASX number 623 was investigated for potential dangers. I should note that prior to its discovery, this particular universe is believed to have undergone a large-scale XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. The specific details of this are unknown, but significant damage to the surface of the planet, as well as a dramatically decreased human population, point to some manner of apocalyptic disaster. This fact casts the findings of this particular expedition in an even stranger, more disconcerting light. In the ruins of Los Angeles, California, in an abandoned Fox recording studio, the expedition team found signs of recent habitation. Food was left out and had not yet begun to visibly spoil. Surfaces were remarkably free of dust. Human remains found in the building were determined to be only a few days old. Down in a hidden sub-basement of the building, over a dozen bodies were found, displaying anomalous conditions. On a television hooked up to a DVD player, something was playing. The bright colors, familiar soundtrack, and instantly recognizable characters made the show unmistakable. It was The Simpsons. The DVD was removed from the player and placed back in its corresponding case. Then, it was transported to the SCP Foundation back in the universe that we all know, occupy, and occasionally love, where it was designated SCP-7066. SCP-7066 is an anomalous Blu-ray DVD copy of the 6th season of beloved animated sitcom The Simpsons, created by American cartoonist Matt Groening in the late 1980s. As you might have already surmised, this is no ordinary Simpsons DVD. Anyone who views the contents of SCP-7066 will find themselves the unfortunate subject of a variety of unpleasant and unusual anomalous phenomena shortly after watching. Though it varies a bit from subject to subject, the anomalous effects tend to follow a specific timeline. Between 3 and 5 days after the DVD is first viewed, the subject will begin to show severe behavioral changes. Specifically, regardless of their initial personality or prior habits, they will show an increased tendency toward indolence, alcoholism, and ineptitude at their chosen profession, as well as ordinary daily tasks. Between 5 and 10 days after exposure to SCP-7066, physical abnormalities will begin to manifest. First, there's rapid hair loss, hair falling out in chunks until the subject is almost completely bald. Next, their skin will begin to discolor, taking on a jaundiced, yellowish tone. Tumors will begin to form throughout their body, made up of excess fat similar to a lipoma. After 10 to 15 days, the subject's legs will begin to atrophy due to the weight of these tumoral growths. At some point between the 15 and 20-day mark, the subject's eyes will begin to protrude from their face, bulging out in a severe form of exophthalmos, or proptosis. This causes discomfort, distress, and difficulty closing their eyes, resulting in a disruption of ordinary sleep patterns. All the while, the yellowish tint of the skin becomes more pronounced. Eventually, after 1 month has passed, the fatty tumors will spread throughout the subject's entire body. Their voice will begin to deepen, and new oral cavities will form in the subject's neck and torso to accommodate the presence of these additional tumors. At this point, the anomalous effects cease, leaving the subject transformed. They are now a rotund, clumsy, cartoonishly yellow, bald person with a tendency toward alcoholism and incompetence. If you're beginning to think that sounds a bit familiar, well, you'd be correct. Testing logs for this particular anomaly have been sealed, and I'm afraid that I lack the adequate security clearance to access them. However, I have a feeling that these anomalous effects may present differently in different subjects. If male test subjects begin to resemble Homer Simpson, might other demographics take on the appearance of other members of the Simpson family? Perhaps a woman over a certain age would find her hair changing color and texture until it becomes a thick, blue beehive hairdo. Perhaps children would be affected. their hair spiking and transforming into the same shade of yellow as their skin. I shudder to think what this anomaly might do to a baby. Of course, these musings are purely hypothetical. It would be unethical to subject any human being to these effects, let alone children. Though I am always in pursuit of the truth, some questions are best left unanswered, when the alternative relies on more human suffering. Remember those bodies I mentioned, the ones found at the abandoned Fox studio? All of them displayed these anomalous properties, transformed into disturbing, live-action Homer Simpson-esque beings. It is uncertain whether the transformations themselves resulted in these deaths, or whether their deaths were caused by something else. Perhaps they experienced acute liver failure related to the anomaly-induced alcoholism. Perhaps they were eliminated in a deliberate attempt to cover the tracks of whoever made the DVD. Either way, it is not a fate I would wish on anyone. SCP-7066 is currently stored in a standard low-priority anomalous item locker at Foundation Site 19. After a decision by the Ethics Committee, who reached a majority vote on the matter, all testing with the anomaly has been discontinued indefinitely. Oh, and I almost forgot. There was one detail that I omitted in my previous discussion of the anomaly's discovery. When SCP-7066 was first found in that concealed sub-basement, there was a worn post-it note attached to the VCR display. The writing, though faded, was still legible. It read as follows: "Need to iron out a few kinks, but this should be enough to hold us off, for now. It's been a rough 60 years, Matt, but we'll weather this. We always do. I promise. Call me when you're ready. The show must go on." What exactly that ominous post-it note means remains to be seen. The origins of SCP-7066 are still being investigated, but it seems as if a parallel universe's version of Matt Groening was involved in something strange and unsavory. It's difficult to say for certain, but we should all be glad that this version of the show is being kept off the airwaves. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to leave the research behind for now. I don't know about you, but I have a sudden craving for a donut. Sorry. Nobody likes going to the dentist. The smell of the chemicals, the sound of the drill, the indignity of talking with someone's hands in your mouth. But as you settle into the dentist's chair, something about this particular visit feels especially wrong. Why are the hygienists looking at you like that? Who is this strange doctor entering the room? And why does your mouth feel so full all of a sudden? You can't move, you can't scream, and your teeth, they're multiplying? The man has been ignoring his persistent toothache for several weeks, but he just can't take it anymore. The dull ache has become a head-pounding throb of pain that cuts through every single thought. But of course, he waited far too long to treat it, and now here he is on a Sunday evening, trying to find a dentist who will give him an appointment. It's not his fault, he tells himself. He's been terrified of the dentist since he was a little kid. It takes a lot of pain to counteract that kind of phobia, but now he's reached that threshold. As he's browsing the internet, desperate to find an office that's open on Sundays, he spots an ad. Dr. Hendricks, dentistry 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The man isn't sure how that's possible, but the pain has made him desperate, so he calls the number on the ad and makes an appointment. The receptionist sounds a bit funny on the phone, like she has something in her mouth, but he brushes it off. 15 minutes later, he's walking into the office and checking in at the reception desk. The woman sitting there looks a bit unusual, but his mother raised him not to stare, so he gives her a polite, distant nod, declines her request to inspect his teeth for herself, and ignores the strange feeling in his gut at her words. Instead, he continues on to the exam room and waits for the doctor to take his pain away. He waits for quite some time, until he begins to worry that the dentist forgot about him. Or perhaps this office really was too good to be true, and this is some sort of scam. But then the door opens, and in comes Dr. Hendricks with a cheerful demeanor and a smile in his eyes. His mouth is covered with a surgical mask, so the man can't be certain, but he seems like he's definitely smiling. It's a good thing the man came in so quickly, the dentist assures him. His teeth are in dire straits. But don't worry, he's in very, very good hands, and by the time he walks out of the office, he'll be in great shape. The man asks the dentist if he can be put under for the procedure in order to prevent him from panicking. The dentist laughs uproariously at this request, but he agrees. He places a gas mask over the man's face, and the hissing sound of the gas fills the room. The man's eyes grow heavy, and the sterile white room fades to black. When the man wakes up, He's sitting on the sidewalk outside of the office, a plastic bag of mini mouthwash clutched in his hand. And his mouth. Oh God, his mouth. It's aching like nothing he's ever felt before. But something else is wrong too. He reaches up to feel around his mouth with his fingers, and all the color drains from his face. His mouth is absolutely crowded with teeth. So many teeth, his tongue can't move without poking up against them. He expected to leave the dentist with one tooth missing, but instead, somehow, he has 30 more than he started with. Unfortunately for this man, who only wanted to have a toothache treated, he stumbled into the clutches of SCP-5150. SCP-5150 is a dental office located outside the northwestern perimeter of Indianapolis, Indiana. The office building occupies an area of approximately 140 square meters, and the interior measures 115 square meters. The building is unremarkable in every way, with the exception of an electrical sign above the building's front entrance, which reads, Dr. John Hendricks, DDS. Inside the building, there are 6 rooms and several anomalous entities designated SCP-5150-1, SCP-5150-2, and SCP-5150-3. SCP-5150-1 is the dental office's receptionist. Of course, as you may have already gathered, she is no ordinary receptionist. The entity has standard humanoid features, with the exception of the oral cavity. The entity's maxillary and mandibular bones, or upper and lower jaw, are disfigured and mutilated and have been noted to have missing incisors, extra canines, and bleeding gums. The entity seems to have an intense interest in human teeth, and once she has gotten her hands on some, her anomalous properties will begin to manifest notably. She will insert stolen human teeth into her mouth and into her gums. This appears to be intended to correct the issues with her oral cavity, but the exact motivation for this behavior is still unknown. Anyone who enters SCP-5150 must interact with SCP-5150-1 at her reception desk in order to continue through or exit the building, regardless of how much aggression she displays toward them. SCP-5150-2 refers to several anomalous dental hygienists that populate the entirety of SCP-5150, with the exception of the waiting area. These entities resemble the receptionist, but move more freely throughout the building rather than being confined behind a desk. They are similarly aggressive and will attack human subjects in order to apprehend them and bring them into one of the examination rooms. They carry a variety of dental instruments on their person and will happily use these instruments as weapons in order to subdue their victims. Once the hygienists have taken a human subject to an exam room, they will strap them to an operating table and prepare them to meet the remaining entity lurking within the office. Then it's time for the unfortunate human subject to meet the dentist himself, SCP-5150-3, also known as Dr. John Hendricks. This entity spends his time in the examination rooms as well as his personal office. When he is presented with a patient, he will begin to insert teeth directly into their mouth, where they will anomalously take root and result in extreme cases of hyperdontia. The source of these additional teeth is currently unknown. Once the operation is complete, and Dr. Hendricks is satisfied with the amount of teeth he has forced into his patient's mouth, he will then attempt to give the subject a plastic bag containing a variety of over-the-counter oral healthcare products. These can include a toothbrush, dental floss, mouthwash, and toothpaste. The subjects will not be allowed to leave the building without taking this bag with them. Analysis of these products has not revealed any anomalous properties. On July 9, 2023, the SCP Foundation conducted an investigation of SCP-5150. Subject D457142 was ordered to investigate and explore the building. He was equipped with a camera and microphone, as well as a chocolate bar, which was placed in his pocket for emergency use. Control lead was assigned to Bobby Daniels, and Marcus Drago and Andrew Fuller were additional team members on the investigation. D457142 approached the building, but hesitated before going inside. He asked what would happen after he entered the building, but Daniels refused to elaborate. His questions went unanswered. With no other option, D457142 entered the building. When he opened the door, a doorbell dinged to signal his entry. As the door closed behind him, he could hear a click as the lock slid into place. This sent the man into a state of anxiety, and he attempted to open the door. It wouldn't budge. He called out to Control over the microphone, begging them to unlock the door, promising that he would not run. Daniels at Control explained that he couldn't do anything about it, as the Foundation had no control over the doors. That lock was all SCP-5150's doing. After some hemming and hawing, D457142 had no option but to proceed and continue into the waiting area of SCP-5150. Inside, he saw a row of 4 chairs, a smattering of assorted toys common to any medical waiting room, and more chairs. There, off to the side, was the counter, and behind a sheet of glass with a small opening approximately 1.2 meters tall and 0.8 meters wide, the receptionist was waiting. Strangely, the camera feed was not able to pick up any of the receptionist's physical features, leaving the test subject alone to observe her and try to make sense of what he was seeing. Nothing was especially out of the ordinary in the room at first glance, aside from the episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer playing on one of the waiting room TVs. The subject walked through the room, taking note of everything that he saw. Then he turned to face the receptionist. The receptionist was dressed in a white collared shirt with a white face mask covering her mouth. There was a sheet of paper directly in front of her. She greeted the test subject. "Hello, sir. Can I help you schedule an appointment?" Unsure of what else to do, the test subject played along. He asked her how to proceed with scheduling, and the receptionist handed him a pen and directed him toward the paper in front of her. She instructed him to sign and then wait for his appointment with Dr. Hendricks in 5 minutes. Once the subject signed the paper, the receptionist stated, "Now, before you can enter, there's one thing I'll need to see." The subject agreed, asking what she needed to see. The receptionist responded, "Your teeth, of course. May I see them?" As you might expect, the test subject found the request off-putting and inquired why she might need to see his teeth. She responded in a friendly tone, "I'm currently taking online classes for dentistry and I need experience. Occasionally patients will let me take a look at their teeth so I can predict how well an appointment with Dr. Hendricks will go. Will you let me try with you?" The subject relented, opening his mouth. As soon as he did, the receptionist reached out and grabbed hold of the lower left quadrant of the man's jaw. The receptionist praised the man's teeth, exclaiming how clean they were. Then she quickly pulled a pair of pliers from underneath her desk, clamping them to the bottom central incisors of the subject's mouth. She pulled toward herself with a sudden, sharp yank, extracting the teeth from the subject's mouth in less than 1 second. The test subject recoiled, clutching at his mouth and screaming in pain and shock. Blood dripped onto the camera lens as the subject struggled to wipe it away. He stumbled toward a nearby tissue box, grabbing a fistful of tissues to sop up the blood and stem the flow. Meanwhile, the receptionist went about her business. She stared at the 2 bloody teeth in her hand, admiration in her eyes. Next, she removed her face mask, revealing her disfigured oral cavity, and began to forcefully insert the new teeth into empty areas of her gums. As the subject backed away from the reception desk in horror, the receptionist called out, "Dr. Hendricks can see you now, sir. Please head to room 3 for your examination." Of course, the subject was reluctant to continue into the building, but Control insisted that he go through the door leading to the exam rooms. At first, he refused, but after a reminder that he was locked in and the promise of a medical team waiting for him after the investigation was finished, he saw no option but to move forward. So he tossed his bloody wad of tissue paper in the trash and pushed through the next set of doors. As before, he could hear the click of the lock behind him, trapping him inside. He stepped carefully into the hallway, pressing his body against the left side of the wall as the sudden sound of laughter echoed through the hall. Where was it coming from? Who could be laughing somewhere like this? He wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. He continued through the hall, edging along the wall. Suddenly, he froze, crouching down to hide as one of the hygienists exited a nearby door. The entity passed him without noticing him, entering another exam room. The subject continued until he reached the far side of the hallway where a door with the nameplate John Hendricks was waiting. He opened the door and entered. There was no one inside. He checked in with Control, asking for instructions on what to do next. Control advised him to look for anything that could potentially be important. Documents, research papers, journal pages, anything that might shed some light on the nature of SCP-5150. He obeyed and began to search the desk, but found it was empty. Just then, the door to the office opened, and a hygienist called out to the subject, "What are you doing? We have another room waiting for you." At this point, cornered and with nowhere to run, the test subject grabbed his emergency chocolate bar and unwrapped it. At the sight of the sugary treat, the hygienist screamed and backed away. 2 other entities appeared, wielding sharp double-sided probes used during dental examinations. The 3 entities advanced toward the subject. In a panic, he threw the chocolate bar, and it collided with the 3rd hygienist. The entity shrieked, its mouth beginning to bleed as its teeth rapidly decayed. But now the subject was left unarmed and could not defend himself against the assault of the other two entities. They grabbed hold of him, one entity stabbing the subject with the probe, while the other bit down on his exposed forearm hard enough to draw blood and crack the bone. As he cried out in pain and fear, with no one able to save him, the subject was dragged to exam room 3. There, the hygienist strapped him down on an operating table, tying him in place with leather straps. "You can trust us, sir," one of the entities said. "We'll just need to pull some teeth before the dentist arrives." At this point, the entities removed the subject's 2 lower canines and 3 molars, all while he remained conscious and screaming. Then the door opened, and another entity came into the room. The doctor was in. At the sight of the dentist, the test subject began to spit various expletives. Dr. Hendricks met the verbal assault with an amused chuckle.
"What a tongue! Why so harsh? Don't worry, this is for your own good. I know it may be scary, but it'll all be done with soon."
The dentist spotted the camera, removing it from the subject's body.
"Is this for a home video? Well, no matter. Technically, this does break some patient-doctor confidentiality laws, but I can let this one slide. Here, let me get this at an angle where it can record better."
He placed the camera in the far right corner of the room, where it captured video of both the subject and Dr. Hendricks. All the while, the subject's mouth continued to bleed. The dentist continued to speak.
"There we go, much better. Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. By the looks of it, it seems like they've already started. It's a shame. Your teeth aren't looking so great right now, but that's why you're here. I can help make it all better."
The dentist retrieved several medical cleaning supplies from the side of the room, as well as an array of syringes. Then, he was ready to work. The test subject's nightmare was far from over. The dentist elevated the operating chair and inserted a Jennings gag device into the subject's mouth in order to keep it open. What happened next could have been briefly mistaken for an ordinary teeth cleaning, other circumstances aside. The dentist used a dental mirror and several tools to pick and scrape at the remaining teeth in the subject's mouth, as if checking for plaque and tartar. Next, however, things got a bit more gruesome. He swapped the probing tools for a dental drill and began to dig into the subject's gums and inner cheeks. The drill was used on the subject's mouth for a duration of 15 minutes. If you're concerned about the lack of anesthetic used during these procedures, allow me to clarify that various high-quality anesthetics were administered. However, they were injected in the wrong locations or at insufficient dosages to adequately reduce the subject's pain. Sadly, he was fully aware of every agonizing sensation. After 2 hours, the dentist cheerfully remarked,
"We're almost done with the cleaning."
He added,
"You're doing just fine. See, I knew you wouldn't be so snappy after I started my work. Don't worry, I'll just have to do one more thing. But before I can do that, I'll have to move your camera. I can't allow this to be recorded. You understand, right?"
He turned the camera so that the lens faced the wall, preventing any visuals of what happened next from being captured. This is especially unfortunate, given that this was the point in the procedure at which the dentist's anomalous abilities manifested. The nature of these abilities is still, sadly, unknown. All that was captured by the microphone was moans of pain and the sounds of crunching as the subject's new teeth crowded into his gum line. After 20 minutes, the procedure was complete, and the dentist handed the subject a bag filled with various oral care items. Eventually, the subject was able to exit the building. When he emerged, he was pale and shaking, with splatters of blood down his shirt and an extreme case of hyperdontia. There were so many teeth present in the subject's mouth that he was unable to speak coherently. He was then taken to Site 334's infirmary, where his hyperdontia was treated and he was debriefed. After treatment, he was given amnestics and released. At this point, any further experimentation with SCP-5150 was suspended, pending the judgment of the Ethics Committee. No follow-ups were conducted with the test subject. Still, I would be personally curious to know if his ordeal left him with a lifelong phobia of the dentist, even after the application of amnestics. I certainly don't believe I would ever be the same again. SCP-5150 was placed under containment within Provisional Site 334. A disinformation campaign and cover story for this provisional site was established concerning the fictional Hops Railroad Company. This was intended to hide SCP-5150 and any of its related media, including poster advertisements, newspaper articles, and social media posts. In the event of unauthorized access to SCP-5150, all personnel were required to be detained and immediately transferred to the on-site infirmary upon exiting the building. Excess teeth would be removed and stored there, and personnel would be given a thorough evaluation before being given Class C amnestics. All on-site personnel who interacted with SCP-5150 in an approved capacity were required to carry one candy bar containing a minimum of 35 grams of sugar at all times. You may be wondering why these containment procedures are detailed in the past tense. Well, there's a reason for that choice. The current containment procedures are no longer up to date, as the anomaly is no longer adequately contained. As of August 1, 2023, the building originally designated as SCP-5150 is completely absent of anomalous entities or paranormal activity. It is unknown how or why this shift took place, but the anomaly appears to have moved rather than disappeared. On September 22, 2023, posters advertising the dental practice of one Dr. John Hendricks were reported near the city of Greenwood, Indiana. All personnel assigned to Provisional Site 334 have been given a new directive: relocate and recontain SCP-5150 wherever it is migrated to. The dental health of innocent people depends on it. Remember to take good care of your teeth, brush and floss every day, and be sure to attend your regular dental checkups. And of course, always count your teeth before and after an appointment, just in case.
While the Foundation scrambles to deploy its forces, it's pandemonium on Earth. A multi-limbed spider-human hybrid with tufted white and red fur crawls through the city streets, calling to passers-by with phrases that seem alternatively threatening and provocative. Anyone who gives him trouble answers to his Tommy gun. Behind him is a squat cyclopean in a red French-maid outfit, seemingly obsessed with cleaning every piece of trash and speck of dust off the road, or off the suits and skin of any human she could get her frantic little hands on. A gray-skinned woman with an X-shaped eye patch follows the two, wielding a deadly angelic spear, reprimanding them and offering unconvincing apologies to any and all humans they encounter. Above, a winged cat demon flies from rooftop to rooftop. Though he wasn't the most terrifying thing in the sky, that honor would go to the enormous steampunk airship piloted by a sinister anthropomorphic cobra and his crew of sentient egg creatures. Police helicopters swerve to try and get a better angle on the unearthly vessel, but it deploys nightmarish artillery to blast them out of the sky. Strangest of all the invaders might be the antlered man dressed mostly in red, with a hungry look in his menacing eyes, who would just smile as he eyed the city's radio tower in the distance. Big plans seemed to be swirling in his head, but the ramifications of them were not yet known to the population of this world. The ringleader of this incursion seemed on the surface to be the least threatening, but in truth, this pale young woman was the daughter of Lucifer himself. Her real identity was, in fact, Charlie Morningstar, from the hit Amazon Prime original adult animation Hazbin Hotel, created by Vivian Medrano and produced by A24 Studios. I'm actually quite fond of Charlie and her band of misfit demons when they and the infernal realm they hail from are safely on the other side of my computer screen. But it's a different story when the princess and her sinners would be up close and personal. Though I'm fairly certain that some people would have far less objection, enough to put $50,000 down for the mere opportunity. Regardless, in such an event of demons from Hazbin Hotel appearing in consensus reality, the resources of the SCP Foundation would need to be deployed as soon as humanly possible to contain the threat. Though it was far outside of their usual region of operation, the skillful aerial combatants of MTF Sigma-9 were scrambled from their airbase in Scandinavia and sent to engage in a dogfight with Serpentius's ship. In order to stall for time until Sigma-9 arrived, a different mobile task force was deployed, known for expertise in airborne anomalies, MTF Lambda-4, Birdwatchers. From within the command deck of his ship, Serpentius assessed the incoming hostiles and, with a devious flourish, ordered his henchmen to engage all weapon systems. As hellish weaponry bombarded the surrounding buildings, collateral damage was unavoidable. Even Husk had to swerve and dodge to avoid being downed by the artillery fire of his supposed compatriot. While Lambda-4 was largely in over their heads with the sheer amount of firepower the demonic steampunk-style airship was outputting, a few of their paratrooper members were able to use this opening to reach and restrain Husker, the first of the Hazbin Hotel demons to actually be caught. He would naturally be interrogated to provide intel on the others, which, to the surprise of the MTF agents, Husker provided voluntarily. Because he was the barkeep of the refreshment bar at the hotel itself, Husker knew a great deal about the secrets of everyone else who stayed and worked there. He also appeared to be something of a gossip, despite his brusque demeanor. There would be more from him as the situation developed, but for now, the bulk of Mobile Task Force infantry was split between two fronts. The vanguard would be pursuing Vaggie, Angel Dust, and Nifty in an attempt to minimize the danger they posed, while a smaller and more diplomatically inclined stealth force would trail Charlie Morningstar as she searched for the rest of the group. At the moment, Charlie seemed most concerned with the whereabouts of Alistair. This was because she trusted Vaggie the most, and thus believed that she could handle the task of managing Angel Dust and Nifty, and quite possibly trusted the radio demon the least. The personnel tracking her were instructed to be ready to encounter Alistair as well, and to expect anything from him. The Mobile Task Force agents were upon Angel Dust, Vaggie, and Nifty first, prompting Vaggie to try diplomacy. Naturally, being a gremlin and a sugar-high spider, Angel Dust and Nifty scattered into the nearby alleyways, leading the MTF in two directions, while Vaggie slaps her forehead with disappointment. The couple of agents that remained behind had their guns pointed at Vaggie and instructed her to put her hands in the air. Not one to appreciate authority other than Charlie's, Vaggie manifested her pointy spear and used the edge of it to slash through the guns at close range. She would avoid dealing death blows, even though she easily could, and skirmish with the agents while searching for an escape route. Meanwhile, in one of the alleyways, Angel Dust was cornered against a brick wall as the agents closed in with their guns. Angel squinted and did a quick head count of the number of guns. Upon realizing that there were exactly 6 agents, Angel Dust cracked a big smile and released all 6 of his own retractable limbs, each holding a machine gun of its own. He made a witty joke about how their numbers were even now and proceeded to blow the Mobile Task Force agents away with his equivalent force of weapons. Nifty, on the other hand, wasn't in fight mode so much as run around in unpredictably wild circles mode. She picked the lock to the back door of a restaurant and started racing around inside the building, finding the closet full of cleaning supplies almost immediately. What followed from there was a pattern of Nifty rushing away from her pursuers, knocking something in the kitchen or dining area over to accidentally obstruct them, then obsessively cleaning up her mess while evading capture. She couldn't run forever, and before long, Nifty was the second to be captured. Still at large are Alastair the Radio Demon, Angel Dust, Charlie Morningstar, Serpentius, and Vaggie. The hunt is about to get even more dangerous as Alistair sets foot inside the building for the city's most popular radio station. Security guards rush towards the lobby as the antlered figure seems to glitch the air around them with unusual visual distortions. His limbs extend outward beyond his already prodigious height and brutally grab and throw the security guards against the wall where they splatter like bloody fireworks. The radio demon laughs as he returns to normal size and moves towards the elevator. Before he can enter, a few members of the Mobile Task Force manage to get inside the radio building and open fire on Alastair, who smiles ominously. Black tentacles straight out of a game of Dungeons & Dragons emerge from the floor and manhandle the agents while deflecting the majority of their bullets. The elevator doors close, and with them, Alistair's devious grin disappears. He's now heading up towards the higher floors, ready to begin a terrifying broadcast that the mortal world will never forget. Outside, Sigma-9 arrives, and Serpentius is feeling the pressure of going against an entire organized team of fighter pilots. His airship might have superior weaponry to those found in the human world, but his egg minions didn't have the coordination to win the battle on a tactical level. MTF Sigma-9 uses missiles and tight maneuvers to lure Serpentius' ship over to the city bay, where they proceed to take it down with the full brunt of their arsenal. The steampunk craft hits the surface of the water, and its crew is soon retrieved and added to the list of captives. Serpentius and his eggs are brought into a temporary holding cell with Nifty and Husker. Nifty has been put in an extra strong straitjacket, but is still practically bouncing off the walls. As for Husker, the winged cat has been calm and compliant ever since the leader of Lambda 4 lent him a flask to drink from. The Drinky Demon continues to provide the SCP Foundation with a steady stream of information regarding the others that have appeared in the real world. He seems to speak of Alistair with the most contempt and offers the Mobile Task Forces a major warning about exactly what the Radio Demon can do when he's feeling malicious. Nifty would chime in occasionally to praise Alistair, saying how cool and dreamy he was, much to the annoyance of Husker and confusion of the MTF agents who didn't realize that the one-eyed demon was apparently 22 years old, despite her size. Elsewhere, Angel Dust and Vaggie manage to reunite and find their way to Charlie, at which point, all three are surrounded by the members of the Mobile Task Force. There is apprehension and concern from SCP Foundation personnel that Lucifer's daughter could go nuclear, but in contrast to the worst-case scenario, she merely tries to explain what has been going on. Charlie Morningstar had apparently been trying to help the guests in her hotel to get to heaven, and recently she had discovered a way to allow the next best thing. Her plan was to see if she could physically transport her sinners to the pearly gates, but the infernal artifact she was using to ensure a smooth trip malfunctioned and only took them as far as the mortal realm. She had tried to help her friends and guests all get back to hell for another attempt, but the magic that brought them here had also separated them too. In a risky diplomatic move, the SCP Foundation agents assure Charlie that 3 of her associates are safe and in the same location. They go on to state that no harm will come to herself or the ones she is with if she surrenders willingly. Reluctantly, Charlie concedes to the demands, but is reminded by Vaggie that Alistair is still out there in the city. The radio demon is a total wild card, even to his fellow demons, and there was a chance that he could be committing evil just for the fun of it. This description seemed to match up with the intelligence that Husker had provided, and it was enough for the Foundation to preemptively assign the Keter object class to Alistair and make the call to hasten his capture. It would prove to be a wise decision, albeit slightly later than would have been most prudent. Within moments of making the designation, every radio station in the city began to hear the same unnerving refrain. It was the horrible screams of the staff from within the radio building, mixed in with the sound of Alistair's voice. The broadcast of this sick torture remix track was almost a cognito hazard for the people of the city, and things could only get worse if it became apparent to the entire population that it was caused by a demon from hell. There was no way that an ordinary mobile task force could stand against the fallen might of a serial-killing demon overlord, which Alistair most certainly was, so the order was given to open Pandora's box. That is to say, Mobile Task Force Omega-7, aka Pandora's Box, was going to be activated for the sake of bringing its unlikely and enigmatic leader into the fold. SCP-076-2, also known as Abel, was an ancient and immortal warrior whose murderous drive to claim glory in battle had caused the Foundation a number of problems in the past, but right now, his ability to fight toe-to-toe with another anomalous monster was the only hope that they had of capturing and containing Alistair the Radio Demon. Abel wouldn't take much convincing to join the battle. A mere summary of Alistair as an adversary was all that the powerful Master of Weapons needed to deem him worthy of a fight to the death. While the SCP Foundation assured Charlie Morningstar that they would do their best to mitigate Abel's bloodlust, the truth was that permanently neutralizing Alistair could become the correct course of action if the demon continued to wreak havoc on the lives of the city. Mobile Task Force Omega-7 arrived in armored cars surrounding the perimeter of the radio building and deployed with their full loadout of anti-anomalous weaponry. Abel was the first inside, and opted to climb the stairs, as the elevator would be too slow for the pace that he was able to move. Within less than a minute, he was on the same floor as Alistair the Radio Demon. Abel walked into the bloodbath, manifesting a black longsword from thin air, along with a short sword to hold in his other hand. He stalked through the corrupted nightmare of the station, which was all beneath his notice, and approached his latest opponent. Alistair turned to face Abel, and the two introduced themselves to each other in warrior fashion. Alistair was quick to joke about the biblical meaning behind Abel's name, and implied that it was very fitting for the canonical first murder victim to be struck down by a serial-killing sinner. Abel merely laughed it off, amused by how hard his opponent seemed to be trying to be slick and threatening. Actions speak louder than words, was Abel's philosophy, and he chose to act on it immediately by rushing Alistair with a flurry of sword strikes. Alistair in turn began to demonstrate his ability to dodge every attack that came at him with grace and fluidity. Abel was undaunted, as he was about to reveal that there was more to his power that Alistair couldn't predict. Streaks of darkness began to pass through the entire room, turning into bladed wires that were extremely durable, despite how thin they were. Alistair's options for motion were restricted, forcing him to use his microphone-topped staff to block Abel's sword swings. The ball was in the Radio Demon's court now, so he served up some tentacles, which managed to clear the black razor wire that Abel had planted. It wasn't as clean as the radio demon hoped, however, and even his summoned tentacles took damage when cut by Abel's blades. Alistair hadn't faced a warrior like this in hell, so he asked Abel why he had never heard of such a storied combatant. Abel's answer was simple, yet scathing. He stated that hell was for people who died, which to him meant losers. He drove the point home by cleaving through Alistair's microphone staff, which resulted in a sudden rapid drop in the radio demon's combat capability. Backed into a corner, Alistair's eyes glowed with rage and distortion, and he seemed like he was about to reveal a further level of power. Abel braced himself for whatever was coming, but the next round of their showdown would not come to be. Abel's backup arrived, and they brandished a weapon more powerful than any sword or firearm. The MTF agents showed Alistair a laptop screen with a live feed that would allow Charlie Morningstar to reason with her wayward hotelier. Abel stood back, but stood ready in case Alistair decided to make another hostile move. But it seemed that the speech from Charlie was already having an effect. The reality distortion around Alistair continued to calm down as he heard his demonic patron out, and soon he had terminated all signs of aggression. The radio demon returned to his typical smiling demeanor and agreed to come along and be reunited with the rest of the Hazbin Hotel crew. Though every single one of the demons were apprehended, the damage to the city was a statistical nightmare, and great pains had to be taken to administer amnestics and cover up the cause of the destruction. Thankfully, Charlie Morningstar was able to lead her group in assisting with cleanup. In practice, a lot of the work was accomplished by Nifty after she was given a sugary soda to make up for the time that she had been kept in captivity. Once the situation had been effectively managed, the SCP Foundation decided that there was only one containment procedure that would be effective for the slew of demons, sending them all back to hell. Charlie and the rest agreed to the terms. There were some that took a great deal of convincing, but it was clear that the world of the living was simply not a place where any of them could live happy and normal lives. They would all have to take their chances working their way up to heaven again, and, as far as the SCP Foundation was concerned, those were matters best left between the demons and angels. With a little help from SCP-343, the demons were sent back from whence they came, while never leaving our hearts.
A perfect shot. The photographer holds up his camera, focusing on the deer. Then, the creature turns and stares down the photographer with the face of a human man. A long, elegant neck ending in a mutated abomination. The photographer drops the camera and runs away screaming. He won't be coming back to get it. He'd rather just buy a new one. A woman is walking her dog along the dirt road she's walked down every day for several years. It winds alongside a dense forest and past several large plots of land. Some are occupied by farms, some have been left abandoned. It's a pleasant walk, one she can always count on to be as quiet and peaceful as it is stimulating for her dog, with plenty to look at and smell. Occasionally, he gets distracted by a wild animal, but the odd squirrel or possum is nothing the dog hasn't seen before, and she can quickly get him back on the path with a whistle and a tug of his leash. As the two of them near a familiar bend toward the halfway point of the walk, she can't help but notice that something seems off about the dog's behavior today. His steps are anxious, and his hackles are up. He keeps sniffing the air, tugging at the leash, whining insistently, as if trying to tell her something. She soothes the dog, promising him that there's nothing over there. The area he keeps staring at, a low growl rumbling in his chest, is an abandoned farm. No one's been over there for years, but no matter what she does, he keeps staring at that abandoned farm in the distance. Suddenly, there's a rustling sound, some sort of unseen animal moving through the bushes toward the farm. The noise sets the dog off, and he jolts in its direction, yanking so hard and so abruptly on the leash that it flies out of his owner's hand. Free to pursue whatever had been aggravating him so much, the dog tears off toward the abandoned farm. The woman chases after him, desperate to catch her beloved pet before he gets himself attacked by a wild animal, or worse. She sprints after the dog for half a mile until they've passed the ruins of an old barn and reached a horse paddock that seems to be in surprisingly good condition. As the woman catches her breath, she spots a sign she'd never noticed before on the road. It reads, "The Miracle Farm." The paint is unchipped, vivid, even fresh. This doesn't look abandoned. Her dog barks sharply, and she follows the sound. There he is, crouched low to the ground, shaking and barking at a pair of horses. Wait. No, those aren't horses. They have the hooves, the haunches, the tails, but their upper bodies are all human torso, arms, head, and face. It shouldn't be possible, but her dog is barking at what appears to be a pair of centaurs. She grabs hold of his leash, urging him back from the strange beasts. As she backs away, she hears a sound behind her, like a person imitating the crow of a rooster. She spins around and sees a wide-eyed man with a bright red wattle on his face, feathers jutting out of his neck. He crows again, then stoops to peck at the ground. Just behind the rooster man, she sees even more impossible human-animal hybrids. Rotund, pink-fleshed children with pig noses roll in a puddle of mud. A woman coiled up on a rock stares straight ahead, forked tongue flitting in and out of her mouth as she hisses. This place isn't abandoned after all. There is still a farm here, but it's no ordinary farm. The woman scoops her dog, her completely ordinary non-human dog, into her arms and sprints back toward the dirt road. She keeps going, running all the way home until she can get to a phone, and immediately calls the authorities. The first few people she speaks to laugh at her, accusing her of making a prank call, but one man takes her seriously and records her report. Then he passes it on to his friends at the SCP Foundation. They conduct a raid of the Miracle Farm and find that it is just as bizarre as the woman described. They uncover files in their office detailing that the property once belonged to Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited, before its ownership passed to a private company that specializes in the finest in custom-ordered pets, prey, and companions. Mobile Task Force Theta 2, Moreau's morgue, is deployed to the scene, where they bring all on-hand personnel, clients, and living specimens into custody. Personnel and clients are questioned, then given Class A amnestics and released. The specimens are contained for further study, and the facility is destroyed. But not before the MTF discovers a curious marble statue, acting as a fountainhead, providing all drinking water for the animal-human hybrids on site. The statue, depicting the Roman goddess Venus, allows water to flow out of its mouth when pumped in through the base. Somehow, water flowing through it is causing ordinary animals to transform into these bizarre creations. But how? Before we tell you, first, I have a question directly for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who's going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online. It's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/DrBob. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost, without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/DrBob. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to the strange marble statue. The fountain is quickly removed from the area and brought to the Foundation for further study. And that is the story of how the SCP Foundation got its hands on SCP-1575. As is frequently the case at the SCP Foundation, the research team quickly began conducting controlled experiments using SCP-1575. They exposed a variety of animal test subjects to water that had passed through the fountainhead. I combed through the test logs I was able to access and have compiled some of the most relevant examples of the anomaly's effects on various subjects. I must warn you that some of the imagery contained within may be a bit disturbing, even by SCP Foundation standards. I admit that a few of them turned my significantly desensitized stomach, but still, they fascinate me, and like a train wreck in slow motion, I haven't been able to look away. Test 1575-2 was performed on a female Japanese field mouse, Apodemus argenteus, at the adolescent stage of development. After several weeks of exposure to SCP-1575-1, the mouse began to rapidly increase in size. Over the course of 12 days,
the mouse grew to a height of 1.01 meters, a 500% increase in overall body size. As the mouse began to grow, her fur falling out and being replaced with smooth, human skin, her face warping into that of a young human woman, her appetite increased drastically. She was provided a standard field mouse diet of fruits, berries, and nuts, and consumed nearly 95% of her body weight at a given time in this provided food. By the 12th day of her mutation, the mouse's heart was unable to support her rapidly growing body, and it gave out. She died due to failure of her cardiovascular system, leaving behind an eerie half-mouse, half-human creature with a vestigial tail, partially transformed paws, and gray-tinged skin where her fur had once been. Test 1575-4's subject was a pre-adolescent male white-tailed deer, Otocoileus virginianus. The deer began to mutate fairly quickly following exposure to the water, and its initial steps were an alarming sight, to say the least. He began to suffer severe hemorrhaging in the pelvic area as his reproductive organs atrophied. By the end of the mutation cycle, they had disappeared entirely, leaving a smooth, fleshy surface behind. Several male researchers in attendance had to leave the room during the initial bleeding, and one asked to be referred to an on-site counselor regarding a persistent, recurring nightmare inspired by the mutation. The deer's arms and legs changed into human arms and legs, hooves into hands and feet. By the end of the process, which stabilized after 30 days, the deer had become an androgynous-looking Eastern Seaboard Native American person. The only remaining indicators that this had once been something other than human were a tail and antler nubs resembling those characteristic of yearling bucks. After testing the anomaly on prey animals, the researchers decided to explore its effects on a predator. The subject of test 1575-6 was an adult female Bengal tiger, Panthera tigris tigris. Naturally, there were concerns about the safety of researchers given the subject's aggressive nature. To prevent any accidental injury or death, she was kept sedated for the duration of any hands-on examination. Unfortunately, the application of these sedatives had a negative impact on the tiger's health during the mutation process. After 4 days, before any dramatic visible transformation had even taken place, the tiger experienced failure of the heart, liver, and kidneys. Though this experiment was largely regarded as a failure, it provided the team with a vital piece of information. Sedatives should not be used on test subjects until they were further along in their transformation and at least 80% stabilized. After the tiger, the research team pivoted to the least threatening version of a similar animal, an adolescent female domestic cat, Felis catus. The transformation occurred without incident over the course of 30 days. It was described as unsettling to watch, especially coupled with the pained yowls of the subject, which slowly transformed into the screams of a young woman. But the subject survived the process. Her body stretched and contorted, claws turned to long, pointed fingernails, whiskers fell out, and fur was completely shed. By the time her transformation was complete, there was a young woman in the containment chamber, crawling around on all fours and batting at particles of dust. She retained her tail, the aforementioned pointed nails, and eyes with the same vertical slit pupils she had as a feline. She spoke several times, but only to request additional food. After testing on a cat, the next natural step was to test the anomaly on a dog. For test 1575-9, the subject was an adult female domestic canine, Canis lupus familiaris, of mixed breed. At this point in time, it was believed that the fountainhead had no anomalous effect on invertebrates. Unfortunately, this experiment proved otherwise. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The dog was exposed to the anomalous water, and dramatic signs of mutation soon began to show. First, the dog began shedding all of its fur. At this point, the researchers got an unfortunate look at something that had been hiding in the dog's coat, an infestation of fleas, which were beginning to transform as well. The fleas had quadrupled in size and were continuing to grow. Even more horrifying, their legs had changed into appendages resembling human fingers, and their features rearranged into a nightmarish facsimile of a human face, blood pouring from their open mouths. Unfortunately for the test subject and any researchers present, the fleas were not the only parasite that had infested this dog. On the 6th day of the experiment, the slowly mutating dog collapsed on her side, breathing heavily, exhibiting intense discomfort. Her abdomen began to distend, and nearby researchers could see something wriggling just beneath the skin.
The motion became more violent, and the abdomen distended further and further, as if the dog was progressing through the stages of pregnancy at an advanced rate. One of the researchers made an anxious comment about being reminded of a particular scene from the movie Alien and was admonished for it. But he was quickly proven right, because with a sudden burst, a tapeworm with the face of a man erupted through the skin, screaming at the top of its lungs, eyes rolling wildly in its sockets. One researcher vomited, another fainted. The experiment was swiftly aborted, and testing procedures were updated to include a specification that all subjects must be examined for parasites prior to any exposure to SCP-1575. None of the mutated creatures survived this test. The dog test was a colossal failure on many counts, but it inspired the research team to continue testing on non-mammals, not invertebrates, no one wanted to go down that road again, but other animals at least. For test 1575-12, the subject was a pre-adolescent female hyacinth macaw, Anodorhynchus hyacinthinus. The parrot swiftly began to change, and the sound of agonized caws filled the room, along with a sickening snapping sound. After a moment, the sound was identified as breaking bones. The rest of the bird's body, particularly the muscles and organs, were transforming at a faster pace than the skeleton. The body contorted painfully, and the wings began to split, forming into rudimentary fingers and hands. But the transformation never finished, never stabilized. After 20 days, the macaw was dead, and the cause of death was determined to be internal injuries due to these extensive bone fractures. The subject of test 1575-13 was an adult female leopard gecko, Eublepharis macularius. The transformation occurred at an accelerated rate, and within 1 week, the lizard had grown to a height of approximately 4 feet and displayed many human characteristics, including human legs and feet, a face, and a full head of hair. The hands remained unchanged, though they were larger, and the specimen was still capable of climbing up walls, much like an ordinary gecko. At the 10-day mark, the subject experienced catastrophic organ failure as a result of the mutation and expired. One more test on an invertebrate was conducted, this time deliberately. For test 1575-14, the subject was a female common green grasshopper, Homocestus viridulus. As the mutation began, the grasshopper began to shed its exoskeleton in a process best described as flesh forcing its way out of a casing, breaking the exoskeleton into pieces. What was left following this shedding process was a creature resembling the same grasshopper, but 3 times larger and covered in human skin. It continued to grow, but no further human features seemed to develop. After 15 days, it expired. An autopsy revealed the development of human organs inside, including a heart, lungs, kidneys, and liver. The cause of death could not be determined, but the transformation process is thought to have made the subject incompatible with life. The subject of test 1575-15 was an adult female grizzly bear, Ursus arctos horribilis. During the first 29 days of her mutation, the bear did not consume any food or drink aside from SCP-1575-1. Still, she did not appear to experience any hunger or discomfort aside from the pain of the transformation itself. Her body slowly shrank over the course of 30 days, her fur thinning until it left only the ordinary amount of body hair for an average human woman. Notably, the hair was the same color as the fur she had once had. She retained her bear paws, which appeared to be uncomfortably heavy at the ends of her new human arms. Throughout the transformation, stool samples taken from the subject showed excessive amounts of organic matter, such as blood and fatty deposits. After 32 days, the mutation was complete, and the former bear's condition was stable. She did not speak. Instead, she used her newly transformed mouth and voice to grunt and roar. It was much less intimidating coming out of her human mouth, but researchers noted that her paws and claws were still dangerous and should be avoided. The subject of test 1575-16 was an adolescent female Gravy's zebra, also imperial zebra, Equus grevii. Over the course of 27 days, the zebra's main body, hind legs, and most of her head mutated into a human, resembling the appearance of a person native to Africa. However, her front legs and jaw structure remained that of a zebra. The transformation stabilized, leaving her in this half-changed state. She was unable to move without pain, unable to eat, and exhibited extreme distress at her state of existence. When she attempted to walk, she would lose her balance and topple over, lying on the ground in agony. It is uncertain what caused the transformation to halt at such an incomplete stage, but the subject's quality of life had been all but destroyed. After a thorough physical examination, the half-transformed zebra specimen was euthanized as a humane measure. As disturbing as the results of the Foundation's test using SCP-1575 were, they allowed for a more thorough understanding of the anomaly and how it operates. The statue, which was studied extensively, shows no anomalous properties on its own, nor do any samples taken of the marble throw up any red flags. It appeared to be a completely ordinary statue, except for the effect that it has on any water that flows through it. This water, or SCP-1575-1, begins to show its anomalous true colors when consumed by a non-human mammal. Non-human mammals who consume 0.5 or more liters of this water per day will begin to mutate over the course of a month. Perplexingly, impossibly, they will mutate into a human being. During the experiments, it was noted that the ethnicity of the resulting human seems to correspond with the humans native to the natural habitat of the pre-transformation mammal. A European deer displays Caucasian features, for example, while a North American deer resembles a Native American. Domestic dogs and cats have ethnically ambiguous features or appear mixed race, likely due to the mixed backgrounds of their species. Many of the survivors of this process develop vocal cords and are able to speak about their experiences, but their odds of surviving are not great. Female specimens have about a 25% fatality rate. Males have a staggering fatality rate of about 95%. There is a 40% chance that the transformed animal, regardless of sex, will keep at least one premutation feature. These include, but are not limited to, paws, tails, ears, and fur. Across the board, those who survive the mutation process describe it as extremely painful. Though these transformed animals can communicate, they tend to display an intelligence level that aligns with their prior species. There are a few exceptions to this, as some subjects have displayed heightened problem-solving skills, but it is uncertain what exactly caused this shift. Proposed causes include neural restructuring during mutation or an unintended byproduct of the Foundation testing itself. These transformed instances do not magically become human in behavior, personality, or habits. They retain their animal instincts, memories, and sense of self, give or take some added depression or anxiety brought on by the traumatic and drastic changes they've endured. Humans exposed to this anomalous water do not seem to change at all, which makes a degree of sense. If the water serves to transform mammals into human beings, then a human drinking it has nothing for the water to change. Still, I wouldn't suggest drinking it. Tap water may not taste great, but it's far less likely to mutate you. SCP-1575 is currently held in a 6 meter by 6 meter by 4 meter containment chamber at Biosite 23, with direct access to Research Laboratory 3 at the same site. Unless it is actively in use for an approved test, no water may be allowed into SCP-1575's containment. After testing has concluded, all water used during the test is to be held in quarantine and may only be used for further tests. At the time of my reading, I discovered one addendum added to the file for SCP-1575 by a doctor assigned to the anomaly. It reads, "Following the incident on the 12th of this month, during test 1575-9, any animal to be used in testing with SCP-1575 is to be thoroughly examined for both external and internal parasites. Our initial beliefs that SCP-1575-1 only affected the primary host has proven wrong. It apparently retains its mutagenic properties, even when ingested secondarily through the host's lower GI tract or bloodstream. We absolutely do not need another instance of half-mutated flea creatures, and the psychologist is having a hard time helping Janet with her nightmares of a 7-foot-long tapeworm with a screaming face tearing out of the belly of a dog. I fear that Janet and I may have those nightmares in common. This imagery will stay with me for quite some time. When it comes to drinking water from mysterious fountains, proceed with caution, my friends. Sure, this particular fountainhead may not trigger mutation in humans, but that doesn't mean it's the only one of its kind out there. Drink from the wrong water spout, and you may find yourself changed, and no one, including me, can predict what you might become." A body twists and turns into unimaginable shapes. Eyes glow in the dark. Shadowy entities appear around you, mimicking your every move. Would you like a stick of gum? In a small seaside town nestled just along the coast of New England, and at least an hour's drive away from any major city,
There isn't much to do but brave the chilly ocean waters, crowd onto the rocky beach, or walk along the boardwalk. For most of the residents of this quaint little town, the choice is clear. Years ago, when the town was at the height of its success as a tourist destination, visitors would flock from all over the country, descending on the boardwalk like the seagulls that swarm around the food stands in search of an errant French fry. In its heyday, the boardwalk boasted a small amusement park with a roller coaster and a Ferris wheel, an arcade with the latest in 1980s video game technology, several stands selling hot dogs and crispy French fries coated in grease and salt, and the pride and joy of many a local, a classic, old-fashioned candy store. Today, the arcade is all but empty, with one or two players occasionally wandering in to try their hand at the now vintage attractions inside. The amusement park is still standing, but the rides have faded and chipped. The stands still sell their wares, but the lines are shorter than they once were. And at the center of it all, the beloved candy shop is struggling to hold on. The price of waterfront property has climbed, while tourism has dwindled. And with online shopping taking over the market, well, the candy shop's owner can scarcely scrape enough money together to keep the roof over his head. On this particular day, the shop owner is restocking his shelves, the door propped open to let in just enough of the crisp, salty ocean breeze to keep his head clear and his spirits up. It's getting harder and harder to maintain the cheerful demeanor he's known for, to step into his red and white striped suit every day and smile for the few tourists who poke their heads into the shop. But still, he keeps at it. He loves this little store, and he'll keep holding on to it until there's nothing left to hold. He fills glass containers with colorful little hard candies, slides boxes of saltwater taffy onto shelves, and places blocks of fudge in the glass case by the cash register. All the while, he takes a little sample of each product for himself. A candy here, a small square of fudge there, to keep his energy up. Besides, he would never sell a product he didn't taste test first, only the best for his customers, though they were few and far between these days. Especially this time of year, as the air grows colder and the days get shorter, sunshine becomes a limited commodity as the summer turns to autumn. So it comes as quite a surprise to the older man when he hears a knock at the shop door. He turns and sees a delivery man standing there with a stack of packages. This is especially odd, as he can't recall ordering anything. But the delivery man explains that these packages are product samples from an up-and-coming candy company, one specializing in novelty chewing gum. They are providing samples to a variety of small candy businesses, as well as larger retail outlets, in order to conduct market research. These particular flavors, the delivery man promises, cannot be found anywhere else. Well, the promise of a new, exclusive product to draw new customers in is more than a little bit exciting for the shopkeeper. Without a second thought, he signs for the packages and carries them inside. The shop has carried a few varieties of chewing gum over the years: mint, cinnamon, fruit, and even prank gum that turns a person's tongue black when they chew it. What could possibly be so unique about this gum? He's determined to find out. As he cuts open the boxes, the shopkeeper is greeted with brightly colored packaging that looks, for the most part, like any other gum packaging out there. He does quickly notice one unusual difference, though: the flavor names. Each of them begins with the phrase, "tastes like," which is a clever enough branding choice, but the flavors themselves are odd. He lifts the first packet and reads its label, brow furrowing in confusion. Tastes like youth. What could that possibly mean? For a novelty candy, this gum sure is especially novel. Well, he never stocks a product without trying it out for himself first, so he unwraps a piece of the bright pink gum and pops it into his mouth. The first thing that he notices is the taste, an overwhelming sweetness tinged with nostalgia. It tastes like cotton candy, but not just any cotton candy. It tastes like the cotton candy he once enjoyed as a little boy on this very boardwalk, a flavor he hasn't experienced in 60 years. The next thing that he notices is that his eyes are aching all of a sudden. He takes off his glasses for a moment and is shocked by what he sees. Everything, clearly, without the aid of the lenses. His vision is like it was when he was a young man, before age had blurred the edges of everything in his line of sight. His joints have stopped aching, and he feels a sudden surge of energy, the sudden urge to run, to jump, to click his heels together. He rushes to the bathroom mirror, half expecting to see his younger face staring back at him. No, he still looks the same, but he feels decades younger. His mind reels, and he can't think of anything to do but laugh. This gum. It should be impossible, but this piece really does taste like youth. This might just be the product that saves the store.
The invigorating effect lasts, all in all, for about a half hour. But during that half hour, the shopkeeper feels more optimistic than he has in many, many years, and the feeling lingers even after the gum's effects subside. But what other flavors did he receive? The delivery man brought 3 boxes, so what about the other 2? He opens the second box and pulls out a pack. Tastes like Mom used to make. Well, that's even more vague than the first one. But after the experience of the previous one, he's eager to discover exactly what that could mean. He unwraps a piece, studies its light brown color, and pops it into his mouth. As soon as he begins to chew, the flavor explodes on his tongue, taking him back once again to his childhood. Brown butter, sugar, chocolate chips, a hint of vanilla. It can't be. But it is. It's his mother's chocolate chip cookie recipe. How could the manufacturers have possibly recreated it so perfectly? The flavor passes quickly, and eager to confirm his experience and make sure it was real, he grabs another piece. This one tastes entirely different. Blueberry pancakes, like his mother used to make on Sunday mornings, dripping with syrup and melted butter. This is the most unusual chewing gum indeed. In all his years of selling candy, of tasting every unusual innovation or novelty product, he never dreamed it could be like this. Now for the third package. He slices the box open and finds black packages inside, emblazoned with eerie red writing. The text read, "Tastes like your worst nightmare." The shopkeeper feels a chill run down his spine, his hands shaking with nerves as he unwraps a piece of the pitch-black gum. But he can't stop himself. He has to satisfy his curiosity to discover what nightmares taste like. He pops the piece into his mouth and begins to chew. At first, he's almost disappointed. It doesn't taste like much of anything. Vaguely sweet, almost creamy, like finishing a glass of warm milk before bed. But as he chews, the shop around him begins to blur and warp, lights dimming until he is standing in the dark. The hairs on his arms stand to attention, and he becomes overwhelmed with the sensation of eyes on his back. Something's here, and it's watching him. He spins around and finds nothing there. But wait, what's that? Out of the corner of his eye, a shadow darting just out of sight into the storage room in the back. Against his will, his feet begin to carry the man toward that room, following the shadow. The door to the storeroom is shut. It wasn't shut before. Something closed it when it darted inside, and it's in there now, waiting for him. His stomach turns as his hand reaches for the doorknob, turning it inch by inch. His nerves are screaming at him to stop, to turn and run. But as if trapped in a nightmare, his body refuses to obey him. It pushes the door open with a pronounced creak, and there, in the darkness, 2 glowing red eyes gaze out at him. The shopkeeper's heart leaps into his throat, and in a moment of clarity, he spits out the gum. All at once, the glowing eyes are gone. The lights have come back on, and the nightmare is over. He resolves not to stock that particular flavor in the shop, and tucks the box away in the back of that same storage room. Before long, his 2 new nostalgic flavors of magic chewing gum draw the attention of the SCP Foundation, who, after paying the man enough money to keep the shop open for the foreseeable future, call it a finder's fee, take the gum samples into custody and give them the classification SCP-1200. The designation SCP-1200 applies to all instances of chewing gum distributed under the brand Tastes Like Chewing Gum. Packages of this gum have been spotted in various grocery and convenience stores around the United States, appearing seemingly at random. Each pack of gum features a logo identifying the manufacturer as simply the factory. Whenever a human subject masticates or chews a piece of the gum, a certain anomalous effect will occur. This effect varies depending on the color and flavor of the given gum. There have currently been 83 flavors of SCP-1200 identified and cataloged. Swallowing this gum does not appear to produce any additional anomalous effects. Also, contrary to what certain popular misinformation might say, this gum, or any gum in fact, does not stay in the digestive tract for 7 years. The 83 flavors on file can be found in SCP-1200-EKV, which was unfortunately impossible for me to obtain during my research into SCP-1200. The official file does, however, include a partial list of some of these flavors. Though I would have preferred to conduct a more comprehensive review, This at least provides a bit of valuable additional context for the Anomalous product. So let's review some of the most memorable SCP-1200 flavors and their recorded effects on human test subjects. SCP-1200-12 is a lime green colored gum flavor, which is, funnily enough, called tastes like lemons. When a human subject chews this flavor, their gustatory perception is altered for the next 28 hours. No matter what they eat during that time frame, it will taste like lemons. A bit odd, but not harmful, unless the subject just really hates the taste of lemon. After the 28-hour period is up, all food reverts to its original taste. SCP-1200-15 is a bright yellow flavor, tastes like sunshine. When a test subject eats this flavor, they will become luminescent, emitting over 40,000 lux of white light. This effect, while disconcerting to witness, does not do any harm to the subject exhibiting it. The subject's luminescence lasts for approximately 20 minutes at full intensity, and then the light begins to dim gradually until it disappears completely after 4 more minutes. You may have noticed that this flavor is a great deal more abstract than tastes like lemons. Well, they only get more unusual from here. The next flavor detailed in the file for SCP-1200 is SCP-1200-29, tastes like Rubik's Cube. Like the cube for which it's named, this flavor is multicolored, checkered in white, orange, green, red, yellow, and blue. When a subject eats this flavor, their body takes on a unique property for the next 216 minutes. During this window of time, the subject will be able to rearrange segments of their body, both internal and external, at will. This has no impact on the subject's health or comfort, even when rearranging bones, muscles, and vital organs. However, these alterations cause secondary changes within the body as it compensates for the movements. Unfortunately, this means that the first test subject to consume this flavor during SCP Foundation trials was unable to return her body to its original orientation before the 216 minutes were up. She failed to solve the puzzle, and now her left and right hands are permanently swapped. The next flavor included in the file is SCP-1200-30, a dark blue gum that is described as tastes like those forgotten. What could that possibly mean? Well, it means that once a test subject has chewed this flavor, 6 corporeal humanoid entities will manifest in their vicinity. These entities do not appear to be sentient, and their only behavior is mimicking the actions and speech of the subject and any other humans in the area, such as guards and researchers. These entities linger for 6 days before disappearing, leaving a homogeneous liquid behind. Analysis of the liquid determined that it consisted of a mixture of organic materials, iron particles, and acrylic paint. SCP-1200-58 is a particularly curious flavor. This white gum tastes like afterlife. When the subject chews it, a polyhedral crystalline exoskeleton forms around them. Once it is formed, it will levitate 1.3 meters off of the ground. During the first trial, this object remained inert for a period of 62 days. When the 62 days were up, the exoskeleton broke apart, leaving the subject behind and completely unharmed. He was immediately interviewed about his experience inside the structure, and he described being transported to a green meadow, where he met his younger brother. This was especially curious considering that the subject does not have any recorded siblings, living or dead. Another notable aspect of this flavor is its effect's resemblance to SCP-1511, crystalline structures that transfer prisoners while showing them some manner of beautiful, false afterlife. The only other flavor included in the file is Tastes Like Moon's Shadow, a red gum that has been tested once on a female research subject. After she finished chewing the piece of gum, a series of incorporeal, translucent, leporine organisms began to emerge from the walls of the cell where the subject was being kept. During this entire process, the subject claimed to not see the entities, nor did she feel it when they approached her, reached her, and burrowed into her body. Video recordings of the incident were unable to capture these entities. 11 days after the experiment was conducted, the subject was found dead. Despite the lack of visible injuries, her cause of death was determined to be exsanguination. This is the only recorded fatality resulting from a sample of SCP-1200. There appears to be a link between this gum flavor and SCP-1284, though I have not yet been able to determine the nature of this link. On February 20th, 2003, the SCP Foundation was conducting an investigation completely unrelated to SCP-1200. The exact nature of this original investigation has been redacted from the file, but whatever it was, it's irrelevant to the subject at hand. It isn't the investigation, but what they discovered by complete accident that matters. Foundation operatives stumbled upon a secretive facility that was entirely dedicated to the production of tastes like those forgotten. When the Foundation entered the facility, they discovered an assembly line, as well as 28 anomalous entities dwelling inside. It would appear that these entities, referred to as SCP-1200-A, are part of the company's workforce. Instances of SCP-1200-A are animate humanoid entities whose physiology is composed primarily of wrought iron. They are also coated in several layers of paint, usually in a shade of white, pale blue, or yellow. These layers of paint are worn, faded, and flaking, and the metal beneath is beginning to rust. Whenever they were made, it was some time ago, and they have fallen into a state of disrepair. Each instance has no facial features on its head, and the only feature present is one large, circular opening, which seems to operate a bit like a mouth. In addition to discovering the facility and its anomalous workers, this discovery gave the Foundation some new insight into the production process for this particular flavor of tastes like chewing gum. The image that it painted was, well, troubling. When instances of SCP-1200-A are not contained, they will attempt to collect recently deceased human cadavers and transport them to the production facility. If they are permitted to do so, they will collect these bodies from freshly dug graves or even poorly guarded morgues and carry them back to the facility. There, an SCP-1200-A instance will take one of its chosen corpses and begin to regurgitate paint, biological matter, and small slags of iron into the body's mouth. I apologize for the stomach-turning imagery, but there is simply no pleasant way to describe this process. The instance will repeat this process over a period of several weeks until the body begins to liquefy under the influence of whatever matter the entity has pumped into it. The process only ceases when the body begins to liquefy, eventually leaving behind nothing but a thick, homogeneous liquid, which will suddenly disappear soon after. How it disappears and where it goes is unknown, but I can make an unpleasant guess. Chemical analysis of some of this liquid has identified it as the substance that makes up 80% of the sample of tastes like those forgotten. It would appear that this particular flavor of chewing gum and Soylent Green have a key ingredient in common: people. No other facilities have been discovered at this point, so it is uncertain whether the key ingredients in other gum flavors are quite as macabre. Following the discovery of this facility, the Foundation cross-referenced its communication archives for any potential mentions of the facility or facilities like it. This investigation uncovered a surprisingly relevant phone call hidden in the archives. The call was made on June 2, 1999, from a payphone about 2 kilometers from the facility discovered in 2003. The recording contains one single unidentified male voice, and a transcription of the call's contents is included.
Herrick, this is Davis. I'm all done with the psychopomps here. We redirected the output to the location you wanted. Weren't any problems there. The goo should start arriving to you shortly. About your other order, Morton spotted some nano hives in Budapest. I'm heading out there tomorrow. They should do nicely for your task after some tinkering. Make sure there won't be any issues with my payment this time. If your contacts at the factory are unwilling, I can always find someone else. Call you in 2 weeks.
Any discovery and seizure of SCP-1200 instances must be performed by the FDA under CFR Title 21. Once the instances are in the possession of the FDA, these samples will be replaced with non-anomalous duplicates, and the originals are to be transferred to Foundation Site 197. SCP-1200-A instances do not require food or oxygen to survive, and therefore are to be kept contained in individual reinforced containers, which are stored in the I-TL-1 wing of Site 197. 2 days after the SCP-1200-A base facility was dismantled, the SCP Foundation received a series of packages. These packages were delivered to several facilities, and all contained the same thing: a new, previously undocumented flavor of gum. This gum was completely colorless, and the packaging read, "Tastes like normalcy." Test subjects who chewed the gum said that it had no noticeable flavor at all, and no anomalous effects occurred. It seems that the creators of Tastes Like Chewing Gum took notice of the Foundation's investigation and decided to create a custom flavor, or lack thereof, for the organization. The identity of the company's higher-ups, or the gum's creators, is still unknown. Unfortunately, the trail has gone cold for now. But don't lose hope. It's possible more facilities are out there, waiting to be discovered. Keep that dream alive, investigators, and don't let me burst your bubble. Get it? Like bubblegum? Well, there's a reason I became a researcher and not a comedian. A grisly incident occurs inside the popular storefront of Nintendo World at Rockefeller Center, New York. It happens during the announcement event of a brand new Pokémon game, the highly anticipated sequel to the classic spin-off game Pokémon Conquest. Poké fans from all over the world have shown up in order to show their love for the collectible monster franchise, but in the mere moments before the trailer could be shown, a rotten stench fills the air. A wafting cloud of poison gas sweeps low through the crowd, and the effects are immediately hazardous. A pair of young children in matching purple sweaters, marked with a distinctive symbol seen on a poison-type Pokémon, begin coughing and wheezing. These are not victims of the poison gas, but rather its inexplicable source. As the gas spreads through the store, the children begin to turn a bright shade of purple, and their skin becomes craggy and porous. Even more alarming is the fact that the siblings begin to fuse together, limbs retracting into their bodies as the larger of the two becomes little more than an enormous floating face, with the younger as an attached growth. The smog is so thick at this point that few are able to see that the two children now bear an uncanny resemblance to Pokémon number 110, Wheezing. The gas has been noticed by most of the adults in the room, and a panic has caused the crowd to begin trampling each other for the exit. In the midst of the confusion, several people step on the transmuted children, causing them to cry out in pain, and in a state of distress, they unleash the lethal Pokémon move known as Explosion. From the outside, a sudden blast can be seen roaring through the interior of the store. The windows shatter immediately, and a heavily damaged life-size statue of the Nintendo character Donkey Kong comes sailing out into the street, where it lands roughly in the midst of New York traffic. The NYPD are en route to Nintendo World immediately, expecting that some sort of bomb has gone off. There's no way they could have predicted what horrors awaited them at the scene. The unwilling Wheezing is not the only transformed human within the event, and indeed, some far more aggressive and dangerous monsters have been made there. A cosplayer in a onesie that had been designed to resemble Pokémon number 448, Lucario, has awakened her defensive sensory abilities on instinct to avoid the damage. But this protective power has come at the cost of her humanity. Blue fur erupts in tufts from her skin, and her face elongates into a distorted, canine muzzle. Panic spreads across the morphing face of the cosplayer, and as she tries to get clear of the chaos, her flailing limbs send other members of the fleeing crowd flying. The genetic alteration that gave her limbs and face a Lucario-like appearance have apparently changed her muscles to deliver spring-loaded blows on instinct. Another fan finds that his hoodie, which features the face of Pokémon number 94, Gengar, had bound itself to him and caused his body to be partially insubstantial, as if it were made out of gas. He could barely control the direction his body traveled in as the wind pushed him out of the store. Several police cars arrive at Nintendo World and see the floating Pokéfan rising like a ghost above the streets. He has become like a human balloon, and there is no apparent way to get him down. One of the officers calls for a helicopter to arrive, and the rest proceed towards the source of the blast. "Monster!" scream some of the fleeing survivors, pointing at the Lucario cosplayer. She raises her hands defensively, but this has the side effect of causing the bioluminescent cells that are now part of her paw hands to glow. The glare from this sudden reaction draws the guns of the cops, who aim for the cosplayer, unsure of what weapon she's carrying. "Stay where you are! Drop your weapon!" the officers shout. "Help me, please!" The Lucario cosplayer drops to her knees, reducing her threat level. From out of the smoke of the store come several more transmuted humans, most of them injured by the explosion. There was a three-legged being covered in pitch-black fur and sores weeping with yellow pus, Pokémon number 197, Umbreon, but its front leg was still a human arm. There was a bald blue man covered in a still-growing turtle shell, a middle-aged Pokémon number 7, Squirtle. Smashing its way through the solid cement was a predator that was sleek in body, yet uncanny in movement. Pokémon number 445, Garchomp, a scaled humanoid monster that dragged its belly on the ground. The police were horrified as this legion of monsters crawled out into the street. Decades of media and conditioning led the cops to the only solution their currently broken minds could process. They opened fire with their firearms and screamed like babies at the scary creatures. Acting on instinct, the Lucario cosplayer moved at incredible speeds and dodged several bullets. She ran into a nearby alleyway and vanished from view. The other monsters were less lucky. Umbreon took a few bullets and dropped, while the Squirtle retreated into his shell as the bullets bounced off of the back of it. The Garchomp withstood a bit of weapons fire, but then burrowed into the street to escape. It soon found itself in a currently empty subway tunnel and made a mad dash for its escape from the authorities. Back above ground, the cops searched vigilantly for more of the creatures. As the helicopter sailed in, the floating Gengar drifted towards a tall building, phasing in through an open window. Once inside, the humanoid ghost Pokémon found itself much more comfortable in the shadows. The various employees of the office floor didn't feel the same, and were stricken with fear as they observed Pokémon number 94 turn invisible. His enlarged, grinning face disappearing as if he were the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. When firefighters started to mitigate damage at the scene, it became clear that at least 3 monsters were still on the loose. For now, the transformation instances were contained to the destroyed storefront of Nintendo World in Rockefeller Center. But if affected individuals were contagious, then the situation could go from bad to worse at an alarming rate. The police established a perimeter and used their private radio to put out an alert to every officer in New York that there were apparently monsters walking the earth. Descriptions of the roaming Pokémon that were still at large were given, and this prompted a lengthy discussion over the radio about the logic of Pokémon existing in the real world. Several of the senior officers didn't have any knowledge of the Pokémon franchise and had significant difficulty being brought up to speed on the events of the day. Despite the initial snafu in communication, the extraordinary details of the case became known to every available officer. There were 3 suspects: Pokémon number 448, Lucario, Pokémon number 94, Gengar, and Pokémon number 445, Garchomp. And the mission objective was to catch them all. With his invisibility and ghost-like material properties, Gengar had no difficulty hiding out in the office building. Though a brief look in one of the bathrooms showed him that invisibility was the best option for other reasons, as his face and body had deformed to the point that his head and torso had been fused together. Additionally, spined growths of cartilage had begun to line his back, and they were starting to itch terribly. His eyes had enlarged and were now completely bloodshot red with dilated pupils. It would be a miracle if anyone recognized him as a human being in the shape he was in. His mind could hardly cope with the change, and created a false narrative to spare his sanity.
I'm dead. That's it. I died from that explosion and turned into a ghost like Gengar.
It wasn't the most convincing or uplifting lie to believe, but it was enough to keep him from the risk of exposing his nightmarish form to other human beings. He became determined to haunt the office building as subtle as he could, until things made sense again, even if they never did. Gengar turned invisible again and faded into a non-existent presence within the building. He drifted unseen from workspace to workspace, unaware that his transformation was a curse that could be passed on. There were many office workers with Pokémon desk toys, and while the effects wouldn't be immediate, a dull ache began to set in across the office floors as bodies started to prepare themselves for transformation. Meanwhile, on the mean streets of New York, Lucario ran as fast as she could, quickly realizing that her muscles had become capable of great strides and leaps. She was able to scale brick walls and leap between rooftops like a trained parkour expert, and the exhilaration of such physical feats almost counterbalanced the sheer, mind-numbing terror of losing her original body to the Pokémon transformation. The sudden growth of a fuzzy tail from her lower spine jolted her back to the fear response, however, and in full panic mode, she refused to look at herself until she had successfully made it back to her apartment. The sounds of helicopters in the sky convinced her to stay away from the rooftops and move through the side streets until she was back in her neighborhood. Along the way, a young girl who was walking with her mother recognized Lucario and pointed her out.
Mommy, look! It's Lucario!
The mother took one look at Lucario and screamed, prompting Lucario to run away from the family as rapidly as she could. She tried to deny what was happening, but also had the sense to not pass through the front desk area of her apartment building. For some reason, all she could think of was Spider-Man, and the many scenes from various movies in which Peter Parker or Miles Morales had to hide their powers and abilities. In a very Spider-Person-like move, Lucario climbed in through the window. She didn't even have time to ponder how easy it had been to break into her own apartment before she took full stock of her situation. The transmutation into Lucario persisted, and had even absorbed her onesie into her biomass while removing its synthetic properties. The change was, to put it mildly, less aesthetically seamless than she hoped. Her mouth was somewhere between a wolf muzzle and human lips, and looked completely mangled from most angles. The blue tufts of fur that were Lucario's trademark were patchy and didn't fully cover her body. The bioluminescence that had alarmed the cops earlier was now randomly occurring on her body with no rhyme or reason. She had never considered herself part of that side of the Pokemon fandom, but even by their arcane yet discerning standards, her body had become hideous. Lucario wept, unable to imagine what she would do with herself. How would she tell her family, her friends, her boyfriend? Her life as a person was essentially over. And based on the attention the whole event had gotten from the police, he was most likely going to be followed by the law until her dying days. Down beneath the surface of the city, the third suspect, Garchomp, had been roaming through the subways and drawing a bit of attention. His movement through the tunnels had caused a great deal of collateral damage as his claws rend the concrete and stone. When the blinding lights of an oncoming train shone on him, Garchomp found out exactly how fast he could move, though that may have been adrenaline. He had to make a quick escape from the train and wound up on a crowded subway terminal where many onlookers snapped pictures of the apparent shark monster. Garchomp scrambled to try and find a place to hide, but the platform had so many people that trying to get through them resulted in bloodshed. Garchomp's rough scales flensed the skin right off several passersby, and his dorsal growths on his limbs were sharper than an iron blade. People started throwing things and shooting small arms at the monster, but Garchomp's skin was impervious to such weapons. Even the police bullets from earlier had been unable to pierce through the scales, but there was a cost to being bulletproof. The weight of the scales forced Garchomp to crawl clumsily along the ground, only reinforcing its appearance of monstrosity in the eyes of the public. Garchomp could still feel the pain of the impacts, like hard slaps against his skin. He almost wanted to cry from the pain, but there were no tear ducts behind his eyes anymore. Somehow, at the same time, something snapped inside of Garchomp. He wanted the violence to stop, and no longer cared how it did. And so, the transformed human went into a violent rampage that didn't recede even when the cops arrived. During this violent massacre, Garchomp had dissociated from the situation and felt like he could see the Pokémon that his body had begun to imitate facing off against a horde of enemies. He came to picture the other people as wild Pokémon themselves, and from his out-of-body vantage point, he saw himself as a Pokémon trainer, commanding himself in monster-to-monster combat. "Go, Garchomp! I choose you! You'll never lose to them! Mach Punch! Outrage! Earthquake!" Outside of the subway, there were tanks and other heavy-duty weapons ready to engage if Pokémon number 445 came to the surface. But unfortunately, it seemed to remain underground and in the presence of civilians. The only options remaining were to filter poisonous gas into the subway to knock the creature out, but there was still too much risk of innocent casualties. Though the cops did take down Garchomp with a rocket launcher, the incident was highly public, and the destruction caused in the firefight was unprecedented and brutal. Both Gengar and Lucario learned about the incident themselves later that evening, and it only strengthened their resolve to stay hidden and avoid contact with the outside world. Over the next few days, an elaborate media cover-up managed to spin the incident as a bombing of Rockefeller Center, unrelated to the Pokémon event or franchise. This was partially due to a certain powerful foundation pulling strings to ensure that the publicity of this event would not be focused on the humanoid Pokémon. This shift in reporting was spurred along by the distribution of amnestic drugs throughout Manhattan. As for any blind spots, the biggest asset to the cover-up was that it happened in the Big Apple. Weirder things have and are assumed to have happened every day in the city that never sleeps. And the jaded mindset of the denizens meant that all the rumors would fade away in a short while. But the threat of Pokemonification still loomed throughout the world, wherever the merchandise was freely circulated. Thus, in the modern day, a new war on Pokemon, a colder and more secretive war, was being fought through espionage and decisive operations. Though it might be infeasible to imagine that all memorabilia and products of the Pokémon Company could be seized by the authorities, the SCP Foundation has assigned much of its resources to scanning the existing stock for a catalytic component that results in the baleful transformation. This irreversible condition has been given the item designation of SCP-5254 and is considered part of the Keter object class. Of the 34 instances of SCP-5254 transformation that occurred following the incident in New York, only Pokémon 94, Gengar, and Pokémon number 448, Lucario, seemed to survive the day. Those that were neutralized through violence were also not the norm, as the vast majority of victims of SCP-5254 lost their lives during the process of the transformation itself. It's not hard to imagine the more humanoid and relatively human-sized Pokémon were a better fit for the continued life of the victim, as those who were changed into creatures with non-human body plans fared far less well on average. Pokémon with an insect-like or serpentine form showed a particularly low rate of survival among SCP-5254 instances, and this was also true for Pokémon that were more abstract in nature, such as many Pokémon based on inanimate objects. The SCP Foundation's official containment procedures when it comes to SCP-5254 is to terminate all instances, not only because of the irreversible harm and life-threatening condition inflicted on the victims, but due to the contagious nature of the SCP. As long as there is at least one human transformed by the effects of SCP-5254, there is an increased risk of other victims to experience their own transformation events. The greater the clustering of SCP-5254 affected individuals, and the greater each individual's knowledge and affinity for the Pokémon franchise is, the more rapid the onset and severe the effects of the SCP-5254 transformation are. Extensive testing performed with D-Class personnel has also shown without a doubt that official apparel from the Pokémon Company is where the start of SCP-5254 begins, and that the vast catalog of collectible fictional creatures is narrowed down to single choice by whatever creature the individual most closely resembles at the time of the transformation. The effects are slightly diminished or delayed if the article of official Pokémon clothing depicts multiple creatures, but there's no guarantee that the individual won't experience a change in pigmentation of the skin or the growth of animalistic features in keeping with the most prominently displayed Pokémon. The lethality of the transformation varies, but the alterations happen on a cellular and genetic level. Autopsies of SCP-5254 instances have shown that organs and bones might be entirely replaced by foreign organic material. Because very little of the original victim's body remains after a transmutation event, the extreme anomalous science involved in the creation of SCP-5254 remains beyond the SCP Foundation's ability to remedy or combat, even through the most extensive reconstructive surgeries. There is still an ongoing search for a person of interest who is known by the internet handle Sir Viper and believed to be the culprit behind SCP-5254. A chain of email correspondence between Sir Viper and the employees of the Pokémon Company have been archived from the Foundation, and it seems as though the Keter-class SCP was allowed to happen in an official capacity because the Pokémon Company provided Sir Viper with some official merchandise in exchange for the promise of Pokémon being brought to life. The stockholders seem to agree that a world where Pokémon were tangible, breathing beings was one where even greater profits could be achieved, but the human toll and the reality of the product was anything but what they expected. One detail of the fictional world building in the Pokémon video games that is often overlooked, even by the creators themselves, is the adjacency between human beings and Pokémon when both exist within the same world. Though humans possess the power to build civilizations and cultivate ideals, Pokémon are equally powerful in the natural and spiritual worlds. They occupy a parallel existence that brings a cyclical balance to the world. While conventional science could never create a Pokémon, and the real world's evolutionary ecosystem could never produce one, Sir Viper is most likely someone who realized that the key ingredient needed to manifest real-life Pokémon is humanity itself. His experiments into human transmutation are founded on a philosophical basis rather than a literal one, focused on the inherent connection between Pokémon and people. The world cannot have one without the other, and in Sir Viper's eyes, the human lives sacrificed to bring Pokémon from the fictional world into this one were merely a redundancy. A mad scientist with a special interest in Pokémon, a worldwide franchise with more robust marketing arms than Pokémon number 68, Machamp, and the hapless runaway victims of transmutation who are still unwittingly spreading the anomaly.
The SCP Foundation must endeavor to gain control of all three if it wishes to bring an end to SCP-5254.
You're staring into the grinning face of the inhuman flight attendant. Her eyes too large and far apart. Her teeth too sharp and too numerous. Her skin shiny and wet. Fish-like. She holds the glistening chrome can and peels off the lid. Inside, thick, knotted worms wriggle together. Your in-flight snack. Hungry? Less than an hour earlier, the researcher sits in his office at SCP Foundation Site 3A, eyes excitedly glued to the monitor on his desk. On it, he can see a live video feed being streamed directly from the camera pinned to the collar of D-Class 1442. Through this remote viewing setup, the researcher will be able to view the first manned testing of a recently acquired anomaly, one so new that the official file is still actively being written. As a relatively new researcher at the organization, this is his chance to make his mark on Foundation history. The anomaly is a plane, an entire plane retrieved from the Pacific Ocean and brought to a hangar at the site. Like many items recovered by the Foundation, it seems perfectly normal at first glance. In fact, it almost seems too normal. After crashing into the ocean, the aircraft should be visibly damaged, but there's nothing wrong with it. Not so much as a scratch on the exterior. The interior is pristine, and the mechanical parts are all perfectly operational. So the higher-ups approved a series of tests to determine what exactly is so strange about this plane. The best way to do that is to see it in action. Multiple D-Class have been placed inside, scattered in various seats throughout the cabin. In the cockpit, the only agent at Site 3A with a pilot's license, Agent Kulkarni, prepares for takeoff. He sends a quick message to the researcher at the monitor, letting him know that all systems are operational and ready to go. It's time for this mysterious plane to take to the skies, and the researcher has a front row seat. The takeoff goes smoothly, with no notable anomalous activity. At this point, it just feels like watching a first-person simulation of a typical airline experience. Then, as the plane reaches cruising altitude, the intercom crackles to life, and a chipper voice makes an announcement.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to your flight with Kingfisher Airlines. I'll be your pilot. Now that we've successfully taken off, make sure to keep your seatbelts unbuckled. Make our jobs a little easier, huh?
The researcher's brow furrows at the sound. That is not Agent Kulkarni's voice. Who is that talking? He sends a message to Agent Kulkarni, but gets no response. Right, of course, he's too busy flying the plane. The researcher jots down a note on his clipboard, recording the first instance of anomalous activity on the plane. Then, he returns his gaze to the monitor. He can see on the video feed that D-1442 has unbuckled their seatbelt in accordance with the announcement's instructions. None of the D-Class appear to react to the announcement, aside from taking off their seatbelts. As D-1442's camera pans down to the floor of the cabin, the researcher begins furiously scribbling notes once more. There's water running through the aisles of the plane, soaking the carpeted floor. The researcher squints, noting dots of green throughout the water. Mold? No. Seaweed. He's certain of it. The water trickles under D-1442's seat, soaking their shoes, and the researcher waits for a reaction. But it never comes. It's as if the D-Class hasn't noticed the apparent seawater spilling into the plane. The camera pans around the plane, and much to the researcher's surprise and frustration, none of the other D-Class are reacting either. He scribbles down some more notes. This must be part of the plane's anomalous nature. Those inside don't notice that anything unusual is happening, even though it is. But why seawater? He underlines the question several times for emphasis, but no answer reveals itself. At least, not yet. He has to admit, it's a bit unsettling to see a plane full of D-Class acting as if they're on a perfectly ordinary trip on a perfectly ordinary plane, as saltwater pools in their shoes, seeping into their socks. Look at the seaweed floating through the waves of water. The researcher can almost smell it, the briny sting of salt in his nose. He wonders what it might mean, and shudders as his imagination runs wild. Perhaps the plane drowns its passengers. Nope, there's no use getting ahead of himself. Better to just wait and see what happens next. It doesn't take long for the next dramatic development to unfold on the monitor. The camera shakes violently as the plane apparently experiences some turbulence. As if reading his mind, D-1442 makes a comment about the turbulence, turning the camera toward the window. Just like the water, D-1442 cannot see anything unusual outside.
But on his monitor, sitting in his office, the researcher can see the truth, even if he doesn't understand what it means yet. There's something caught on the wing of the plane. That much he knows for sure. He squints, leaning forward until his nose is almost touching the screen. What is that? The plane rocks again, and the wing is yanked upward a bit by what he can now see as some kind of wire. He can't see where it ends. It just extends up into the sky until it vanishes from view. And then D1442 is turning the camera away from the window again, and the researcher can no longer inspect the wire tangled on the wing. The camera is now trained on the aisle again, where two figures are trudging through the sopping wet carpet, wheeling a wobbly cart. As they move down the aisle and closer to the camera, the researcher manages to get a better look at them. A man and a woman, neither of whom look familiar to him, both dressed in matching blue uniforms. On their blazers, they each wear a pin in the shape of a fish and a hook. Atop their heads, blue hats are pinned in place. Though there is nothing immediately off about their appearances, their very presence is of concern to the researcher. There were no flight attendants placed on board. Why would there be? This goes beyond seawater and strange wires on the wings. Now there are brand new humanoids anomalously appearing aboard the plane, wobbling down the aisle with a cart full of drinks. No, not drinks, cans of some kind. As the flight attendants walk, the researcher takes note of their unusual gaits. They move with awkward, arrhythmic plodding steps, like a newborn deer learning to walk for the very first time. For a baby animal, it's endearing. For two supposedly adult humans who have appeared as if from nowhere, wheeling their cart of mysterious cans, it sends a shiver down the researcher's spine. As the female flight attendant approaches D1442, shiny metal can in hand, the camera captures a glimpse of her face up close. Her eyebrows are drawn on too high, giving her a wide-eyed, shock appearance. No, it isn't just the eyebrows. Her eyes themselves are a bit too wide. Her mouth is stretched in a broad, red lipstick grin, showing just a few too many teeth for the researcher to feel at ease. As she offers the can to D1442, and they reach out to take it, the researcher notes that the flight attendant does not blink once. She never speaks either. She just holds that unsettling smile and waits for D1442 to take the can from her hand. Then she moves on to the next passenger. D1442's camera tilts down toward the can, and they peel back the lid to reveal its contents. As the lens focuses, the researcher's stomach turns at the sight. The can is filled to the brim with writhing, squirming, fat and juicy earthworms. The sort his father used to bring on family fishing trips to bait the hooks with when he was a little boy. D1442 reaches into the can and pulls out a long, wriggling worm, lifting it toward their face. No, please don't do it. But they can't feel the researcher's revulsion, nor do they seem to even realize they're holding a worm and not a more conventional airplane snack. The camera is mercifully turned away from D1442's face, so the researcher doesn't have to watch, but he can hear the wet chewing, and he knows exactly what is happening. He covers his mouth, fighting the urge to gag as he watches the rest of the D-Class follow suit, opening their cans and beginning to eat the worms one at a time. With all of the worms passed out, the two flight attendants begin to shamble back up the aisle, pushing the cart through the thick layer of green seaweed that now blankets the floor. There's even more of it than there was a few moments ago, and the researcher can no longer see any of the carpet beneath. The two flight attendants vanish behind the curtain at the front of the plane, leaving the passengers alone with their worms. Nothing else unusual happens for nearly 2 hours, and the researcher sits and watches as every passenger in the camera's line of sight slowly devours each and every worm in their respective can, occasionally idly glancing out the window or flipping through a magazine. The researcher is just beginning to think the anomalous events might be over when the curtain opens once again. The female flight attendant is back. At least, he thinks it must be her. The silhouette looks the same, but it's difficult to be certain. Her face is no longer visible. Instead, it is wrapped in wires that look identical to those spotted on the wing during the supposed turbulence earlier. The wires are draped around her entire body, hanging from her arms, her shoulders, and brushing along the floor next to her shoes. As the flight attendant begins to walk down the aisle in those same eerie plodding steps, she reaches out to a passenger, and the researcher nearly falls out of his chair in shock. Her hands. They aren't hands anymore. They've been replaced with fishing hooks, giant fishing hooks the size of the hands she once had. She walks past D-1442, headed toward the back of the plane. She's out of sight for a few moments until she crosses back into the camera's view. There's a passenger with her, a D-class with his hands tied together behind his back, wrists bound with something thin and transparent. Again, the researcher remembers those trips with his father. Fishing line. The man is bound with fishing line. He follows the flight attendant with a docile expression, seemingly unconcerned by his state of captivity, the strange wires, and her hook hands. As the flight attendant and the passenger pass the camera, the researcher can see that he was mistaken. She does not just have one passenger with her. She has 5, all with their wrists bound in fishing line, all following her without one word of protest or attempt to resist. The flight attendant and the 5 passengers all vanish through the curtain. D-1442 places the now empty can of worms in the back pocket of the seat in front of them. Then, everything is still again for a while, save for the continuous flow of seawater through the aisles, filling the cabin inch by inch. It is at D-1442's knees now and creeping ever higher. Still, they do not budge. All of a sudden, the plane shakes violently. D-1442's gaze, and the camera with it, snaps toward the window. There, cloud formations rapidly whirl through the air, pouring buckets of water. Lightning flashes, illuminating the darkened sky for a moment. In that moment, brief though it is, the researcher can make out some odd shapes snaking through the air, weaving between the clouds. Another flash of lightning reveals them. Eels. If his guess is correct, he'd say they are electric eels specifically. D-1442 does not see the eels, but does seem to be affected by the sudden, dramatic change in the weather. They chuckle nervously, voice quavering slightly, and remark that this thunderstorm wasn't predicted on the Weather Channel that morning. The plane shakes again as another flash of lightning breaks through the darkness, revealing more and more eels. The window itself is wobbling, the glass beginning to buckle under the pressure of the water outside, more and more pouring against it. Crash! The glass shatters, and water pours in through the open window, where there should be roaring wind. An eel flies through the window, landing on D-1442's lap. It flops furiously back and forth as D-1442 passively ignores it. The water levels begin to rise rapidly, up and over D-1442's legs, up their chest, until the water is covering the camera lens. Luckily, the camera is outfitted for underwater filming, though the researcher never expected that particular function to be relevant while testing an anomalous airplane. It continues to pick up video, displaying it all on the monitor as it begins to shake violently. The sound of choking can be heard as D-1442 attempts to keep breathing normally, even with water flooding their mouth and lungs. They choke and splutter, slowly drowning without even realizing they're underwater. The camera begins to drift upward, floating away from its place on D-1442. As it hits the ceiling, it swivels and reveals D-1442's unconscious body, floating there below. The rest of the passengers, the ones who didn't leave with the flight attendant earlier, are also drifting through the water, unconscious or worse. Their bodies are covered in green, the seaweed from before growing over them. The researcher is writing furiously now, getting down every detail. When he finishes writing, he grabs his phone. He needs to get back in communication with Agent Kulkarni and figure out an extraction plan before the man drowns, if he hasn't already. The phone rings, but no answer. He should have expected that. It's probably been damaged by the water too. The researcher is just about to contact the site director and ask what to do when the camera picks up motion coming from behind the curtain. Something is emerging from the cockpit. The curtain is shoved to the side, and out bursts Agent Kulkarni. He appears to be breathing steadily, despite being underwater. He looks terrified, disoriented, but otherwise unaffected by the chaos unfolding around him. His eyes widen, his eyelids flutter, and he collapses to the ground. His body convulses, as if he's having a seizure. He opens his mouth as if to scream, but nothing comes out. Well, at least no sound comes out. Something else does. His jaw opens wider, wider, and wider still, his jaw unhinging like a snake, or an eel, the researcher thinks. There's a glint of metal in the back of his throat, and all at once, a large fishing hook comes rocketing out of his mouth. Another follows it, and another, all connected to fishing line that seems to come from deep in Agent Kulkarni's stomach. Whatever anomalous forces have changed the plane, filled it with water, created eels and flight attendants, have also changed him. The hooks push through the water, moving of their own accord, and attach themselves to the remaining passengers. Some only hook their clothes, others hook deeper, and blood colors the water. Something, and the camera doesn't pick up what, grabs hold of Agent Kulkarni's leg, pulling him back into the darkness beyond the curtain. As he goes, his body pulls the fishing line, dragging the hooks and the passengers with him. One by one, they vanish from view until the plane is empty. The intercom crackles impossibly beneath the water, and the same unrecognizable voice speaks.
Thank you for flying with Kingfisher.
Silence for a moment, then static. The video feed has been lost. The researcher throws his clipboard against the wall, unable to contain his rage. They lost an entire plane full of D-Class and his valued colleague, and received no concrete answers about the plane. If anything, he has far more questions. One of which is, where is the plane now? A recovery team manages to locate the plane in a surprising place. It lands a few hours later in the same place where it took off. It should be damaged, filled with water, covered in broken windows and gouges from those hooks. But it is just as spotless as it was when they found it. Not a drop of water or speck of seaweed to be seen. No sign of any of its passengers either, or the captain. The only thing on the plane that wasn't there before is the camera, completely dry, sitting in D1442's seat as if nothing ever happened. Its locally recorded video confirms the researcher's witness account. Everything he saw seems to be completely real. All planned test flights that were intended to follow this first one are canceled due to concerns from the ethics committee, as well as budgetary concerns regarding the loss of staff. The researcher turns in his notes, his job complete. Then he requests a transfer to another assignment. He's had quite enough of SCP-3531. I can't say I blame him. I was never fond of flying in the first place, but this anomaly has introduced a new level of dread to the experience. SCP-3531 is a Boeing 737 airliner that is unremarkable in every way at first glance. The exterior and interior appear normal, and when not in flight, the plane is completely non-anomalous. When SCP-3531 is in flight, however, that's a different story. Photographs, videos, and audio recordings taken inside of the craft while it is in the air show forms of aquatic-based anomalous phenomena, as well as humanoid figures that manifest and act as flight attendants, despite not being present before the plane takes off. However, in spite of this obviously unusual phenomena, observers are either ignorant of it or unwilling to acknowledge it. Even when presented with video evidence, they will refuse to believe it. Outside witnesses appear to be unaffected, with the ignorance or inability to perceive the anomalies limited to those physically inside of the plane. SCP-3531 was first discovered by the SCP Foundation when Mobile Task Force Lambda-4, birdwatchers, conducted a routine inspection of the plane's black box footage. The footage included the following recorded audio.
Look, I'll get you your shipment. We've been held up with processing. Yes, I know how many times I've said it. It's finicky. No, I swear it's just logistics. The clothes are the main problem. We can't get them off mid-flight, so... It's not the attendants, no, they're working fine, but it's hard enough to convince the people that they're on a normal flight. Getting them to, prepare themselves like that would be... No, I'm sorry, it'll be fine. Just, it shouldn't take much longer. The shipment will be...
The voice on the recording was identified as Mrs. Janet Kaminsky, a missing pilot who was presumed dead along with the crew and passengers of the flight. How did they all die? The plane crashed into the Pacific Ocean. I can't be certain of what happened, but if I had to guess, I'd say she made that shipment after all. SCP-3531 is stored in the hangar of Site 3A. Tests using SCP-3531 may only be conducted at the discretion of the site director. The details of SCP-3531's nature are somewhat sparse, at least in terms of what is available to someone not assigned to its research team. The best that I can surmise is this. Kingfisher is not a legitimate airline, though I'm sure you've already figured that out. I believe they are a company that services clientele who are interested in fishing, though not for what we might think of as traditional fish. It would seem that humans are loaded onto this anomalous aircraft and kept there, seated and docile, for Kingfisher's clients to capture. Whoever or whatever these clients are, presumably the voices on the other side of Janet Kaminsky's phone call, they are fishing for humans using anomalous means, Who knows how many shipments were made using SCP-3531 before it was seized by the Foundation? The fictitious airline, the plane, the flight attendants, all made for the perfect ruse, and the victims fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Dragon snails, dragon snails, dragon snails! What happens when you cross a dragon with a snail? Do we have to spell it out for you? Dragon snails! The latest fiery hot kids trend from Dr. Wondertainment that will leave your house in ashes. Just kidding. But seriously, watch out for that. Does your kid love Pokemon but hate the fact that they aren't real and don't pose any danger to their health and well-being? How boring! With dragon snails, you'll never have a dull moment again. They may move slowly, but their fire moves quick. Just one little puff, and they'll get you a fireball big enough to scorch your eyebrows off or start a modest log fire. The perfect Christmas gift to keep your house warm all winter. We've got green ones, we've got blue ones, we've got stripy ones. Breed them to start your own little empire of shell-dwelling hellraisers. Just remember, always keep a fire extinguisher close by. Start your collection today. Dr. Wondertainment is not legally, morally, or financially responsible for any injuries, death, or property damage resulting from the unsafe use of dragon snails or any other Dr. Wondertainment products. The intern leans in close to the glass, bored out of his mind. When he'd joined the Foundation 6 months ago, they'd told him that he would be key in securing, containing, and protecting some of the most incredible anomalies the world had ever seen. The reality of his day-to-day is very disappointing. He's on snail detail. Contained in a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter plexiglass terrarium are 12 dragon snails. At first, he'd been so excited by the concept. A dragon and a snail mixed together? Genius. Until he realized that they actually just spend most of their days acting like snails. They very slowly slime their way around the walls or retract into their shells. Very occasionally, 2 of them would get into an argument and spurt a bit of fire, but the snails were all so small that a puff of fire was about all they could manage. Come back a few hours later, and you might see another one. In the meantime, they needed a nice long nap and a bite of lettuce. That's his job, by the way. Lettuce duty. Once a week, it's up to him to drop in 3 kilograms of iceberg lettuce. His nickname around the site quickly became Lettuce Boy. In the other rooms, he can hear demons from other dimensions roaring in fury, and occasionally the facility's power will dip out as a phase-shifting cyber ghost drains half the grid's power this side of the Mississippi. It's not unusual to see agents and researchers running through the hallways carrying futuristic alien weapons and talking of Keter-level threats. Meanwhile, he's Lettuce Boy. About once a month, a couple of the snails will get it on. Pretty X-rated stuff, not appropriate to show here, but feel free to let your imagination run wild. Whenever that happens, it's up to Lettuce Boy to mark a tally in his notebook, retrieve the egg, and transport it to the biological wing for freezing. He's pretty sure the senior researchers have forgotten about the dragon snails entirely, given that they've got several hundred in frozen storage at this point, with no real goal as to what to do with them. It stinks of some researcher kicking the can down the road to the next person to figure out what to do with. As if on cue, one of the snails pops out an egg. He lifts the lid of the enclosure, leans over, and scoops up the egg. The mother lets out a territorial puff of fire at him, enough to burn his fingertips. Another perk of the job is he's permanently got burnt hands. The flameproof gloves are on the way, apparently. They'll get here any week now. The floor rumbles as Lettuce Boy dutifully carries the egg along the corridor. A door to his left bursts open as a bus with spider's legs tries desperately to crawl its way to freedom. One on his right dematerializes completely, leaving an empty void of psychedelic colors. One ahead of him hangs wide open, with a creepy presence just out of sight around the corner. Lettuce Boy turns away from that one heading along the biological wing. He can hear tiny Play-Doh soldiers waging war in the coffee room again. A swarm of agents try their best to break up the conflict. Why can't he join their team? It's just not fair. Lettuce Boy goes into the room with the giant freezer and opens the glass door. Frozen air curls up to meet him. Hundreds of eggs just sitting there. They're all different patterns and colors. A few are even translucent. He adds his own little egg to the pile and sighs. Is this really all his job is going to be? He hits the light switch on his way out. Except, of course, it wasn't the light switch at all. He'd missed and hit the power on the freezer. But Lettuce Boy didn't know that. He just wandered back down the busy hallways, ignoring the sounds of chaos all around him, wondering when his job was ever going to get interesting. What's wrong with you? That's never a good way to start your workday. Lettuce Boy turns around to see one of the agents standing in the doorway scowling at him. He asks what's wrong. Your stupid snail dragon things, you gotta keep a better eye on them. One escaped. Lettuce Boy is shocked. He rushes over to the enclosure and counts. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. They're all here. What's this agent talking about? I killed it, stepped on it after it burned my ankle. Now I've got to go clean my shoe, thanks a lot. Lettuce Boy counts the dragon snails again. 12, just like he'd thought. What was this agent on about? He pokes his head around the corner into the corridor to call after the disappearing agent, but stops himself almost immediately. Smeared all along the wall next to his face is the unmistakable slime of a fresh snail trail. Not just one. How many are there? They crisscross each other, snaking their way behind pot plants and up into the vents. Lettuce Boy takes off in a sprint in the direction of the freezer room. Surely they haven't. He hears an accusatory voice asking him where he thinks he's going. It's the head researcher at the site. Lettuce Boy skids to a halt and tries to compose himself. Running in the corridors is strictly prohibited unless in case of an emergency. Is there an emergency right now? Lettuce Boy shakes his head violently. No problem here, none at all. Everything's totally fine. The head researcher asks him if he's delivering dragon snail eggs to be frozen. He shakes his head again. Then you have no reason to be going to the freezer room. Back to your post, or I'll be writing you up. With no other option, Lettuce Boy turns around and slowly walks back to the snail room, feeling a pair of beady eyes drilling into the back of his head the whole way. All he can do is cross his fingers and pray she doesn't see the slime on the walls around the corner. As soon as he's out of sight, he ducks behind a plant and tries to devise a plan. He needs to get back into the freezer room some way or another. There's a chance only a couple of the dragon snails have thawed enough to hatch. Maybe if he can switch the freezer back on soon enough, it'll all be fine. One of the snail trails guides his eyes up a wall to a vent with a couple of loose screws. He's always wanted to do this. Quick as a flash, the vent cover is off, and he's inside, crawling along and sneezing every few seconds from his dust allergies. He's not exactly John McClane from Die Hard, but the comparison definitely crosses his mind. He also can't help but peer through some of the grates. In one, he sees a portal to hell. It's enormous and pulsing with power. Every now and then, a demon's hand will reach through and claw around, trying to grab onto a human and drag them to their demise. And what's that on the ground? Oh no. There is a singular dragon snail boldly, if slowly, squelching its way towards the portal. He has to stop it. Who knows what will happen to it on the other side? But it's too late. The little snail has disappeared through the open portal. That will have to be a problem for later. He crawls on, and in a couple of allergy-ridden minutes, he tumbles onto the floor of the freezer room. He sits up and looks around. It's not good. The walls are all scorched black, and there are snail trails everywhere, and little newborn dragon snails of all shapes and colors are all making their way to the doors. He rushes over to the open freezer and peers inside. It's not so bad after all. There are still close to 300 eggs sitting there unhatched. He lets out an involuntary laugh. Maybe it's not so bad after all. Maybe he won't get in too much trouble. But the sound of his laugh has done something. All around him, tiny shells start to crack. Wisps of smoke curl out of holes. Tiny dragon heads appear, followed closely by tiny snail bodies and shells. No, they're all hatching, every single one of them. One by one, every dragon snail rummages its way out of its shell and gives a triumphant puff of fire, looking at him through bleary eyes. Looking at him. His heart sinks. He'd forgotten this part of his training. It had never come up because they hadn't hatched any newborns in his time. Dragon snails imprint. Just like baby ducklings, they attach themselves to the first living thing they see, thinking it's their mother. And as Lettuce Boy looks around the room, he suddenly has the dawning realization that he's got a whole lot of children now. He isn't ready for this kind of responsibility. What if he wanted to travel, to see Europe, to get a motorcycle? He couldn't do any of this now. He's got children to take care of. It's all too much. He needs a minute. But at that exact moment, there's a cough from behind him. The head researcher stands in the doorway, arms crossed, glowering. In unison, Lettuce Boy and all turn around sheepishly, knowing they are in big, big trouble. But as the head researcher starts to shout, something peculiar happens. The dragon snails all start to slowly but surely creep over to the intern's boss. The more she yells, the more dragon snails join the crowd congregating at her feet. Her tirade gets louder and louder, culminating in a "You're fired!" As soon as the words leave her mouth, a fireball fills the room. All at once, all of the dragon snails gathered around her spew out as much fire as they can manage. On their own, they've never been much of a threat, but a few hundred of them going off at the same moment in a confined space creates a ball of fire so bright and hot that Lettuce Boy throws a hand in front of his face and falls backwards. His hair is smoldering a bit, so he desperately pats at it with his sleeve, while staring at the spot where his boss used to be. Now all that remains is a pile of ash and a pair of shoes. Well, I'm definitely getting fired now. Lettuce Boy runs out into the hallway, peering around the corners to see if anyone is coming. Very slowly, an army of fire-breathing snails slowly follows him, leaving what can only be described as an ungodly amount of slime on the floor behind them. No, go back in the room, hide! But the dragon snails just keep following him, making little hooting sounds as they go. This whole imprint thing is clearly no joke. He needs to get them into the terrarium with the original 12. Once they're all contained, he'll figure out what to do next. Will they all fit in there? He's not so sure, but it's his only option right now. All of a sudden, a door in front of him bursts open, and out rush a flood of agents and researchers running for their lives. A wave of fire chases after them, burning out and dissipating in the hallway. They've all just come from the room with the hell portal in it, the same hell portal that the little dragon snail had entered just a short time ago. And sure enough, a colossal, painfully slow head appears around the door. The head of a dragon on the body of a snail. Only now, instead of being pocket-sized, it can barely fit through the doorway. Its eyes burn with hellfire as it lets out a thunderous roar. That snail must have imprinted on something on the other side of that portal, and we all know who rules the roost in hell. This isn't just a dragon snail anymore. It's a Satan snail now. Lettuce Boy turns around and runs for his life, as do the rest of the personnel in the building. The fortunate thing about being chased by a hell snail is that you don't have to run very fast or go very far to get away. It's not exactly a high-speed chase. He crashes through a doorway and turns to address his dragon snail army, who are one by one catching up with him as fast as they can. What do I do? The dragon snails just hoot happily up at him, enjoying all of the chaos. He needs a fireball, and a big one, to kill the hell snail. Except all of his companions look very tired from the fireball that killed his boss, a problem for later. If they were in their terrarium, he'd give them a head of lettuce and a few hours nap, but they don't have that kind of time. There's only one thing for it. Lettuce Boy throws open the cupboard. 574 dragon snail eyes stare in wonder. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It's lettuce. Kilos and kilos of lettuce. Their mouths hang open in ravenous excitement as Lettuce Boy lives up to his name, shredding head after head of the crisp green vegetable. Tiny mouths crunch and swallow as fast as they can as the ominous sound of fat, heavy slaps fills the room. A giant shadow falls across the doorway. And then the head of the dragon appears, its growth supercharged in the furnace of the underworld, its eyes driven mad with evil. The shell must weigh as much as a small car. The hell snail turns its head to him and gives a wet, oozy roar that sprays snail slime all over Lettuce Boy's face. He wipes a sleeve across his eyes and clenches his fists, determined. Dragon snails, attack! A couple of the snails cough. One manages to splutter a few sparks. Most of them are still enjoying their lettuce so much they haven't even noticed their aggressor in the doorway yet, happily chomping away with gummy little mouths. The hell snail rears up and opens its mouth wide. Lettuce Boy closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. If this is how he dies, so be it. He's ready for the fire that's about to consume him. Any second now. He's ready. He opens a hesitant eye. The hell snail's mouth is still wide open. Its eyes are staring not at him, but at what's in his hand. A head of lettuce. Lettuce Boy tosses the leafy vegetable into the hell snail's mouth, and it crunches down on it, happily swallowing it in just a couple of bites. It opens its mouth. Another. He tosses a second, then a third, then a fourth. By this point, the hell snail doesn't look so demonic anymore. It just looks like a giant dragon snail. In fact, it almost looks like it's smiling. Maybe that's the moral of the story. Sometimes those that we think are the big villains in our lives might just be a bit hungry. Lettuce Boy smiles at a good day's work. Then he remembers that he incinerated his boss. SCP-111, while referred to as dragon snails colloquially by Foundation personnel, are not actually snails at all. They appear to be an artificial invertebrate species that have been genetically designed to have the appearance of a snail and a dragon. If you take a closer look at their DNA structures, you quickly find that they don't really belong to either family when compared to the snail and dragon DNA that the Foundation has on hand. When fully grown, the adult dragon snails weigh in at roughly 300 grams, with a typical length of about 20 centimeters from the top of their head to the tip of their tail. So let's start with the head. Aside from fire breathing, this is the most dragon-like part of SCP-111. Unlike snails, they have quite advanced eyes that don't live on the tips of optic tentacles, as well as small horn-like structures that contain cartilage. Their mouths have complex vertebrate jaw structures as well, allowing them to take larger mouthfuls and open wide, ready to breathe out a spurt of fire. Internally, they are very different from your average snail. They are warm-blooded and lay eggs that have hard shells of varying patterns and colors. And of course, there is the fire too. SCP-111 instances have hollow sacs just below their jaws, in which they store methane collected as a digestive byproduct. While most animals would eject methane as a waste gas, the dragon snails store it as a fuel source. A complex structure housed inside their trachea acts as a kind of flint and steel, so when they choose to exhale the methane gas from their jaw sacs along with a small spark, they can create quite an impressive fireball for their size. Due to the size of the dragon snails, this fire-breathing is a short-lived affair. They can usually only manage one puff of flame before exhausting their fuel supplies. As such, it is rarely used in physical self-defense and acts more as a warning, much like a frill-neck lizard deploys its frills to warn away predators or rivals. As the methane supply is built up from the digestive process, SCP-111 has to have an extended break before it is capable of producing more. They must digest more food and give their bodies time and rest to produce sufficient quantities of methane before they are ready to fire again. Another quirk of their jaw structure and internal anatomy is that, unlike regular snails, dragon snails are capable of vocalizations. They make gentle hooting noises. Studies are ongoing as to the purpose of these hoots, though it is possible that they are used as a rudimentary form of communication. SCP-111 shows much higher intelligence than any known snail species. The fact that they can imprint onto other animals shows a level of awareness of the concept of a parent and the ability to distinguish that organism from others. They also appear to have a kind of social hierarchy as to who gets to have the best leaves of lettuce. But again, research is ongoing. Little is known about the origins of SCP-111. The 12 instances contained by the Foundation were received in an anonymous delivery to a Foundation shell establishment. Despite the best efforts of various agents, no one has been able to track down the sender. All that is known about their origins comes from a note left in the box, apparently some kind of advertisement for them, as if they are a product made by Dr. Wondertainment. For now, though, they are happy. The terrarium has been expanded greatly to accommodate all of the new dragon snails. Lettuce rains from the sky on a daily basis, keeping them happy. One giant snail with a fiery personality lives in the corner with a near constant supply of food to keep it docile, and the intern who was responsible for recapturing all of the escapees has received a promotion. It's just such a shame that the head of research was killed by that hell snail before anyone could save her. After a strange night in the city, many people are dead. A biker bar is stuffed with bullet-riddled corpses of Hell's Angels. In the city aquarium, several workers and a night guard float dead in a huge tank, being picked at by triggerfish and sharks. At a construction site, several men stand frozen, their faces locked in forever grimaces of anguish. Just outside town, the bodies of 2 police officers lay scorched beyond recognition, and even further out, the body of an old farmer hangs from the twisted wire of a fence. What could possibly be behind this town-wide carnage? How could one being be the cause of so much death? To find out, we need only rewind a few hours. 6 p.m. Nobody has any idea of the horrors the night has in store for them. But if they knew about one another, they might have some idea of the clues, the little signs that point to something being just a bit off. Over in the biker bar, the big, tough, leather-clad men, their hair tied back with bandanas and their beards twisted into Viking locks, laugh and shoot pool together. They've completed some good scores lately. Nobody messes with them. They own these streets. It's their strength, their intimidation, and most important of all, the cache of guns in the back of the bar. One biker among them hears something strange, though, something rustling in the back room. Has someone infiltrated the armory? He pulls out his side piece, a revolver with a pearlescent handle, and barges into the armory. But the room is empty, not just of people, but of weapons. All the gun racks are laid bare. His heart drops into his stomach. Seconds later, he's running back into the bar, demanding that the music be shut off. He sounds the alarm, and bikers start scrambling, as though the missing guns might be hiding under the tables. Little do they know that the truth is far, far stranger. Over at the city aquarium, they're wrapping up for the day, seeing off their remaining few customers. Janitors are starting their nightly rounds as night guards suit up and prep for patrol. One more marine biologist who works full-time studying the aquarium's many creatures isn't quite ready to go home for the night. She's made herself a new pot of coffee and is on her way to the octopus tank, containing several of the hyper-intelligent, mysterious mollusks. But when she arrives, she sees a startling sight. All the octopi are gone. Shocked and horrified, she calls over some janitors and a night guard. There are a few other possibilities. Either these slimy escape artists had figured out a way to get out and slither away, or someone had stolen them. She's in a full panic now. These octopi are vital to her research. But when the others arrive, there's no trace of the creatures. There is, however, a strange pair of tiny, wet footsteps heading towards the tank. Before any of them can react to that, they hear a wet slapping sound behind them. Over at a construction site, work is just ramping up. Plans are being drawn up for the night's work, and construction equipment is being vanned in. The foreman of the construction site is pleased with how everything is progressing, and if everyone does their job right, they'll have all their work completed on schedule. He lives in this state of blissful optimism until one of his workers runs over to him in a panic. Someone has stolen 4 bags of cement. The exact 4 bags of cement they need for setting the foundation. As the foreman calls the company manager to profusely apologize for the delays, the construction workers scramble around the site, looking anywhere they can for the 4 bags. It's not uncommon for equipment to get stolen from construction sites, but bags of cement? That's strange. Though not nearly as strange as the creature approaching the foreman, step by careful step, its hard gray skin scratching against itself. Meanwhile, a pair of police officers in a squad car receive a call over their radio. There are reports of a break-in at a nuclear graveyard across town. A large stone dome covering up a mess of radioactive material from when the city used to have a nuclear power plant. Someone tripped the alarm on the perimeter gate, and someone needs to get there and apprehend the intruder before they do something they seriously regret. The officers arrive not so long after and see a hole cut into the fence, but the hole is weirdly low and small. Was the person who broke in a small child? That's even more reason to hurry. The 2 officers pull out their flashlights and head up to the gate, opening it and walking through. Just as they're starting to wonder whether they should have brought some kind of radiation guard, they feel a strange, warm sensation on their skin, like a tanning bed, like blistering sunlight in the middle of the night. They turn and try to see what's walking towards them. The air seems to distort and wobble, even in the dark. Then, there's a flash of bright, eye-searing light, and both the officers scream. On a farm nestled in the sticks outside the town, an old farmer is carrying out his twilight rounds. He's hammering in fence posts, making sure the sheep, cows, and chickens are fenced off. He's about to turn in for the night when he sees a goat, his goat, wandering out in the fields beyond his own. He doesn't know how this thing escaped, but in any case, he needs to get it back. As he walks to the edge of the farm, he finds out why. Someone has ripped away all the barbed wire from a section of the outer fence. The wire is completely gone. It doesn't make sense. His mind fills with questions, and one awful, monstrous answer is standing right behind him. Then, all across town, the chaos begins. Back in the biker bar, there's a quiet tapping amidst the chaos of heavy leather boots tromping back and forth. The tap, tap, tap of metal against wooden floorboards. The bikers turn in unison to the back of the bar, where something small and squat is limping out of the shadows. When it steps into the light, the bikers can hardly believe what they're seeing. It's a teddy bear, a living, walking teddy bear, made out of guns. Its body is an amalgam of stocks and ammo belts. It walks on a pair of spindly rifle barrels for legs. Its eyes are scopes and laser sights. And perhaps most striking are its arms. The left arm is an Uzi submachine gun, and the right is an AA-12 fully automatic drum barrel shotgun. The bikers recognize every gun as their own. But before their many minds can compute another thought, the gun bear raises its shotgun and Uzi arms and begins blasting. Bullet after bullet tears through the bikers, dropping them one by one. Some scramble for the door, but it doesn't save them. In a matter of moments, as gunshots ring throughout the bar, every single biker is dead. Over at the aquarium, things aren't going much better. The marine biologist and her co-workers turn to see a strange figure standing atop the tank. It's in the shape of a teddy bear, but the biologist can clearly see that it's about 5 octopi fused together in some nightmarish and unnatural conglomeration. The tentacles stretch out and grab the aquarium staff, lifting them with impossible strength and force them down into the tank. They struggle and thrash against the slimy tentacles holding them in place underwater, but it's no use. The octopi bear is in total control. Bubbles rise as the unfortunate aquarium staff struggle, but those bubbles eventually stop. Everyone in the tank floats, dead. The work of the octopi bear isn't over yet, though. It drags the waterlogged corpses of the marine biologist, the cleaners, and the night guard across the aquarium floor, leaving a wet trail. Eventually, it throws the bodies into the main aquarium tank and watches with a slimy, blank expression as the fish begin to feed. Back at the construction site, the workers are frozen, but not in fear. The entity that stepped out of the shadows of the construction site is a teddy bear made of solid cement, constructed out of the 4 stolen bags. The second the foreman saw it, he called in the other workers to see, dooming them to share his fate. As some of them reach into their jackets to grab phones, eager to take photos, just to see if this truly is happening, the cement teddy bear screams. It's an awful sound, the screech of metal on metal, like a broken cement mixer spinning off kilter and threatening to explode. But it doesn't explode, it just keeps screeching. And as it screeches, the workers and the foreman are frozen in place. As much as they try with all their might, it's like their bodies are turning into concrete. No, it isn't like that at all. That's exactly what's happening. Their skin is taking on a slate gray hue, becoming rigid and brittle. Little by little, their bodies freeze and harden. Their eyes go after all the rest, as they watch themselves becoming living statues, trapped forever in the shell of their own bodies. The cement teddy bear walks among them, and it begins to dance. Over at the nuclear graveyard, another 2 corpses are about to be interred. That flash of light is actually a localized blast of radiation that would make Chernobyl look positively quaint, frying the officers on a cellular level in less time than it would take for a camera to take a photograph. They lay on the ground, skin burnt, vomiting profusely. They twitch and squirm, not quite dead, but trapped in a void of unimaginable pain, every thought burned out of their head. Their killer walks towards them on tiny, flat feet. As you may have predicted, it's a teddy bear, a living, walking teddy bear, cobbled together out of radioactive material. What it's done to the 2 police officers is horrifying, but if it gets into the city proper, the death toll will quickly climb into the thousands, if not the hundreds of thousands. But the violence and terror of the night is not quite over yet. We return to the farm, where a farmer can only just make out a tiny figure stomping across the grass towards him. He hears it before he sees it and whips around, the strange jangling of metal against metal. He immediately regrets not bringing his gun, but it's too late for regrets now. He can see it now, the freakish little teddy bear made out of twisted barbed wire. Tendrils of the wire strip away from the teddy bear's body and launch towards him like angry vipers. They wrap around his body and limbs, around his neck, and tie him to a fence post. He tries to struggle, but every movement hurts as more barbed wire cocoons him. Out on the field, the goat looks on with complete indifference. What you just witnessed is a series of horrifying impossibilities, unless, of course, you're dealing with SCP-1048, a singularly strange anomaly known as the Builder Bear. But please don't let the apparent whimsy of that name fool you. What we're dealing with here is an extremely dangerous Keter-class anomaly.
But before we get there, we need to explore some background information on the entity before it revealed its darker side. SCP-1048 is a relatively small and unassuming teddy bear, standing at only 33 centimeters tall. Researchers have studied the materials and composition behind the Build-A-Bear and found that nothing about it is inherently anomalous. But despite this, the bear appears to be fully sapient and capable of moving of its own accord. While it is incapable of speech, it can communicate through some small gestures, all of which are extremely sweet and affectionate. Yes, you heard that correctly. One of the most surprising things about SCP-1048, if you're only familiar with it by reputation, is the fact that most people who directly encounter it find it endearing and even adorable. It shows affection to human subjects by hugging their lower leg, dancing, jumping in place, and even drawing childlike crayon pictures for Foundation janitorial staff. Before the darker incidents began, almost everyone reported positive feelings towards SCP-1048, even D-Class personnel who had tested positive for sociopathic tendencies. Despite its seemingly charming exterior, the inner workings of the Build-A-Bear's mind still remain a mystery. Attempts to communicate with the anomaly directly have failed, because although it is capable of making simple gestures indicating yes and no answers, it will often simply ignore certain questions. Specifically, it will completely stonewall any questions about its origins, which is partly why the Foundation knows so little except for what it can directly observe. Whether the Build-A-Bear declines to answer because it doesn't know or because it doesn't want to share is an open question. And while the Build-A-Bear is capable of drawing pictures, these are purely for the aesthetic value of the pictures themselves, not a means of communication. It's yet another mystery for the enigmatic bear. 7 months after first being contained in Site-24, Foundation personnel were able to first observe the Build-A-Bear's secondary anomalous effect, the one that gave it its namesake. Its ability to create crude living replicas of itself from various materials. This would be fine and dandy, if not for the fact that these replicas are invariably extremely hostile and dangerous. Dr. Carver, the head researcher on the SCP-1048 case, posited that, in hindsight, the reason that the Build-A-Bear behaved so affectionately to staff around Site-24 was to lull its victims into a false sense of security, making it easier to collect materials for its secondary anomalous pursuits. Dr. Carver outlined case studies of the 3 most dangerous SCP-1048 creations that have manifested in Site-24 since the Build-A-Bear started its grim construction project. These creations have been labeled SCP-1048-A, SCP-1048-B, and SCP-1048-C. I'd like to personally warn you that the accounts of these 3 devious bears are disturbing beyond belief, even by the standards of anomalies studied by the SCP Foundation. During the first incident, SCP-1048 was spotted walking with SCP-1048-A down a hallway in Site-24. 1048-A is similar to its creator in size and shape, except that it's made entirely from human ears. Dr. Carver was immediately alerted to the creature's presence, and he dispatched a security team to apprehend both anomalies. However, what seemed like what would be a simple mission instead became a nightmarish case of mass death. As soon as the security team surrounded the 2 bears, 1048-A let out an impossibly loud, ear-piercing shriek that induced physical pain in everyone within a 10-meter range. But we're not just talking about hearing loss here. Everyone within hearing range began collapsing, growing ears all over their body, covering every inch of their skin. The 2 bears managed to escape during the chaos, and Dr. Carver arrived just too late to make any difference. Though luckily for him, he was at least able to avoid becoming an ear-abomination. This incident resulted in personnel deaths in the double digits. The cause of death, mainly suffocation from all the ears that had grown in the throats and lungs of all those affected. 1048-A has still not been contained. While 1048-A was hardly a walk in the park, 1048-B was, in this humble scientist's opinion, considerably more revolting. I will have to tread carefully here, as the creation of 1048-B is an extremely traumatic incident for an active duty member of Foundation personnel who still works at Site-24 to this day. In order to remain within the bounds of good taste, we'll say that 1048-B looks like a frightening cross between a plush teddy bear and a human infant. Before the creation of 1048-B, the anonymous researcher I mentioned earlier was heavily pregnant. Afterwards, she was not.
The less said about that, the better. Moving on. The third of the documented SCP-1048 creations is perhaps even more frightening and dangerous than the other two. 1048C was first spotted by Dr. Carver himself, lurking in his office. 1048C is another living teddy bear, made entirely from rusted scrap metal and jagged blades. The second that Dr. Carver spotted the metal monster, it got away, fatally slicing and dicing its way through a number of Site-24 guards during its escape. Like the other two, it has not been sighted since the incident and is presumed to be still active somewhere in Site-24, potentially ready to pop out at any moment. It brings a whole new meaning to the term bad news bears. Those well-versed in the anomalous files of the SCP Foundation may be feeling a strange flicker of memory right now. That's because SCP-1048 isn't the only anomalous teddy bear out there, and its counterpart, SCP-2295, the bear with a heart of patchwork, seems to be its perfect opposite in terms of temperament. It goes without saying that SCP-1048 and its terrifying copies are a menace to everyone it encounters, but the bear with a heart of patchwork endeavors to save injured human beings whenever it can. If this benevolent bear discovers a person with a severe injury or a disease causing organ failure, it will immediately leap into action. Like a cuddly trauma surgeon, SCP-2295 will take a needle and thread and begin making a fully functional plush organ out of its own material. It will then attempt to perform transplant surgery, and if the surgery is successful, this patchwork organ will function exactly as a regular one. The bear has saved many lives like this. In fact, SCP-2295 is so benevolent that, in cases where the surgery fails, it's been witnessed doubled over and crying over the loss of life. This is a courtesy that you cannot expect if your life is brought to an abrupt demise by one of SCP-1048's many copies. The containment procedures for SCP-1048 have undergone considerable evolution as the Foundation learned more about the entity's anomalous effects. Originally classified as safe before its secondary characteristics manifested, the anomaly is now classified as Keter. Its original containment procedures are also shockingly lax given what we know now. 1048 was given free rein to wander around Site-24 and interact with personnel to its heart's content, a policy that we now know had terrible consequences. Technically speaking, SCP-1048 isn't contained. Many believe that it still lurks somewhere inside Site-24, though nobody can know this for sure. The orders for all active Foundation personnel is to apprehend SCP-1048 on site and to immediately destroy any of its deadly creations with extreme prejudice. The dangers posed by SCP-1048 are so great that even non-anomalous teddy bears are banned from Site-24 to prevent any potential confusion. Any object resembling a bear is to be reported to the site security team to avoid a potential mass casualty event. Dr. Carver appended a note to SCP-1048's containment procedures saying, "This is not a joke. We have no idea what SCP-1048's full capabilities are. Who knows how many of the damn things are out there by now?" It's a disquieting thought, to say the least. The Builder Bear is one of the most peculiar and dangerous self-perpetuating anomalies out there, with incredibly unpredictable abilities across its different iterations. If you want to stay safe, my recommendation is to be wary of any stuffed bears you may see lying around. If you're lucky, it's just another adorable plush creature. If you're unlucky, well, I hope you've made all the proper arrangements.
Air travel used to be an event. People climbed aboard planes in their best dress, their finest suit, sat in seats with plenty of legroom, and really relished the opportunity to soar through the sky from destination to destination. Now, flying has become, ironically, pedestrian. Sure, some people still take it seriously and revel in the miracle of flight, but most treat it the same as riding a Greyhound bus. For the businessman, with his carefully packed carry-on and phone loaded with news podcasts to pass the time, that is exactly how it feels. Flying is a chore, one he wishes he didn't have to deal with. But sadly, he has no choice. Not if he wants to keep being the most valuable employee at his job, the one who never says no to a request from the boss. He's garnered a reputation as a real team player, which really means guy who's up for anything the company requests, no matter how boring, annoying, or exhausting. It's gotten him pretty far, and now that he's up for a promotion that would double his salary, he's certainly not going to give up the habit now. So here he is, stepping out of his taxi at the international airport, ready to hop on the longest flight of his life, 20 hours, non-stop, to Australia for a conference. No one else wanted to deal with the jet lag, the leg cramps, the claustrophobia. So, of course, the helpful-to-a-fault businessman volunteered. He rolls his small suitcase, precisely measured to meet the size standards for a carry-on, because he can't risk the airline misplacing his checked bag and stranding him at the conference with no suits, and walks into the airport. He's done this routine dozens of times before, every time pretty much the same. He has it down to a science, as quick and convenient as possible to minimize stress and make the journey go smoothly. He prints his boarding pass, drinks the dregs of his morning coffee, and tosses the cup and heads to the pre-check line. No waiting in long security check lines for this guy. Wait a second. Why is the pre-check line blocked off? No. There's no pre-check available at this airport? The businessman lets out a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose for a moment as he gathers his thoughts. This is fine. He can just go through the regular security line this time. What's the worst that could happen? It's not like he's running late. He's got plenty of time to make the flight, watch a few bad movies, get some sleep, and wake up on the other side of the world. Resigned to his fate, the businessman joins the security check line for ordinary Joes who didn't bother to spring for pre-check. This is fine. The day is still going mostly according to plan. Or so he thinks. As the line inches along, the businessman spots more trouble up ahead. Oh, great. They're putting in a new body scanner right now. He can see the engineer, whatever the title is, finishing the setup. No wonder the line is so long. This is the cherry on top of a deeply irritating Sunday. But it's too late to turn back now, not without risking his promotion, or even his job. Better just try to shrug it off and keep going. Maybe he'll get a candy bar when he reaches his gate. A little treat always helps ease the stress of travel. The line is moving at a steadier pace now, and the businessman can feel the tension in his chest easing up, his muscles loosening. Here we go. This is more like it. He slips his shoes off and holds them in his hands, standing in line in his socks. He might look a little silly, but it's the most efficient way to get through security. After what feels like an eternity, it's his turn to go through the security checkpoint. With a self-satisfied smile, he places his shoes in a bin next to his carry-on bag and drops them both on the conveyor belt. One of the TSA agents waves him on, beckoning him to step into the body scanner. He assumes the position, hands over his head, and waits for the queue to step through to the other side. But the queue doesn't come. The TSA agent holds up a hand, gesturing for the businessman to stay where he is. He tries to ask about what could be causing the holdup, but no one answers him. Must be a malfunction with the machine. Perfect. He lets out another heavy sigh. Then, just behind his right ear, he hears a voice.
Rough day, buddy.
The businessman glances over his shoulder, expecting to see a TSA agent standing there. But there's no one. Has the stress of the worst day he's ever had at the airport driven him to hallucinate? He hears it again.
Hey, buddy, you there? Sounds like a rough day.
Maybe there's a speaker embedded in the scanner somewhere for some reason. Just been kinda stressful. I'll feel better when I get on my flight.
Oh, you're traveling. That's fun. Where to?
Australia. It's for this work thing. I'm not especially excited about it, but the boss will love it, so...
Ha! I heard that, my friend. Say, could you do me a favor?
I guess so?
Could you tell me where I am? I just woke up and I can't see anything. Can't really feel anything either. It's all just darkness. It's kind of freaking me out here.
The businessman scans the area, but no one appears to be paying attention. No one seems to hear the voice. Is that because it's lost in the din of airport chatter? Or because it's all in his head? We're at the airport.
Airport? How'd I get to the airport? Listen, buddy. I need you to help get me out of here. My wife, my daughter, they'll be looking for me. I don't know how long I've been gone. I need to get home. Can you help me?
Privately, the businessman thinks that he really doesn't have time for this, but out loud he says, "Sure. It's just that I don't really know where you actually are, or how you're talking to me through this scanner thing."
What do you mean? I'm right here. Talking out of my mouth. I'm not... What the hell are you talking about?
The businessman is beginning to lose his patience. Something about this situation is just not right. No one should be talking to him through the broken security scanner. The TSA should be letting him through, and he should be sitting at his gate right now. His built-up grievances spill out through his mouth. "I don't have time for this," he shouts. The TSA agent turns to look at him. I promise, sir, we're working to fix the issue as fast as we can. There's no need to shout, she says. The voice in the scanner was speaking in a hushed tone before, a conspiratorial whisper, but now it's growing louder, more desperate.
You gotta help me, please. My family, I need to get to my family. Why can't I see? Why can't I move? It hurts. It hurts. Don't you understand, you idiot? It hurts.
These words are shouted directly into the businessman's ear. Stop! Just stop! Stop yelling at me! Several TSA agents rush over to inspect the businessman, steadying him and gently guiding his hands away from his ears. They ask him if he's feeling all right, if they need to call someone for him. The businessman snaps, shouting that the scanner is broken, and he can hear a voice inside and something is very, very wrong. Well, unfortunately for the businessman, he looks more than a little suspicious now, and one security officer pulls him aside, leading him to a small nearby room for a chat. All the while, the businessman insists that the scanner was talking to him, and that he's not crazy. He won't be leaving that interrogation room anytime soon. Unfortunately for the businessman, he will not be making that flight to Australia. Meanwhile, the scanner is causing interference with the other technology at the checkpoint. The agents are scrambling to solve the problem, to keep the line moving while their colleague addresses an apparent mental health crisis nearby. The line keeps moving, and more impatient passengers walk through the scanner. Just like the businessman before them, they can hear that voice, whispering hushed pleas that turn into anguished shouts. The same male voice, over and over again, begging for answers, begging for help. Someone deeply distressed is speaking through the scanner, and no one can figure out why. One elderly woman breaks down in tears as the voice angrily swears at her. A little girl screams in terror at the sudden sound. A man tries to argue with the voice, the two shouting over each other with increasing fervor. Soon, the voice grows loud enough that the TSA agents can't ignore it. Much to the dismay of the passengers that haven't made it through yet, they close down the line. Slowly, one TSA agent approaches the scanner. "Hello?" she calls out. She feels silly doing it. There's no way someone is using the scanner as a communication device. The technology doesn't work like that. But then, clear as a bell, she hears the response.
Hello? You can help me? Or do I need to keep screaming for someone to listen?
No doubt about it, that is a person. A very distressed person. How are you speaking to me right now, sir?
With my mouth. What are you, stupid? I don't want any trouble. Please, just let me go, or I'm gonna lose it. I just want to go home. What is this, some kind of kidnapping thing? Did you drug me?
Sir, please, we can't help you if you don't tell us how you're speaking through the machine.
There's no goddamn machine. There's just me. Just me. Me.
The voice begins to sob in frustration, and the TSA agent feels a sudden wave of inexplicable nausea sweep through her body. There's no speaker on the machine, nowhere for a voice to emanate from. There's only one solution in sight. They need to take this thing apart. Something is very, very wrong with it. She calls over several of her colleagues, and they begin to fiddle with the machine's outer shell, attempting to loosen and remove it. As they do, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air.
Stop! Please, stop! Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just stop, please!
She signals for the others to stop what they're doing, and the screaming ceases. When the voice speaks again, it sounds defeated, exhausted.
What do you want from me? Is it money? I don't have much, but if you let me go, I'll give you whatever I can. Please. My daughter just turned 5. I just want to see her again.
There was the sound of sobbing again. Somehow, when they tried to open the machine, it hurt the man speaking through it. This just gets weirder and weirder. Meanwhile, the interrogator in the nearby room receives word that the businessman is not, in fact, having a mental health crisis. He really did hear someone speaking through the scanner, someone that everyone can now hear. Whoever this mysterious man is, he will not listen to anyone, will not explain where he is or how he got there. He claims that he was having an ordinary day, lost consciousness, and woke up in total darkness. By the time the businessman is released, however, he has already missed his flight to Australia. That does it. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. He marches back over to the body scanner, shoving TSA agents out of the way as he goes. He begins kicking at the scanner, shouting a stream of curses and epithets at the one who caused him to miss his very important flight, the one who may have cost him his promotion. Man or machine, it doesn't matter. This thing is his enemy now. The disembodied voice returns the shouts in kind, warning the businessman to back off, or he may not like what comes next. "I'm warning you." The businessman laughs derisively, egging on the voice inside the scanner. "Oh yeah? What are you gonna do?" The businessman soon gets his answer, though he won't live to understand what it meant. As the voice screams, louder than anyone has heard it be so far, the businessman collapses to the ground. His body convulses, and his eyes roll back. A seizure. The TSA agents attempt to interfere, but as they approach the scanner, they too collapse to the ground. Some are seizing, others are just unconscious. They don't know it, but all of them are suffering from extreme radiation poisoning. The crowd of passengers waiting to go through security breaks apart, people scattering every which way in search of help or a quick exit. In the next 48 hours, everyone who collapsed will be dead. After 2 more weeks, several of the bystanders will be dead too, all because of the one faulty scanner and the strange voice speaking from inside. Before the story can make the news, it is suppressed by SCP Foundation agents embedded in the media. All living witnesses are given amnestics, and the airport is temporarily closed. The cover story is an attempted terrorist attack, and people are all too quick to eat it up. No one will ever know the truth of what happened, or the nature of the device that would become known as SCP-1966. SCP-1966 is a backscatter X-ray device built by a redacted engineering group sometime in the 2000s. It is approximately 3 meters by 4 meters by 4 meters in size. It was purchased by the American Transportation Security Administration for use in an international airport. Passive scans of SCP-1966 reveal no discernible difference between the internal structure of this scanner and other body scanners with the same design. However, it is no ordinary scanner. Shortly after the scanner was placed in its designated airport, it began to emit the sound of a human male voice. So far, the Foundation has been unable to determine where the voice originates from within the structure of the scanner. The voice responds to speech and other auditory stimuli in the vicinity of SCP-1966 and appears to belong to a sentient consciousness that resides within the scanner. It will continue to speak whether or not it is connected to a power source. In conversations with Foundation staff, SCP-1966 has claimed to be an insurance salesman from London, Ontario, by the name of Mr. J. It remembers being at its daughter's 5th birthday party, which, coincidentally, occurred the day before the scanner was placed at the airport. After the party, it reports becoming blind and unconscious. According to SCP-1966, it cannot see or experience any other senses other than hearing, the feeling of pain when the scanner is tampered with, and a sense of vibrations in the vicinity. It also appears to know when it is being moved, and when someone is attempting to open its outer casing. When the casing is interfered with, it tends to respond by saying, "Ouch!" and "Stop that!" In terms of the tone of conversation, SCP-1966 can be friendly, or it can be angry to the point of being verbally abusive. Whenever SCP-1966 becomes especially upset, it begins to emit a higher level of ionizing radiation, with levels sometimes spiking to the point of causing immediate fatalities, as well as delayed deaths that occur within 2 weeks of exposure. In order to minimize casualties, it is important that SCP-1966 be kept calm. To this end, Protocol Psi-1966-A was developed. This protocol set a series of rules for Foundation staff to keep in mind while interacting with SCP-1966. First, the entity must always be referred to by the name it gave, Mr. J. If SCP-1966 makes any claims about its memories or identity, they must be accepted without argument or contradiction. Personnel should never reference the Foundation, SCP-1966's current form, its acquisition and history, or where it is being contained. If SCP-1966 expresses any self-destructive urges or sentiments, the on-site director must immediately be notified. Junior staff are not considered qualified to handle this scenario, and swift intervention is necessary to prevent any needless radiation poisoning or casualties. If SCP-1966 asks where it is, or expresses concern about its environment, it should be told that it is currently in the long-term care ward of a Toronto hospital, and that it suffered brain trauma during a car accident. If it asks to speak to its wife or daughter, the only approved response is, "You know you can't talk to them now." This is in reference to the cover story provided to SCP-1966, which is that its wife and daughter died in the same car accident. However, stating this plainly will exacerbate the entity's stress levels and may prove dangerous, so a gentle reminder and correction is preferable. Approximately a year after bringing SCP-1966 into custody, the Foundation tracked down a Mr. J, a London, Ontario-based insurance salesman with a wife and daughter. When interviewed under the guise of a survey, his memories and opinions matched those of SCP-1966 up until the date it was first placed in the airport. He was then observed for 3 years, but nothing anomalous about the man was ever detected. For all intents and purposes, he is a perfectly ordinary, unexceptional man. The most unusual thing about Mr. J is that he has, as far as the Foundation can ascertain, never had contact with SCP-1966. In fact, he has never even set foot in the airport where SCP-1966 was previously in use. Somehow, SCP-1966 has developed an imprint of Mr. J's consciousness, but how exactly that occurred is beyond my understanding. SCP-1966 must be kept in a dedicated bunker 2 kilometers underground. The bunker must have 10-meter thick reinforced concrete walls with an additional 1 meter of radiation shielding in order to prevent any radiation from leaking into the surrounding environment. To further reduce this risk, the location of its bunker must be at least 100 kilometers away from any major cities or population-dense areas, as well as Foundation sites. The current location of SCP-1966's bunker is classified and provided only to those who have received special clearance. The monitoring station for SCP-1966 must be permanently manned by at least 5 Foundation staff with Level 2 clearance or higher. The on-site director for the bunker must have Level 4 clearance and be a certified psychologist. No one may interact with SCP-1966 without the approval of this on-site director, and any interaction with SCP-1966 must conform to Protocol Psi-1966-A. The tale of SCP-1966 has been difficult for me to shake. It is far from the most bizarre anomaly I've researched, or the most dangerous, but there is a compelling tragedy to it. A machine, built only to assist with airport security, found itself suddenly cursed with a consciousness that was not its own. Nothing in the world will convince SCP-1966 that it is not a Canadian family man. Its mind is always occupied by thoughts and memories of a life it will never be able to live. A life that, no matter how real and personal it feels, never belonged to it in the first place. Can any of us be certain we are not suffering from the same folly? How can we be sure that our memories, our names, our very identities are our own? The notion of self is a fragile thing, and SCP-1966 serves as an unsettling reminder that, no matter how secure we feel about who we are, outside observers may be able to see truths about us that we can never hope to comprehend. I never expected to feel quite so existential over an X-ray scanner. Another day, another disastrous pitch meeting. The animator lets out a heavy sigh as he unlocks the door to his house, all but tossing his bag to the ground when he enters the living room. He takes off his coat and leaves it where it fell, kicks off his shoes, and doesn't stop moving until he enters his bedroom. With all of the frustrated energy he has accumulated throughout this extremely tiresome day, he throws himself onto his bed with a groan. He grabs the closest pillow, shoves his face into it, and lets out a long, loud scream of disappointment. The day started off promising enough, with a meeting he was lucky to get. But as soon as the producers started checking his phone 5 minutes in, he knew the whole pursuit was doomed. He prepped meticulously, concept art, a binder full of episode pitches, and a flashy presentation to really showcase the, well, show. But after all that work, the producer, who barely gave him a single look the entire time, said that no one is looking to buy original shows right now. Remakes and existing intellectual property are really what the market is suited for at the moment. So he was sent back home with nothing but wounded pride and wasted time to show for all that hard work. If it was the only one this month, he might not feel so despondent. But the fact is, this was only the latest in a long series of letdowns. Even with previous successes under his belt and a stint on a successful show, no one is buying what he's selling. So what now? What's next? Tear the whole thing up and start over again? Order a pizza and stay in bed all weekend? Maybe he should go for a walk and clear his head. No, none of that sounds quite right. There's only one thing to do when his mood gets this bad. Sit down at the drafting table and get back to drawing. It's the only way to clear his head, leave it all on the page, and get a clean start tomorrow. Whatever else happens, he's always got his art, even if no one's buying it right now. He drags himself out of bed, orders that pizza for later, and slumps into his seat, waiting for inspiration to strike. He caps and uncaps his pen over and over again, but nothing comes to mind. With a heavy sigh, he draws a circle. That's something, at least. Could be a head, maybe? He adds a line stretching down to form a body. 2 more strokes of the pen to make arms, and 2 longer strokes to make a pair of legs. There, a little faceless stick man. He scribbles a quick pair of eyes, but stops short of a mouth. He feels so voiceless right now, shouting into an industry determined to keep its ears plugged. Maybe this little stick figure is like him in that way. If the stick figure is him, then it's probably just as plagued with doubts as he is. So why not draw those doubts too? He grabs a black pen, scribbling in swathes of darkness all throughout the background. Some of them naturally take shape as he goes. A swarm of ravens delivering portents of doom, black cats weaving between the stick figure's legs. Some of the shapes are just black blobs with glowering red eyes. Others are phantom-like wisps. In the very back, looming over all of it, the animator sketches out a hulking reptilian figure, jaws open wide to expose its sharp, eager teeth. As he sits back and takes a look at his handiwork, the animator feels a pang of guilt over depriving the little stickman of self-expression. As one more touch, he adds a speech bubble next to the stick figure's head and scrawls the words, "Get me out of here." Just then, the doorbell rings. Oh, pizza's here. As his mind turns from artistic pursuits to the hungry growl in his stomach, he abandons the stick figure and all of his shadowy tormentors. He can always come back to it later. For now, he feels a sense of relief. The dark clouds have cleared from his mind, transferred onto the page. Next time he sits down, he'll be able to come up with something great. He just knows it. But for now, pizza and a bit of trashy reality television. After demolishing half of the pizza and a few episodes of some new wilderness survival competition show he's already forgotten the name of, the animator changes into his pajamas, brushes his teeth, and collapses back into bed. Everything will feel better in the morning. It always does. Or at least, it does most of the time. After a moment, he sinks into a deep, dreamless sleep. But rather than waking up to the chiming of his alarm clock, the animator wakes after only a few hours to the unmistakable feeling of being watched. He forces his heavy eyelids open, scanning the room as his heart races with the dread he can't put into words. There's no one in here. Nothing unusual except... Is that his stick figure drawing? It's leaning against the wall now. He left it flat on the table, right? As he squints at it in the darkness, he notices something strange. He can see the stick figure, but not the shadowy figures around it. The speech bubble is gone too. Wait, there's no paper? It's just his stick figure, standing, against the wall, as if it had been peeled off of the page and stuck there. Worrying it could be some kind of sleep paralysis, the man wiggles his toes and clenches his fists. He can move just fine, he's definitely awake. So, what's happening here? He's about to give up and try to go back to sleep, when the stick figure takes a step toward him, then another. As the animator watches in wide-eyed disbelief, the stick figure walks across the desk, coming to a stop at the very edge. The man flicks his lamp on, blinking as his eyes adjust to the sudden light. There's no denying it. The stick figure is standing there, staring at him with its wide, hand-drawn eyes. Suddenly, words appear next to the figure, identical in handwriting and color to the words he wrote in the speech bubble. "Hello, where am I?" The man blinks for a moment, trying to process it. After a moment, he answers, you're in my room." "Why?" "Honestly, I don't really know." He shakes his head, rubbing at his eyes. When he opens them, there's new text waiting for him. "Where did I come from? Do you know? Is this really happening? This all feels completely insane." But those eyes are staring at him expectantly, and he feels like he needs to answer. I drew you on that paper back there." "You created me? Are you God?" The animator bursts out laughing at this. It's all just too absurd, too insane. "I'm definitely not God. I don't know what I am. Listen, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna try to get some sleep." "Oh, okay. Please don't let me stop you. I'll be here, I think. I don't really know how this all works." "Yeah. Good night." The animator switches off the lamp, rolls over, and after a bit of a struggle, manages to fall asleep again. Maybe this was all some really lucid dream, and when he wakes up in the morning, the stick figure will be back on the page where it belongs. The screech of the alarm jolts him from his slumber, and he reaches out to hit the snooze button. As he opens his eyes, he takes in the sight of the room, bathed in the fresh light of day. The previous night was bizarre, but it's all over now. Everything is back to normal. Wait. No. The stick figure is gone from the desk, but it isn't on the page either. In fact, the entire piece of paper, which once held yesterday's drawings, is blank. If it isn't here, then where the hell is it? He rushes downstairs, scanning the entire house for the sight of the stick figure. He spots it, standing on the kitchen counter, looking intently at the magnets on the refrigerator. When it sees him, it begins to speak again. Well, to manifest words next to its head. "Oh, there you are. I'm so glad you're back. I have so many questions. What am I? Why am I here? Oh, and what are these horrible voices? They keep saying the most terrifying things to me." The stick figure never gets an answer, as the shock of the encounter makes the animator's knees collapse. He slumps to the floor, completely overwhelmed. When he comes back to his senses, he makes a call to a local psychiatrist. Whatever's gone wrong with his brain, he's intent on fixing it. What this poor, troubled animator doesn't realize is that he is perfectly sane. He's just sharing his home with SCP-3052. SCP-3052 is a designation given to two separate entities, SCP-3052-1 and SCP-3052-2. SCP-3052-1 is a humanoid entity that best resembles a hand-drawn, and somewhat poorly drawn at that, copper-colored stick figure. There are two circular holes drawn in the entity's head, which appear to function as its eyes. Though SCP-3052-1 is believed to be two-dimensional, anyone facing the entity seems to perceive it as facing them directly, regardless of the angle or direction it is viewed from. Due to this effect, the exact dimensions of the entity have not yet been determined. The entity has been X-rayed, allowing for a better understanding of its physiology, and it has been found to lack both a skeletal structure and any organs. After this revelation, some samples were taken from SCP-3052-1's body and analyzed. These samples were found to consist of a mixture of spray paint, acrylic paint, and, strangely enough, human blood. Though SCP-3052-1 has no visible hands, its arms ending in flat pencil strokes like most stick figures do, it has proven itself capable of picking up, holding, and moving objects as if it did have hands. The figure has not shown or expressed a need for food or water. Even if it did, it is uncertain where that food or water would go, as the figure has no mouth that can be seen. As the lack of mouth might imply, the entity is not capable of speech or any other vocalizations. However, it is able to effectively communicate via words that manifest visually near its head and linger there for approximately 7 to 10 seconds at a time. These words are made up of the same substances as SCP-3052-1's body, and like the entity's body, they will face a viewer directly, no matter what angle they are viewed from. SCP-3052-1 is sparing in its communication, but has displayed a large vocabulary and intelligence on par with an average human adult. During its communications, the entity expressed that it was struggling with mental illnesses, including depression, anxiety, and mild schizophrenia. An initial intake session with the on-site psychologist confirmed these self-diagnoses and kickstarted SCP-3052-1's weekly therapy sessions. The anomalous effects of SCP-3052-1 extend beyond the obvious. It is a living stick figure, yes, but there is more to the story than that. Whenever the entity is photographed or recorded on video, additional subjects can be seen in the resulting photo or video footage. These subjects, which cannot be seen in person with the naked eye, are designated SCP-3052-2. These instances are black entities with vivid red eyes, composed in a similar hand-drawn manner to SCP-3052-1. The entities are often shapeless, appearing like a blob or shadow with red eyes, but they do occasionally take on the shapes of various animals, such as crows, cats, and a large unidentified reptile. These instances communicate in the same manner as SCP-3052-1, though their letters are black as opposed to copper. These instances do not attempt to communicate with anyone other than SCP-3052-1, and the communications are not exactly friendly. SCP-3052-2 has a habit of harassing, threatening, and otherwise verbally abusing SCP-3052-1. It tends to claim that the Foundation is planning to terminate SCP-3052-1, though there are, as far as I can tell, no Foundation plans for its termination. SCP-3052-1 rarely responds aside from a nod, but will occasionally voice agreement with SCP-3052-2. The SCP Foundation first discovered SCP-3052-1 on June 19th of a redacted year, when it was living in the home of an anonymous digital animator. The animator, thought to be the creator of SCP-3052-1, was found in his bedroom, where he had perished due to complications from his antipsychotic medication. Oddly enough, blood samples from the deceased animator did not match the blood found in the samples of SCP-3052-1's body. The origin of that blood is still unknown, and no DNA matches have been found so far. Due to its regular cooperation and compliance with the Foundation and its research, SCP-3052-1 has been given the ability to request items and amenities to boost its morale. All of the requests have been officially logged in its file. First, the entity asked for a blank journal and a pen, which it was given. Since then, the entity journals every day and shares its entries with the psychologist during their sessions. Next, it requested a television, a DVD player, and a selection of various DVDs. Most of these were animated comedies, though a wide variety of other genres were also represented. Wanting to spruce up its containment chamber, the entity requested a potted houseplant next. The request was granted, but there was an oversight. The entity had no way to water the plant. The plant quickly expired, plunging SCP-3052-1 into a guilt-ridden depressive episode. As a therapeutic measure, the entity was given a new houseplant and a watering can. This time, it was able to keep the plant alive, vastly improving its mood. So far, SCP-3052-1 has not requested anything else, but the ability to do so is still on the table. All of SCP-3052-1's conversations with its psychologist are taped, but most of the footage is kept private. Doctor-patient confidentiality still applies to living stick figures, as it turns out. There is one excerpt from a session that has been archived in the official file, however, which can offer a window into the entity's usual therapeutic process. The psychologist's identity has been redacted from the file, so for our purposes, I will simply refer to them as Dr. X. Dr. X began the session with a standard greeting. "How are you today?" SCP-3052-1 shrugged. "Kind of tired." Dr. X made a note of this, then continued. "Have you been having trouble sleeping?" SCP-3052-1 nodded. "I keep having the dreams." Dr. X made another note. "Yes, you've told me about them. Have you written them down as I advised?" SCP-3052-1 shook its head. "I keep forgetting, sorry." Dr. X's expression was sympathetic, their tone of voice calm. "There's no need to apologize, it's completely optional. Still, it might help. Do you still hear the voices?" "All the time." "Do they sound like anyone you know?" Dr. X asked. Again, SCP-3052-1 shrugged. "I don't know a lot of people." "What sort of things do they say?" There was a long pause, during which SCP-3052-1 did not respond. Dr. X filled the silence. "If you don't feel comfortable discussing it, that's..." SCP-3052-1 cut them off, saying, "They say you're going to kill me." "Who is going to kill you?" "I'm not sure. Whoever works here, I guess." Dr. X made several notes, then spoke again. "Do you believe we're going to kill you?" There was another long pause. Then the response appeared next to SCP-3052-1's head. "I don't know." "Do you feel like you're in danger staying here?" "Sometimes." "I see. Have you been experiencing any visual hallucinations?" "Like seeing things?" "Precisely." SCP-3052-1 shook its head. "Not really, no." "Nothing unusual or strange?" "I don't think so." "I see." Dr. X made one more note. "Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?" After a moment, SCP-3052-1 said, "My watering can's almost empty." Dr. X nodded. "I'll let someone know." Following this session, Dr. X concluded that SCP-3052-1 is likely unable to see instances of SCP-3052-2 and perceives them as disembodied voices. If you are concerned about the watering can and the well-being of the plant, the can was refilled after the session. A little while later, SCP-3052-1 was seen watering the plant, which is currently thriving. There is one more addendum to the official file for SCP-3052 that I found to be notable. It is a transcript of a video that captured a conversation between SCP-3052-1 and SCP-3052-2. SCP-3052-1 was sitting at its desk in its containment chamber, staring at the wall of its cell. After about 45 seconds of inactivity, an instance of SCP-3052-2, in the shape of an unidentified large reptile, skulked into frame from the left. It stopped about 15 centimeters away from SCP-3052-1, who did not turn to look at it. It did, however, acknowledge its presence when the reptile began to speak. Just as the stick figure had described in its therapy session, the reptile warned of impending doom. "They're going to kill you, you know." The figure responded simply, "I know." "What are you going to do about it?" "I don't know." "You might as well just let them. You'd be doing the world an enormous favor." SCP-3052-1 shrugged. "Yeah, probably." When SCP-3052-2 spoke again, the words appeared in rapid succession, as if the reptile was delivering an impassioned speech. "It's your fault that you're in here. If you had just kept your mouth shut and not asked him any damn questions, this wouldn't be happening. Where am I? What are these voices? Are you God? There is no God, idiot. He's dead, remember? He's dead and you killed him. Just like that. All because you opened your stupid mouth. Now you're going to hell, and it's all your fault." After this, the entity sat in silence for about 20 seconds. After a moment, SCP-3052-2 broke the silence. "I'm going away now. I can't stand looking at you." Then SCP-3052-2 slowly moved out of frame, leaving the stick figure alone with its thoughts. SCP-3052-1 is currently kept in a standard humanoid containment chamber. The entity's containment is monitored constantly via video surveillance, which is manned by staff with Level 2 clearance or higher. SCP-3052-1 is granted one session per week with the on-site psychologist for the sake of maintaining its mental health. These sessions are also monitored via video surveillance by Level 2 staff or higher. Should the entity make any official requests, these must be directed to and approved by a staff member of Level 4 or higher. Speaking of requests, there have been proposals by members of the research team requesting experiments that would involve showing SCP-3052-1 recordings of SCP-3052-2 instances. These requests are currently pending approval. When SCP-3052-1 was caught on video being tormented by SCP-3052-2, the reptile spoke to the stick figure of God. I may be out of line here, this is just a hypothesis, but I believe it was possibly referring to that deceased animator, the one found in the same house where SCP-3052-1 was first discovered. If he did, in fact, create SCP-3052-1, and by extension, SCP-3052-2, then it would only make sense for his creations to view him as their god. Perhaps the appearance of SCP-3052-1 took a toll on the man's sanity, driving him to the edge until it cost him his life. Perhaps SCP-3052-2 is not a separate entity at all, but rather the manifestation of SCP-3052-1's guilty conscience. If that is the case, then it is entirely possible that continued therapy sessions will eradicate SCP-3052-2 altogether. Of course, I could be wrong. It's happened before. But the idea that SCP-3052-1 could eventually find some peace, a sense of safety and freedom from the guilt that follows it like a shadow, is an enticingly comforting one. After all, if even a two-dimensional living stick figure can heal from its trauma, cast off the yoke of shame and fear around its neck, and live a happier life, maybe there's hope for us all with our three-dimensional troubles. Or maybe not. But isn't it a nice thought just the same?
An old house, sitting empty since its owner died. It's ripe pickings, the ringleader insists. The rest of the gang takes some convincing. The plan is simple. Break in and gather up anything valuable. Cash and jewelry are the main score. Slipping in under the cover of darkness should be no trouble for a group of seasoned burglars like them, but they want to know that job will be worth it. That's when the ringleader tells them the reason he wants to hit this house in particular, because of who previously resided there. Some big-shot Hollywood cartoonist had lived there, an animator who launched some pretty well-known cartoons that each of the gang remembers from when they were kids. And so the ringleader tells them,
The cartoonist had a study where he used to do all his drawings. If they can find an original piece of his, something that the public has never seen, especially something with one of the cartoonist's famous characters, then something like that could sell for big bucks at auction. Hearing the ringleader out, one by one, the rest of the crew start to be enticed by the prospect of a big payday. All they've got to do is get into one room. Getting into the house is easy enough. The group is all dressed in full black from head to toe, including balaclavas and gloves, but the door to the study proves a little more challenging. It's not that it's locked, though, more that it's impossible for any of the burglars to get through. The ringleader heads there immediately, quietly turning the handle and slowly opening the door. Suddenly, something from inside the study grabs him and pulls him inside, the door closing behind him. As the rest of the group exchange panicked whispers and try to get the study open again, they can hear the sounds of commotion on the other side of the door. There's a scuffle, fists are flying. In fact, it sounds like a full-on brawl. They manage to pull the door open, only for the ringleader to come tumbling out as if he'd just been thrown with great force. Even in the low light, the burglars all notice something's different about him now. His outfit's changed, his dark clothing replaced by a cartoonish black and white striped top with a domino mask over his eyes and a large burlap sack over his shoulder labeled swag. Not exactly the inconspicuous look the group was going for. Another of the burglars tried opening the door a sliver, seeing if whoever had beaten up their boss was still in there. The study looked empty, so he slipped inside, only for the door to slam shut behind him. The rest of the gang try to get inside, only for a voice to whisper from the other side that they can't come in. "There's a closed set." Searching the rest of the house, after around 20 minutes, they find their missing accomplice. He's babbling incoherently about being made to answer trivia questions by some kind of duck that walked and talked like a human. He seemed to be presenting a game show, but each time the burglar answered a question, even if he was correct, the duck would subject him to a bizarre punishment. The only thing he remembers was having the Rock of Gibraltar dropped on him, then waking up in another part of the house. The ringleader checks him over for injuries, only to find an exaggeratedly large bump protruding several inches from the man's head. Determined to get in the study, the ringleader marches back over to the door and swings it open. To his surprise, a tree trunk is standing in his way, with a single sheet of paper stapled to its bark. The paper has 2 words crudely written on it: Rabbit Season. Reaching out to tear the poster away, the ringleader finds another one underneath. This one says Duck Season. He keeps tearing away alternating posters, going back and forth between Duck Season and Rabbit Season, until he reaches one underneath all the others. This one says Burglar Season, followed by the barrel of an old hunting rifle poking out from behind the tree. While the estate situated in Newport Beach, California may seem unassuming from the outset, there exists an anomalous secret behind its walls. Records indicate that the house and the surrounding grounds were formerly the property of the late Chuck Jones, cartoonist, painter, and animator who passed away in 2002. Since his death, the Newport Beach house fell into the possession of Jones's estate, which was subsequently bought by the SCP Foundation, using a front company to mask their activities. Following this acquisition, a 4-meter privacy fence has been installed surrounding the property, and a number of Foundation researchers remain stationed on site within the household, under the cover story that they are mourning relatives of Jones. This all begs the question, why exactly is the Foundation so interested in a deceased animator's former home? Well, technically, their interest in Chuck Jones's old house is actually confined to a single room within. Situated in the far corner of the house, down on the first floor, is a quiet little spot that Jones, while he was alive, used as a private study. He would have spent countless hours putting pencil to paper, honing his skill for creating characters with exaggerated poses and heightened facial expressions, all to convey a sense of personality to an audience. Jones was responsible for not only designing, but also creating the iconic personalities of Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, Porky Pig, Wile E. Coyote, the Roadrunner, Pepe Le Pew, and Marvin the Martian. But Chuck Jones's repertoire as an icon of early mainstream animation still isn't what urged the Foundation to buy his house. Jones's former study is the site of a spatially disruptive anomaly that the Foundation has designated as SCP-4934. Upon its discovery, there existed no known means of directly entering the study room without triggering the manifestation of numerous humanoid entities or causing dangerous objects and substances to appear, causing the risk of extreme bodily harm to those seeking entry to the seemingly prohibited room. Each time the door to SCP-4934 is opened, an unpredictable, entirely random anomalous effect will trigger, only ceasing once the door is closed again. Having discovered it following an incident involving an attempted break-in at Jones's former household, the Foundation decides to send out an investigation team. Heading up the team is one researcher Rex, a man who's heard every joke likening him to a dinosaur or a dog that a person could possibly stomach in a single lifetime. According to briefings provided by the SCP Foundation, the study room within the house is producing an unknown anomaly, and Rex's goal is to discover the extent of this reported reality distortion and to what extent it poses a threat. However, upon overhearing one of the investigation team snickering at his name, muttering something about throwing him a bone, haha, Rex's rationality suffers from a temporary lapse, and he walks straight for the door to the study. Opening the door to SCP-4934, researcher Rex's foot immediately steps on a rake, the force of his footfall causing the garden tool to swing upwards. The wooden handle of the rake smacks the unprepared researcher squarely in the face. Rex stands still, rake handle against his nose, foot still keeping it upright, contemplating his life for a split second, before stepping back to let the rake clatter to the floor. Without even turning around, he can feel the eyes of the rest of the investigation team on him. A few confused murmurs interspersed with quiet, barely detectable giggling. Huffing, Rex slams the door closed and storms off to collect himself without so much as looking at his fellow Foundation researchers. Once Rex returns, multiple attempts to get inside SCP-4934 come and go, each as unsuccessful as the first. Upon opening the door for the fifth time, Rex feels his pulse quicken, wincing and recoiling slightly as he twists the door handle. Opening it up, he's surprised to be greeted by nothing. He can see clearly into the study, the room standing as it was the day Chuck Jones previously set foot in there. There are no immediately observable obstacles in the way, nothing obstructing the entrance, and mercifully, no precariously placed garden tools left on the floor. From behind, Rex hears the rest of the team goading him to enter SCP-4934, and he takes a big stride toward the study, only to collide hard against a solid surface standing in his path, bashing into it with such force that he stumbles back and topples over. Landing on his back, researcher Rex rubs his dazed eyes and looks closer at the entrance to SCP-4934, only to realize that what he'd walked into was a brick wall. The entire doorway was now bricked over, with a facsimile of the study room inside painted over the surface of the bricks. 21 failed attempts to get inside SCP-4934, and Rex is starting to feel infuriated. Each time he opens the door, he braces himself for the next ridiculous thing that will come spilling out or standing in his way to not only stop him from getting inside, but, in all likelihood, injure and aggravate him further. Sure enough, on the 26th effort to enter the room, researcher Rex opens the door, only to have a row of figures barge right past him, knocking him to the floor once again. Moving to the tempo of music that seems to be emanating from inside SCP-4934, the figures are a line of can-can dancers, legs kicking outwards as they dance their way into the hallway. Each one that passes seems to accidentally kick Rex as he tries and fails to get to his feet, until they all demanifest, the one in the back shutting the door to the study behind them. On the 46th try, researcher Rex is just able to make his way past the threshold of SCP-4934, a whole step inside Chuck Jones's study. Some progress is better than none, although nearly being crushed to death hardly feels like progress. The moment that Rex makes it a single step through the doorway, a 50-kilogram anvil drops from the ceiling. The weight of such an object would normally be enough to kill a human being or, at the very least, cause someone severe cranial trauma by falling directly on their head. The rest of the investigation team collectively gasp at seeing the weighted object drop onto researcher Rex and the door to SCP-4934 slamming shut behind him. A number of them even feel a pang of guilt for making jokes about his dumb name. That feeling quickly dissipates when Rex is discovered not only alive, but having suffered no serious injuries in the basement of the house. Another 20 attempts later, and Rex is still trying to get into SCP-4934. Try number 66, and he opens the door to find another door, and opening that one reveals another, smaller door. He spends several minutes opening a series of continuously smaller doors, each one making him more and more agitated, until after 32 of them, he decides to give up on this attempt.
Things don't go much better on the 75th try either, when the exhausted and infuriated researcher opens up SCP-4934, only to see the barrel of a gun staring back at him. A tall male figure, dressed in a trench coat and fedora, points a revolver directly at Rex, telling him to scram and skedaddle, while affecting a heavy, stereotypical Chicago accent. This wouldn't be the only time escalating danger occurs by trying to enter SCP-4934. The 82nd try threatens to level the entire house when, upon opening the door once again, Rex freezes in horror to realize the entire room is filled with explosives. Bright red sticks of dynamite, wrapped together in large bundles, lay scattered around the floor, all of them connected to a lit fuse, the flame creeping rapidly towards the TNT. In a panic, researcher Rex slams the door closed and yells to the rest of the Foundation team to take cover before hurling himself in a face-first dive away from the door. With a thud, he lands on the floor for what feels like the millionth time that day, covering his ears with his hands. A few silent seconds pass, smoke crawling out from underneath the door to SCP-4934, before an almighty boom rings out, shaking the entire house. Clambering back up to his feet, researcher Rex is amazed to the point of being stricken with insane laughter to see that the door to the study is still intact, and the room inside has no signs of blast damage whatsoever. Upon making his 96th attempt to access SCP-4934, researcher Rex is convinced that he really has gone insane after all this. Opening the door, he's greeted by yet another anomalous figure, except this one is frighteningly familiar. It's him. The humanoid entity bears an identical resemblance to Rex and mimics his movements as he tries to get past the duplicate and enter the study. Each time, he is prevented from entry by the entity performing the same movements and actions that Rex is. This mimicry lasts for around 2 minutes, at which point the duplicate abruptly kisses researcher Rex before shoving him away and slamming the door. On the verge of ripping his own hair out, Rex opens the door to the study one more time. At this point, he's expended too much effort to let this anomalous entryway best him, and has consigned himself to whatever ridiculous thing will happen next. But this time, on the 101st attempt, the door opens to reveal some red satin curtains like those someone might expect to see on a stage. Before Rex can reach out to part them, a creature bursts out from behind, its head poking out between the curtains. It seems to be some kind of porcine humanoid, walking bipedally, possessing the features of a pig, but also at least the decency to dress itself, specifically in a small tailcoat. Poking out between the curtains, the creature stammers out a single phrase before shutting the door to SCP-4934.
That's all, folks.
Following the creature's sudden disappearance, Rex is astounded to discover that after so much effort trying to get inside, he can enter the study without further issue. SCP-4934 is reclassified as neutralized, and researcher Rex is discharged on a 3-week sabbatical after a Foundation-appointed psychiatrist determines he is on the verge of a total mental breakdown. Theories as to what exactly was causing these animated anomalies to manifest at SCP-4934 range far and wide among speculating Foundation researchers. The initial explanation posited by researchers is that the animated creatures are, in actuality, a band of anomalous travelers from another universe or plane of reality, designated by some SCP Foundation personnel as SCP-4934-A, or simply known otherwise as Toon World. This theory, more widely accepted among some older members of staff, suggests that this group of interdimensional misfits was first encountered by Chuck Jones at some point in the late 30s or early 40s, and that their latent reality warping capabilities and perpetual infighting with each other inspired him to recreate the anomalous group's various hijinks in the form of animation. Some of the more overzealous SCP Foundation researchers have expanded on this theory, believing an outlandish claim that it is actually possible for human beings to cross directly into the creature's dimension of origin. At present, this dimension still remains undiscovered. There have been various excavations conducted at golf courses across the state of California, with Foundation staff bribing the owners of these courses in order to sanction these digs. The goal is to attempt to reach a supposed entry point to SCP-4934-A, which is believed to be located somewhere between the Earth's crust and the planet's molten core. The search for this entry point is ongoing and currently costing the Foundation an exorbitant amount of money in order to restore numerous destroyed golf courses. There have, at present, been no additional sightings of the creatures that protected Chuck Jones's study, on which his animated creations were presumably based.
However, a proposal was submitted to SCP Foundation higher-ups and has since been approved, allowing investigative personnel to conduct a number of interviews with specific civilians. These are people who are suspected of having had encounters with the anomalous entities connected to SCP-4934, and actually include high-profile public figures from the world of professional basketball. Since announcing his retirement from the sport in 1993, the SCP Foundation has been trying to establish contact with Michael Jordan following a supposed incident believed to have involved the SCP-4934 anomalies. For a brief period, Jordan was reportedly missing from his home. During this absence, an unknown pathogen seemingly affected several other prominent players at the time, namely Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, Larry Johnson, Sean Bradley, and Tyrone Bogues, who were playing in the NBA for the Phoenix Suns. The source of this perceived outbreak remains a mystery even to the SCP Foundation. However, it seemed to function similarly among all 5 players. During a game, each one spontaneously developed issues with hand-eye coordination that severely affected their performances on the court. Medical and psychological examinations of the 5 affected players revealed nothing out of the ordinary. However, before the SCP Foundation could launch a full-scale investigation into the anomalous illness, all present symptoms seemed to be miraculously cured after Barkley, Ewing, Johnson, Bogues, and Bradley met with Michael Jordan in private. In subsequent years, all of them have refused to comment on the exact nature of this meeting or what was discussed. Those that have either only retained a vague recollection of events or seem to disclose that they still don't fully understand what happened to them. All that is known is that once Jordan had returned from his brief disappearance, the talent of these other 5 basketball players was no longer affected. The SCP Foundation is still attempting to contact Michael Jordan to discuss this incident and whether or not he interacted with the anomalies connected to SCP-4934. Research personnel have since taken to categorizing this incident, and others like it, a case of spatially peculiar anomalous converging on Earth, and have also codenamed the 1993 event as the Jordan Anomalous Meeting 1. This is often abbreviated to Space Jam 1. There are also some personnel who suspect that another incident took place more recently in 2021, this time involving widely celebrated Los Angeles Lakers player LeBron James having an eerily similar encounter with the SCP-4934 entities. This is tentatively being referred to as the James Anomalous Meeting 2, or Space Jam 2. However, there are a number of Foundation staff that vehemently deny this ever occurred. Confirmation of these suspected incidents is still being sought out by Foundation researchers. An alternative theory as to the origin of the SCP-4934 entities has been presented by a staff member. Their explanation suggests that the creatures protecting Jones's study were, in fact, creations brought to life by the illustrator's own imagination. While unsubstantiated, it has been suggested that, through anomalous means, Chuck Jones was capable of reality manipulation to some degree. If true, this seemingly did not present any clear threat to reality during his lifetime. However, the claim that Jones possessed any latent anomalous abilities, let alone the power to create sentient life, if often not very intelligent life, has been widely disputed. Numerous Foundation experts and reality warpers have closely examined a number of his original drawings and studied every episode of Looney Tunes that Chuck Jones was directly involved with. They have detected nothing anomalous about any of his work. Proponents of neither theory widely believe that the SCP-4934 entities existed separately from Jones himself and were merely protecting his home and study in the wake of his passing, eventually departing once their grieving was done and leaving SCP-4934 neutralized. In other words, that's all, folks.
It's a perfect night for a candle-lit dinner. The cannibal sharpens his fillet knife, a hungry glint in his eye. It's been a long week at work. Seeing clients, managing accounts, crunching numbers, having to pretend he's like all the others, that mass of bland, boring cattle. But on Friday, he gets to indulge in his ultimate passion. What a lovely day. There's a quiet, pained murmuring coming from the larder. The cannibal ignores it and chops carrots. On a cold evening like this, he could lose himself in a nice hot soup and a bottle of the red stuff. The murmuring in the larder becomes a muffled scream. How rude. It's interrupting his favorite part of the thieving magpie on vinyl. That simply will not do. He cleans the carrot juice from the shimmering blade of the knife and stomps over to the larder in a fierce mood, his teeth gritted. He opens the reinforced door. Strings of garlic hang next to imported Italian sausage. Preserves and pickles line the shelves in jars.
So many fine, aged cheeses he can't remember all the names. And of course, Keith, bound and gagged in the corner, his ankles chained to the wall. Not so long ago, Keith was an intern at the cannibal's firm. He'd underperformed. He was always late, he was insubordinate. Still, the cannibal is resourceful and pragmatic. It's why they pay him such a lofty salary. It didn't take him long to think of another use for poor Keith. As Keith tries to beg through the rope tied into his mouth, the cannibal feels a pang of hunger. He always gets the most excited when the cattle are afraid. It gives him a feeling of almost godlike power. They'll cry, they'll beg, but sooner or later, the reality sets in. They're less than human now. They're food. Keith, rapidly losing hope, notices an interesting quirk in the architecture of the room. The floors slant slightly down into the center of the room. There's a drainage grate. The cannibal notices Keith looking at it and smiles, a broad crescent of predatory teeth. I had this room designed specially for my unusual feeding habits, Keith, he says, taking entirely too much pleasure in it. That vent you are taking so much interest in, it's for catching the spillage. I can't abide by mess. The cannibal takes out the fillet knife, clean, cold, and deadly, just like him, and sets to work. No point in delaying the fun now. Later that night, once the cannibal has finished hosing down the larder and cooking, he ladles some delicious meat stew into one of his fine china bowls. He takes a sip. Warm and delicious, like wings of golden light spreading in his chest. Intern Keith is actually some good to him now. Life can be full of surprises like that. The next day, as the cannibal sits in the corner office of his beloved high-rise, sending off emails to his most treasured clients, he feels so wonderfully at peace. He always feels that way after a feeding. It affirms what he holds to be one of the foundational facts of his reality. Human beings are just cattle. He's the predator, and the rest of them are prey. The detectives come prying in the afternoon. He expects that much. They ask him the standard battery of questions, details about his own life and history, his limited interactions with intern Keith, whether he noticed anything strange. The cannibal plays the part of the concerned citizen perfectly. He assures the detectives that, sadly, he doesn't have any information that will be of any use to them, but he hopes that the poor fellow is found safely. While he says that part, he tongues a stringy little fiber of Keith still stuck between his molars. When the detectives leave, he feels the ultimate thrill. He got away with it. The only evidence that could put him away is currently moving through his lower intestine. The transgression emboldens him. He normally only feeds once a month, but what would be the harm of going for a double this time, just to celebrate how well the first one went? He grins to himself. Yes, tonight, it will happen again. Cut to the dark streets in the poorer part of town, where he prowls in his Mercedes-Benz like a metal crocodile. Rain falls like deadly knives. The asphalt, his river, his hunting ground. Nobody misses people here, and that's something he's counting on. As he drives and seeks out his next victim, he finds himself reminiscing fondly about his past meals. There was the lonely woman walking home from the gym. He watched her working out through the glass all night, feeling his hunger grow. He's a patient ambush predator. When she left the gym, he got out of his car and pulled a black balaclava over his face, a hammer hidden inside the sleeve of his jacket. She didn't turn around until he was right behind her, and by then, well, it was already too late. She made a passable meatloaf. Of course, there was the roadside mechanic. He was easy enough. All it took was a phone stolen from a previous victim and a long, dark back road. He turned up in the middle of the night to solve what he thought was a car problem, but was, in fact, a problem of desire. He can't hide his surprise when he sees the cannibal step out of the dark with a handgun in his steely grip. He went so placidly into the back of the cannibal's car, as meek and obedient as a baby lamb. He made wonderful steaks later that night. And how could he forget the teenage boy that he lured over to his home by pretending to be a girl his age online? People are so easy to trick when they think they're getting what they want. Back in the present, he's selected his target. He parks on the side of the curb when he sees a homeless woman bundled up in the cold. He can give her a warm place for the night. Just not the kind she expects. The cannibal slides out of his car, his form hidden behind a long, expensive raincoat.
He slides up to the homeless woman and nudges her with his foot until she wakes up, confused and annoyed. He feels like a thrill tonight, a real hunt. When she asks him what the big idea is, waking her up like that, instead of answering with words, he reaches into his coat and pulls out an axe. Her eyes widen when she sees it. This man, this monster, means her terrible harm. She wills herself up to her feet, surfing a cascade of adrenaline, and starts to run down the street, screaming for help, exactly like he wants her to. That's when the chase begins. As shutters close and lights turn off, the homeless woman tears down the cold and desolate streets. The people in this neighborhood know better than to poke their nose into somebody else's business. They've been trained to close their eyes and just be thankful it's not them. Their apathy is the cannibal's greatest ally in these monstrous hunts. The woman tries banging up against indifferent doors, her cheeks streaked with tears. No response. The cannibal keeps up at a steady jog, honed over countless hours on the treadmill at his favorite premium gym. He can catch her at any time he wants, but it thrills him to prolong the chase. The pursuit is the only time he feels like his true self, the predator inside. But the homeless woman hasn't given up. She refuses to lay down and become prey to the monster with the axe. When she realizes that nobody else will help her, she's left with one option. She needs to protect herself. Cutting through the tape marked "Keep Out," she runs into a barren construction site, the ghost of what was once meant to be a mall, but it fell through. Like everything else out here. With her bare feet stinging against coarse gravel, she runs towards some half-completed stairs at the base level of the construction site and begins scaling them, flight after flight, with some inhuman wind at her back. Not far behind, the cannibal grips the lacquered wood of the axe handle, taking steady strides. The fear, he thinks, will only make her taste better. There's no way in hell that some poor stray like this would ever be able to best him. There's one thing that the cannibal underestimates: his would-be victim's will to survive, and that's a mistake that will cost him dearly. The cannibal's pursuit of the homeless woman leads him onto one of the construction site's many vacant floors, filled with ghostly sheets of translucent plastic and metal support beams. It's like something out of a cheap horror film, the perfect setting for an axe murder. And the cannibal more than intends to fulfill that prophecy. He stalks through the sheets of plastic, dragging his axe along the ground behind him with a menacing scrape. She's got to be around here somewhere. He checks behind some old cement drums. Nothing. He takes the time to peer around each concrete pillar, his nice shoes making a pleasing tap, tap, tap on the ground. "I know you're around here somewhere," he says. "Don't think you're getting one over on me. This is the fun part. I'm just working up an appetite." This is where he makes his fatal error. He's wearing a nice pair of lace-up shoes, and she isn't wearing anything on her feet at all. So while he's gloating and taunting, he can't hear her quietly walking up behind him. He doesn't even realize she's there until something strikes the back of his head with tremendous force, knocking him to the ground, dazed and eyes full of bright white flashes. The axe falls to the ground next to him, just out of his reach. He turns, his hair already dirtied with blood, and sees her standing over him. She's carrying a length of rebar, the top curdled into a club of hard concrete, stained red. She doesn't give him a chance to get out a word. She hits him again and again. His arms, his legs, his ribs, his face. She beats him within an inch of his life and leaves him there in the cold, surrounded by ghostly sheets of billowing plastic. The cannibal lays there, too agonized to move. It isn't long before he sees the flashing red and blue of police lights, the wail of sirens. He knows his cursed lie of a life is over, and he can't even make a run for it. What follows is a blur for the cannibal, but a major piece of news for everyone who knew him. He's arrested and booked. They search his apartment and find what the press take to calling his kill room, specially designed to aid in the butchering and devouring of his victims. They find the evidence in his bedroom safe. Trophies, trinkets he's taken from his former meals. They definitively connect him to 12 different local disappearances, none of which he has convincing alibis for. In other words, the cannibal, who has given this fate to so many others, is cooked. Because of the publicity around the case and the grand sense of public shock, the judge felt pressured to throw the book at the cannibal.
He was sentenced to death by lethal injection. Upon hearing the sentence, the cannibal bursts into tears in the courtroom. It becomes a viral Twitter moment. He spends a quarter of the time a typical convict spends on death row. It's a quiet and lonely time. A living hell. At least, he thinks, it'll be over when they've pumped him full of deadly chemicals. The hatred, the humiliation, he won't be able to hear it anymore. It comforts him as they strap him down to the gurney and insert the syringes into his veins. Everything goes dark. And then he wakes up in neither heaven nor hell. He wakes up in a crowded, secure bunk wearing an orange jumpsuit, surrounded by so many others like him. Other haunted, broken men, confused and huddled. Occasionally, armed men would enter the bunk and remove one or two of the orange jumpsuited men. Sometimes they would come back. Most of the time, they wouldn't. The cannibal notices one man coming in and out. Every time, he seems a little more shaken. Driven by his curiosity, the cannibal approaches this veteran prisoner and asks him what's out there, who are their captors, what's going to happen to them here. The answer he hears fills him with terrible dread. They're in some kind of laboratory. When they're extracted from the bunk and taken out into the testing areas, they're exposed to cursed objects, monsters, entities beyond comprehension. The veteran tells the cannibal about a giant reptile perpetually submerged in a giant tank of acid, a plague doctor forever working on Frankenstein-esque zombies cobbled out of the corpses of their kind, that terrible rotten man in the dark room who can go through walls and feeds on pain. Eventually, every single one of them will be called out to face judgment, to be the subject of some terrible experiment. Perhaps it's worse than hell, the eventual fate and the seemingly eternal wait for it. When the time comes, the cannibal's number is called. A pair of strangers in black tactical gear and pistols holstered at their hips. He feels cold sweat congregating on his brow. Is this it? Is he going to be fed to monsters or shoved into some nightmarish pocket dimension, used for live target practice or in some twisted experiment by an immortal plague doctor? After hearing his head filled with horror stories by all of his fellow prisoners, he feels fear, true and pure and paralyzing. Is this how all of his victims felt before the knife slashed or the axe came down? The men in the tactical gear walk him down a long, narrow alleyway into another secure room. It reminds him of the police interrogation room he'd seen when he was first arrested. Plain white tiles, a metal table in the middle of the room. He's encouraged to sit, and he does so, feeling his heart pound away in his ribcage. A prisoner inside a prisoner. It feels like he's waiting for an eternity for that door to open and a scientist to walk in. The scientist is carrying a paper bag, a bag that might contain all manner of inconceivable horrors. The cannibal even flinches when the scientist puts it on the table in front of him, expecting that something might leap out and attack without warning. But no, the bag remains deathly still, and the scientist encourages him to open it. With trepidation in his pounding heart, the cannibal opens the bag and reaches inside. Waiting for him within is a hamburger, still warm. He wonders at the catch. Will the burger eat him? Will he explode after taking a bite or turn into stone or some kind of monster? All the horrible possibilities feel infinite. He tries to delay, to stall, but the inevitability of it all sinks in. He needs to take a bite of the terrifying burger. The cannibal sinks his teeth in, taking a cautious bite and waiting for the other shoe to drop. But to his immense surprise, it just seems to be a normal burger. He takes a look at the brown paper bag again. There's a faded logo on it reading, "Quick and Ready Meals." He's confused. The researcher clears their throat and asks a single question. Did what you just eat have the taste and texture of human flesh? The cannibal, wondering if this is some kind of trick question, shakes his head. No, it's just a perfectly normal burger. What's the catch? But he never finds out the catch. Instead, the researcher thanks him for his time, and the guards take him back to his cell to await some other experiment that requires his services. He'll never know the truth of SCP-971, but you will, dear viewer. Right now, in fact. SCP-971 refers to a collection of worn takeout menus from an unknown food delivery service going by the name Quick and Ready Meals. Its supposed parent company denies any knowledge of its existence, and no official business records of the company have been found. To the untrained eye, they don't even appear to be out of the ordinary. The menu lists several standard takeout items: burgers, chicken sandwiches, chicken fingers, fries, and soda. If you call the number on the menu, you'll be greeted by an online directory on the other side of the line, inviting you to put in the numbers corresponding to your order. After this, your credit card will be charged, and within 15 to 20 minutes, a paper bag bearing the Quick and Ready Meals logo will appear on your doorstep. You'll probably enjoy the meal, except for one thing. Even if you ordered chicken, you won't quite be able to place the flavor of the meat you're eating. That's where our cannibal came in, better known to the Foundation as D1282. Naturally, the Foundation's first theory as to the nature of the SCP-971 mystery meat was that it was human flesh. There was no real reason for this, other than the fact that when the Foundation deals with meat-based anomalies, it often ends up being some variation on human flesh. However, when our fine young cannibal took a bite of his SCP-971 burger, he was just as confused by its contents as anybody else. That's because the contents of the meat wasn't in fact human flesh. It was something much stranger. All of the meat from SCP-971 has been sourced from animals on the EEC Endangered Animals list, including pandas, cheetahs, red wolves, and other endangered mammals. And strangely enough, these creatures don't seem to necessarily be harmed by the process. After the ordering of the SCP-971 meals with meat content, endangered animals in the surrounding area were weighed and were found to have lower biomass than they previously did. Of course, if enough orders were made, this might eventually create an existential threat for the animals, but so far, there have been no reported animal deaths connected to the anomaly. But other than this, there have been no reported anomalous effects, no mimetic hazards, no compulsive behavior. The food has no meaningful effect on the consumer, and most people who order the food will not know that they've even engaged with an anomaly. Aside from the menus already in storage, the going orders to field agents are to log and destroy any of the menus they might find in the wild. As an incredibly low-risk safe class, the surviving Quick and Ready Meals menus are kept in filing cabinet number 26 in the Site-19 file vault. In order to requisition the menu for testing, you need permission from a member of personnel ranked at level 4 or above, though tests are not permitted more than once a week due to the potentially detrimental environmental impact. If you're anything like me, there's a drawer or cabinet in your home that's spent the last several years accumulating a large number of local takeout menus, many of which you can't quite place a point of origin for. In case you're worried that your next late-night snack session could lead to harm befalling an endangered animal, might I recommend just playing it safe and using DoorDash instead. Hashtag not sponsored.
You open your eyes, only to find something blocking your vision. Are those teeth? Human teeth? Growing out of your eyes? Oh no. Oh God, no. Taking the subway can be a real hit or miss experience. On one hand, it's cheaper than driving, especially with gas prices these days. It's convenient, eco-friendly, and removes any potential stress about where to park. But it can also be hot, poorly maintained, and worst of all, it's filled with the public. These are the thoughts running through the woman's head as she stands on the subway on the way home from work. She holds onto a nearby pole for balance, struggling to maintain a bubble of personal space as a steady stream of new passengers climb on at each stop. She can feel her chest tightening with anxiety, and she takes a deep breath to loosen the stress. Just a couple more stops to go, and then she can get out of here and retreat to the comfort of her apartment. The train car slows down, and the doors open for the penultimate stop. Great! After this one, she'll be home free. Of course, more people climb on. Everybody has places to go, she reminds herself. It's fine. But as one pale, jumpy-looking man crowds a little bit too close to the pole she's holding, she feels her anxiety levels spike again. Why won't he just respect her personal space? Come on, buddy. It's a crowded train, but there's enough room to take a step back. She's working up the nerve to say something when the train jerks suddenly, starting back up. The sharp motion sends the man rocking forward, and he bumps into her, hard. She feels a sudden sharp pain in her hand, and looks down to see a speck of blood. Seriously? She swears at the strange man, unable to help herself. He glances down, and his eyes widen. He apologizes profusely and backs away from her, unmistakable terror in his eyes.
A bit of an overreaction, she thinks. She just yelled a bit. It isn't as if she was going to hurt him. But he pushes through the crowd, moving away from her, and she doesn't care to follow. The train slows, and the doors slide open again. Thank goodness, her stop. She shoves her way out of the train car as fast as she can and doesn't slow down until she's unlocking the door to her apartment. Time to tend to the weirdest injury she's ever gotten. She disinfects the wound on her hand and begins to apply a bandage. Now that she's slowed down, she can get a better look at it. She had assumed the guy's keys had poked her or something, but now, examining it more carefully, it looks kind of like a bite? Did he have some kind of animal up his sleeve or something? It all happened so fast, she couldn't really tell. Better to be safe than sorry. She'll go get a rabies vaccine tomorrow. With that plan in place and a bandage applied to her hand, she quickly forgets about the hellish subway ride, the nervous man, and the strange bite. The next day, she gets her rabies shot and puts the whole bizarre encounter out of her mind for good. And it stays there, out of sight and out of mind. Until about a week later, when her gums begin to ache. It starts with a twinge, a bit of discomfort one morning that wakes her up before her alarm. But as the day goes on, the ache grows more and more difficult to ignore. She finds herself chewing on her pen during meetings, alleviating the itching, painful feeling in her gums with the pressure of it. A few days later, it's all she can think about. She half considers picking up one of those hard plastic rings for teething babies. At that point, she realizes it's time to go to the dentist. They'll know what to do. But when the dentist leans her back in that adjustable chair and peers into her mouth, he is just as clueless as she is, perhaps even more so. She's presenting symptoms of a condition known as hyperdontia, he explains. She is, at the age of 30 years old, growing new teeth. Not wisdom teeth that are coming in, but a whole new row of teeth just behind the ones she already has. He advises her to come back in once the teeth have grown in all the way, and they can discuss next steps then. She calls in sick to work the next day. She lies and tells them it's the flu. How could she explain the truth? But at least there's a solution in sight. The dentist will help her figure out what to do next. And surely this will be the worst of it, right? Unfortunately, she couldn't be more wrong. When she wakes up the next day, she notices some difficulty breathing through her nose, accompanied by a feeling of discomfort in her nostrils. Oh great, is she actually sick now? She goes to blow her nose, but nothing comes out. She rubs at her nostrils and is startled by a sudden sharp pain and the sensation of something solid in there. What the hell is going on? She rushes to the bathroom mirror, tilting her head back to get a better look. When she can make out what is blocking her nostrils, her jaw drops. Teeth. They're smaller than the ones in her mouth and somewhat obscured, but there's no doubt about it. Little rows of teeth have erupted inside of her nose. She calls her dentist and schedules an immediate appointment. She struggles to explain on the phone, but no matter what words she chooses, she knows the doctor won't truly understand until he sees her condition with his own eyes. And when he does see it, he can't stop himself from crying out in shock. This is no ordinary case of hyperdontia. This is something else entirely, something that should be medically impossible. Seeing the appearance of teeth inside of the woman's nose, the dentist decides to perform a thorough examination of the rest of her face and head. Much to his and her horror, he finds small teeth beginning to erupt in her ear canals too. He warns that if they are not removed, they could cause permanent damage to her hearing. There's no doubt about it. For the sake of her well-being, the dentist must perform the strangest extractions of his career. The woman is given an anesthetic, and he gets to work. By the time he is finished, the dentist has pulled 36 teeth of varying sizes and shapes from her mouth, nose, and ears. It was a harrowing affair, but at least it's over. He prescribes pain medication, an antibiotic, and some time off of work, and advises the woman to give him a call if she experiences anything like this again. Neither of them will say it aloud, but they're both privately terrified that she'll have to come back in and do it all over again. For the next few weeks, the woman feels like she's back to normal. She's a bit shaken up by the experience, a bit exhausted, but otherwise it all seems to be resolved. Then the aches start up again, not just in her gums this time, but in her ears, in her nose, and more terrifying of all, in new places too. She can feel them, the germs of new teeth growing under the surface in between her fingers and her toes, even in her eyelids. The feeling was unpleasant and distracting before, but now it is absolute agony. She can barely dial the telephone to contact her dentist, but she manages to call him and drag herself down to the office. At first, he doesn't want to believe it, but then he performs an X-ray. The images that come back turn his stomach, and he nearly vomits onto the floor. He can see them clear as day. Teeth, 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 growing everywhere. The woman feels that unique ache, the building pressure of something struggling to grow, ready to burst through the skin and be born. More teeth in her mouth, and teeth in her eyes, her ears, all over her body. Even if he extracts every tooth again, even if he plucks out each new growth, there will be more waiting to replace them. Unsure of what else to recommend, he advises the woman to check herself into the hospital. Whatever her affliction is, it has progressed beyond his capabilities. Weeks later, the woman is lying in her hospital bed, weak, exhausted, barely able to move. Her skin is dotted with teeth. Her doctors tried to perform surgery to remove some of the teeth before they could erupt, but the incisions became tiny mouths filled with even more teeth. Now, they've all but given up. She can barely open her eyes to get a look at the strange figures that enter her hospital room, promising to help get to the bottom of her condition. They're scientists, they say, and they specialize in unusual conditions like hers. This poor, unfortunate woman is considered the first recorded patient to be infected with SCP-2450. SCP-2450 is an infectious disease, the most notable symptom of which is the manifestation of severe hyperdontia in unusual parts of the body. The initial source of the infection has been traced to the location now known as Building 2450, a former men's bathroom in a company service station off of a major motorway in the United Kingdom. It is unknown exactly how the infection is transmitted, but Level 5 Haz suits have been ineffective at containing and preventing the infection. The disease can affect a wide variety of mammalian species, including but not limited to rodents, dogs, and humans. Approximately 23% of mammals exposed to the initial infection source area will contract SCP-2450. Infection can also be passed through a bite, provided the bite is deep enough to draw blood. Infections from bites occur at a rate of approximately 12%. The initial stage of infection is characterized by the presentation of hyperdontia in various orifices of the body. I am sorry to say that is exactly what it sounds like, the eruption of extra teeth in places where no teeth should be. This generally begins in the mouth, as extra teeth sprout from the gums, the roof of the mouth, and the frenulum beneath the tongue. However, as the disease progresses, any bodily opening can become fair game, including the nostrils, the eye sockets, and other, even less comfortable locations. The size of the teeth varies depending on the size of the opening and tends to be proportional to the space available. Teeth produced as a result of SCP-2450 infection grow at a rate approximately 12 times that of ordinary teeth and can grow from gem to full root completion over the course of a period between 3 weeks and 9 months, depending on size. As the infection progresses, more and more rows of teeth will grow further and further back into the affected orifice. Once all natural bodily orifices have grown at least one full row of teeth, the infection will progress into its next stage. At this stage, parts of the body that form a semi-closed space, such as the spaces between the toes or the armpits, will begin to erupt teeth. If that wasn't horrible enough, any apertures formed on the body via external trauma, such as cuts on the skin, will become growth sites for SCP-2450 teeth. Did you just feel a shiver run down your spine? Me too. My own spine, not your spine, you understand. Back to the matter at hand, which I'm so sorry to tell you does in fact get worse. You see, as the infection progresses and more teeth are growing, the calcium and other minerals required to grow these teeth have to come from somewhere. These minerals will be leached from the body's natural stores, and the process can frequently result in osteoporosis and hypocalcemia. Administering calcium and other mineral supplements to SCP-2450 patients will keep them alive, and they will continue to produce teeth indefinitely if this is the case. You might be wondering if the process of growing all of these teeth is especially painful. Allow me to provide absolutely no reassurance. It is. It has been described as extremely painful and similar to the teething pains experienced by young children as their regular teeth develop and grow in.
Much like teething infants, patients will experience a strong desire to address this pain by biting or grinding the affected teeth. However, as the infection progresses, the teeth will begin to erupt in areas that are incapable of biting. In these cases, patients will often grind the teeth against solid objects such as the corners of walls. This activity has been highly discouraged, as it could result in cuts and lacerations that may provide a breeding ground for even more teeth, resulting in a truly vicious cycle. Incidentally, this behavior led to the first recorded instance of SCP-2450 infection via tooth-to-blood contact. SCP-2450 was first discovered by the Foundation during a routine search of medical literature, and on February 19, 2009, the Foundation classified it as an anomalous phenomenon sufficiently distinct from hyperdontia. At that point, standard information suppression policy was applied successfully, and the pattern of outbreaks was then used to trace the source to the aforementioned service station. At that point, a series of quarantines and experimentation revealed that the men's restroom in Wing B was the specific point of origin. As far as the Foundation has been able to determine, there is nothing anomalous about the service station or that particular bathroom, aside from the SCP-2450 infections themselves. The station was first built in 1983 and operated normally for decades. So when and how did everything change? By interviewing cleaning and security staff and reviewing years of security footage, the SCP Foundation was able to tentatively pinpoint the date of origin for SCP-2450 to July 15, 2008. On that day, the following events were captured by security cameras located in the building. First, 3 men in black hooded sweatshirts entered the building, their hoods pulled up to obscure their faces. One of the men carried a large, seemingly empty backpack. Another held an unidentified green implement. The third man had nothing in his hands. Shortly after entering the building, the men stopped outside of the Wing B men's bathroom and spoke amongst themselves. No audio was recorded, and their lips could not be seen, so there is no way of knowing exactly what was said. But whatever it was, the men entered the bathroom a few moments later. Before shutting the door behind them, the last man examined the area, looking to see if they were being followed. Seeing that they were alone, he closed the door, and the 3 of them disappeared. They were inside the bathroom for the next 2.5 hours. Whatever happened in that bathroom is still unknown, as security cameras inside of restrooms are generally frowned upon and tend not to be installed. After those 2.5 hours were up, 2 out of the 3 men exited the bathroom, the man with the backpack and the man who was carrying the green object. The third man was not with them. The backpack now appeared to be full, and a great deal heavier than it was on the way in. The 2 men walked to the main entrance of the building, at which point the one without the backpack stopped and reached into the top pocket of his hooded sweatshirt. He then patted the pockets of his trousers. Whatever he was looking for was not there. He turned to head back into the building, but the other man placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. The 2 argued for a moment before leaving the building and getting into a car. Later analysis of the license plate revealed it to be a stolen vehicle. They drove off toward the south and out of sight. Subsequent attempts to track the men down have so far been unsuccessful. The cleaner on duty that day later reported that one of the bathroom stalls was locked for an unusually long time. When he came back and was able to enter and clean the stall, he spotted a large amount of what appeared to be white gravel on the floor and the lid of the toilet. This is now believed to be dental matter. Speaking of unidentified objects, the green implement from the security tapes was later discovered and identified. It is now referred to as SCP-2450-1 and is stored in Reliquary 87B-6, Locker 12004. SCP-2450-1 is a green plastic toothbrush of unknown make or manufacturer. As you might have guessed, it is no ordinary toothbrush. When a tooth is brushed with SCP-2450-1, the teeth will be worn down to the root at a rapid pace. An entire molar, including the root, can be removed with the brush in 5 minutes. In spite of this, it appears to do no damage to any other surrounding tissue such as the skin or gums. On the back of the handle, the text, "For non-oral use only," is printed. The origins of this toothbrush and the motivations for the men that entered the bathroom stall that day are still unknown. However, given the information that we do have, I feel I can make an educated guess. It is my personal theory that the third man, the one who had never been found, was suffering from an advanced form of the SCP-2450 infection.
When the men attempted to treat his condition with the Anomalous toothbrush, he had advanced to such a severe state that his body was primarily made up of teeth, and he crumbled apart during the process. His remains were then stuffed into the backpack and taken out of the building. The debris left behind somehow infected the area, leading to the subsequent SCP-2450 infections that have occurred in the area since. I have no way to officially confirm this speculation, of course, but it seems as reasonable of a theory as something can be where anomalous tooth-based diseases and unusually powerful toothbrushes are concerned. Any patients afflicted with SCP-2450 must be kept in Secure War Land 12 and physically restrained in order to contain the infection and prevent any further spread. The initial source of infection is contained at the site of its discovery in Building 2450, which has been disguised as an electrical substation. Building 2450 is kept securely locked and surrounded by a standard substation fence, which has been covered with danger of death warning signs in order to deter any civilians from approaching. The building is kept under constant surveillance, and anyone attempting to enter the premises must be detained and thoroughly questioned. The only method of entering Building 2450 is a double-door system, including an isolation chamber which prevents any small mammals from entering the building. No mammals, with the exception of approved test subjects, may exit the building. One member of Foundation personnel with formal dentistry training must be assigned to monitor all dentistry journals and affiliated news sources for cases that might indicate an outbreak of SCP-2450. If one is detected, swift and decisive action must be taken. There is currently no known cure for SCP-2450. Patients who have been infected with the disease can either be kept alive with mineral supplements and produce teeth indefinitely, or they can slowly lose calcium and vital minerals over time until their body can no longer function. Either way, they will be a prisoner of the teeth until the day that they die, confined to a terrifying, toothy existence. Though those who have already been infected are somewhat doomed, at least until a cure can be found, we can take some comfort in the knowledge that SCP-2450 can be easily avoided. Just stay away from the men's restroom in Building 2450 and try not to let anyone bite you, at least not hard enough to draw blood. Still, the images I saw while looking into SCP-2450 will haunt me for quite some time. In fact, I think I've had my fill of the topic. My gums are beginning to itch, so if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go eat some caramels and forget to floss. Can't let the teeth get too comfortable. Check out the DrBob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, like SCP-5150, Anomalous Dental Office.